he puts his codes for free for people to use, and he also explains that our open source codes and copyrighted codes, and you should watch out which one you're taking, etc., etc. He's very credible. He has a very strong Discord. I don't know if he charges, but I think if anyone has an audited contract by Hashlips, that should be like a good to go project for sure.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Check it out.
You're welcome.
Yeah, when I think it comes to Hashlips, I think they take like a percentage or something like that. They don't take any upfront costs, but for running their contract, they get like some sort of royalty or percentage.
That's even more thoughtful of them. Like, I didn't even know that they would do stuff like this. I'm actually on their Discord, but that's pretty awesome of them because it takes time and effort, and they are literally stamping more or less their name under your project, right? That the code is right now. The fulfillment of the project itself lays still with the developers, but then again, Collector was mentioning that would be another security feature. For an example, if somebody like Hashlips would come in and say, "Hey, if I audit, you got to do this, this, and this, and this," right? And you got to sign off on it, and so that way the community doesn't get hurt.
Yeah, I was talking to some Ethereum dev. I think it was like either a weekend or 2 weekends ago on my space, and he was also saying Hashlips is probably one of the most credible one, and they take like just a certain percentage, to use their code and everything. But like when it comes to these NFT projects, they're so reliant on a community aspect. It's unreal. Like if you don't have that community aspect, because you'll see like these NFT projects pop up everywhere. If you ain't got 10,000 followers to 100,000 followers, like it's difficult to see them. Like it's difficult for them to take off, essentially.
Yes and no, because see, getting Discord followers, it's a money thing. You pay money. There are services that fill up your Discord. The vitality of the Discord, I think it's way more important that there is actual actions and not just bots writing stuff and you got a fast flowing chat going, right? That's how people FOMO into this whole thing. And that's where that's where the experience where you get your first rug pull comes in, where you're like, oh my God, I should maybe watch out next time and look at their posts on their social media. If they show 26,000, 50,000, 100,000 followers, when they post, how many likes do they get? How many responses do they get? Right? Like, what's the interaction from that number that's being shown on that post? And this is like something that people miss out on. I think that's FOMOing into it. Yes, the community is needed for the project to even to exist, because if you put up, I don't know, let's say our project has 3,333 and we only have 280 or 300 Discord members, but our Discord members are solid Discord members, right? They're not fake bots. They're actual people that come talk, interact, they bring their friends. And yeah, and there is no money spent on advertisement. And I think the biggest thing that people should watch out for is FOMO, like fearing of missing out, because so many things are happening. You get bombarded with information. You see the artwork, you see a bunch of videos that approve it on YouTube or TikTok or wherever. So these are influencers that get paid to do so. And then you see the Discord running, you see all these high numbers, and then you're like, yeah, it must be a good project, right? And now you got the devs are not doxed. You got a weird roadmap that you look into later after you mint it. When you're like, oh, I can win something. Right? Everyone who joined the NFT world did it once, at least once, right? It happened to all of us. Like, it's okay. It's an experience. I personally, I lost $2,000. I'm like, you know what? I didn't really lose it. It's there. Now, if that community gets together and pulls that project back up again, then it will gain value because it happened in the NFT world before. I don't remember exactly what the name of the project was, but there was a rug pull, and people from the community just stood up, took over, changed wallet addresses, made a free airdrop of the same artwork to all the wallets, and just took over. Right? So possibilities are endless. But the learning curve, yeah, don't FOMO into stuff. Like, don't fear of missing out. It's better you miss out than getting rug pulled. Do your research, read, go and see what their social media is doing, how many likes they have, see the ratio of the followers they have and the reactions they get, and stuff like that.
Yeah, like what I was trying to say, like about followers and stuff, I was going to mention that because you'll go to like some of these pages and they'll have like 8,000, followers, 10,000 followers. And then they send a tweet out and they get like one or two likes. And you're like, I wonder how this happened, like you see, like it's blatantly obvious whenever people get, all of these followers and these bots and stuff like that in their actual, pages and groups, because you'll see that their interactions are just zero. And then you can literally just see the bots redoing and reposting, the same exact stuff over and over again. Like I've jumped into quite a few discords like that where I'm like, there's no way this many people are talking at this one time. Like it's just ridiculous how fast some of them move. And those are one of the biggest key things that you got to look out for with these projects, because a lot of it has to do with how much they pay in advertisement. So if you see an influencer, like 10 different influencers shilling it, then like it's probably going to be a pump and dump, because I mean, why wouldn't you spend $1 million advertising to net, $32 million off an NFT project? They literally figured that out and they've just exploited it and taken advantage of it. It's usually the same group doing it over and over again.
Yeah, it's very true. I've witnessed that myself firsthand, where you see a project, it was actually pretty strong community. It just went sideways, like big time, right? Like when the devs disappear, some is burning in the kitchen.
The Solana's burning in the kitchen? Sorry. What did you say?
Yeah, I'm just making a reference. When something is happening, you say, "Oh, I smell something. Something's happening in
Gotcha.
the kitchen."
Yeah.
Right? In this case, it would be something is burning in the kitchen because the chef is not there, right?
Okay. Yeah, there's a really good app that I would like to recommend called Parasec Finance. It's expensive. I don't personally use it. I just use the trial. And you can put a smart contract in, just the address or like a wallet address, and the different analytics that it gives you are wild. Like all at once. Like you can find all that stuff in Etherscan, but it like gives you different visuals that might help you gain better insight if you're trying to.
What did you call it? June Analytics?
Say again?
What did you call it?
It's called Parasec, Parasec, Parasec. And then if you hit space and then finance, I think it's at parasec.finance, but just Google it first. If that's how I usually find it. Yeah. But like I said, it's expensive, but once you play around with it, you'd be like, whoa, this is actually pretty dope.
Yo, I swear when Plan D first came in here, it was named Plan C. Now it's saying Plan D.
Yeah, I change it every now and then just to keep it fresh.
I see. Yeah, I changed my profile pic on the daily.
I found it's best to keep a more consistent profile picture.
Yeah, I mean, just whenever I'm doing NFT,
I'm not going to ever tell anybody what to do, but
yeah, whenever I'm just doing like NFT giveaways and stuff like that, I'll switch up to my profile pic, the ones I'm giving away and stuff,
yeah,
because NFTs, the art isn't non-fungible, So I'm trying to make sure people know that.
exactly, yeah. So censorship resistance, blockchain, crypto, and DeFi. Have you guys heard about the Tari protocol?
No, what's that?
I don't know too much about it, but its co-founder is Fluffy Pony, and I think he was one of the founders of Monero, or like the lead maintainer for it. I honestly forgot, but he's Yat Labs and Tari Labs. They're two different companies, and they're owned by a subsidiary company called Emoji ID and wallet addresses in the future. And I mean, they sold a lot of Yats. You can see if you look in their Discord, there you can literally like see every Yat that gets sold. It's kind of funny to watch sometimes, but Yats are going to be like our payment addresses in the future, kind of like ENSs. They stay. I don't know.
What did you call it again? One more time.
Tari, TARI.com.
Hey, go ahead, Omar.
Hey, thanks. My phone just decided to have a fit. Just when I was writing down, you're giving the name of the analysis, the Parasec something or other.
Oh, sure. It's P-A-R-A, para, S-E-C, parasec dot finance. And whenever I hit dot finance, it doesn't work, so I just hit space and then finance, and then I just Google it. But it's very helpful.
Cheers, man.
Yeah, happy to help.
Dante, so what do you do?
I don't currently work right now.
Oh, just living the life. What are you doing floating around Twitter Spaces?
Well, I live up in Vermont, so it's not that I don't. Actually, I really don't have too many friends. I don't like it here, but I don't know. I kind of just stay at my apartment, and it's better than watching TV sometimes. But it's also nice to learn.
Yeah, are you in any cryptos?
I have a couple, but I don't have like big bags or anything crazy.
What do you have, if you don't mind me asking?
It's not something I generally like to discuss. I don't know. Money is money. A dollar is a dollar. But
how about this? Have you found the right or the one and true store of value for you?
Personally, gold.
Uh-oh.
I think you should sign up for the debate that's coming up tomorrow.
Really? I mean, it's good to diversify.
No, sorry.
There's a pinned tweet. Richard Hart is going to be debating Peter Schiff tomorrow.
Oh, Jesus. Seriously?
You might be interested in, participating. The sign up is free, and you'll get like a email reminder when it. So.
Hold on. You said, oh shit, really? Like when you heard Richard Hart, you know who that is?
I know who the SEC guy is.
Oh, okay.
Richard Hart. Who's he?
Well, he is the founder of Hex.
He's the guy behind Hex, Pulse Chain, and the Pulse X Exchange. Oh, I'm sorry. Is somebody else talking? Maybe my app is glitchy.
No, it's like delayed. So. But yeah, man, join the debate, man. It's on the 23rd. Well, tomorrow. Oh,
First.
yeah, today.
That'll be interesting. I'm curious to see how the whole Ripple thing ends with the SEC as well. But
Crypto versus gold, baby.
say
If you don't
again.
mind me asking, why do you like gold?
Because it's there forever. I mean, you can obviously disperse it, spend it, but like, I think of worst case scenarios. I hate to be that person. I'm like, oh, all the computers on the earth no longer work. We need something. That would be like the first thing that we
What do you need gold for if all the computers in the world don't work anymore?
Peace of mind. I don't expect the
Peace
computers.
of mind. You just like gold.
Yeah, I don't have a ton of it. Got a few ingots.
You like the look of it or the way you can use it?
Small stores of value. That
Okay.
like, I don't know. You gotta leave in the night quickly and go. You don't get to stop at the Mac machine before leaving town. I don't know. Like, you gotta go.
Have you?
Sorry, I'm laughing, man.
No, it's okay.
But it's cool, man. You should definitely check out the debate tonight.
I think he's expecting that when internet dies, we're gonna be back in the like 1800s or something, where we have to break the gold up and barter it out.
Yeah, isn't gold's like number one use case right now for electronics, anyways?
I think silver is the number one for electronics. I could be very wrong. There's a funny guy on YouTube. I don't know if he's still there anymore, though. Wolf. Never mind. What time is that? Oh, gosh, golly, it's 12:30 in the morning. Hey, I'm going to say thank you and have a good night to you guys. I appreciate the advice.
Hey, look, Dante, don't take anything. We're just.
Oh, no, I don't.
Okay.
No, we're good. Alrighty, have a good night.
Cheers.
Mello, when is your it's on Friday, right? You gotta, what was that, the
the launch party? The pre-launch party, the pre-post chain launch party, yep. It's gonna
Exactly. Awesome.
Good vibes, good knowledge, and giveaways.
Yeah, I looked it up. Gold's number one use case right now is 78% jewelry, but the other percentage is for phones, laptops, computers, and stuff of that nature.
Is it because of that thermal, like it has a good thermal core or heat, something? Heats up?
Yeah, something with
conductivity is really good in gold.
Yeah, conductivity.
It doesn't corrode, which is great. A lot of good properties. But yeah, people are guessing that gold will just go down to its utility value eventually. It won't be. It won't have that premium anymore. So that will be interesting if that comes to fruition.
For the people trading gold, if you look at the yearly chart, how does the cup and handle look for you guys?
What asset are you looking at?
Gold.
Oh, okay. I might have missed what you guys were talking about. I crashed.
Just check gold on the yearly and tell me what that cup and handle looked like.
Yeah, Richard Hart always bashes gold's chart because it's literally been down for like 20 years now or something like that.
I mean, gold does look like it broke out. Unfortunately, that may be a signal of a war coming.
It's
but
gonna pump.
but it looks slightly bullish right now. So the miners haven't dumped the price yet.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how the charts look on gold and hex tomorrow during the debate. See if somebody influences them one way. I tweeted that like probably a couple hours ago. I was like, the least we can do is give Richard Hart, a green candle for hex for his debate tomorrow.
Yeah, another good metric that I watch sometimes is the wallet count. Uh, we'll see if there's any spikeage or movement in there.
Yeah, I feel like every single time I watched him, whenever I first got into hex and stuff like that, um, like my buddies would always watch him religiously and stuff like that, but I couldn't stand the guy. So I was still invested in hex and stuff. I just couldn't stand watching his live streams. Something about too much Louis Vuitton in there, I guess. But like, I was like, oh, he's getting ready to go on stream. Looks like the hex chart's gonna pump, and then it spikes up a little bit as soon as he announces that he's going on live stream. I'm like, there has to be some manipulation here. Why does this always happen?
Yeah, I mean, there's many people who have problems with this guy, but I think it's just because he speaks the truth a lot, and people find that somehow offensive, which is weird, right?
Well,
yeah.
I wouldn't even say that. I mean, just to, like some people's personalities, like so I was a no coiner whenever I came into crypto, and the first thing I got introduced to was Hex. And then I see some guy with Louis Vuitton telling everybody else they're trash and all this stuff. And whenever you're coming from a outside perspective and don't know anything about the crypto environment, you're like, man, fuck this guy. He sounds like a dick, But all my buddies are invested in him, so of course I'm going to invest in him too. But like it took me like going because I learned Hex first and then I ventured out into the rest of the crypto. And then that's when I was like, oh, this dude's a fucking genius. These guys are retards out here, and started like, hanging on to every word the dude said. But like, I was kind of like one of those opposite things. Most people come from the crypto realm and then go over to Richard Hart, where I was the opposite way and, met him first and then was like, I don't know. Then when, fell onto the other side and was like, oh, yep, I'm coming back over here.
That's fun, man.
So, just out of curiosity, what was the first thing that attracted you to that particular stream, the one that kind of started everything?
What, me watching Richard Hart?
Yeah, was it the title? Was it the thumbnail? What was it that caught your attention?
No, it was literally I didn't watch YouTube at all. It was Motley, investor. I'm sure you've heard of him. The dude who did
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he actually onboarded my buddy, and then we all onboarded together into crypto, because of Motley. So that's the whole reason why. It was literally my buddies were just like, all right, now we got to watch this stream. And they're like, hanging on to every word and stuff like that. And that's just how I started, got introduced to it. So I was curious if anybody knows anything about the functionality that's going to be happening with the Staker wallet, because there's only a spot for USDC, Hex, and Ethereum right now. So has anybody watched anything about maybe some of the interfaces that they're going to have and upgrades for V2 or V3?
I haven't checked, but I guess they are gonna add Pulse Chain and PLSX as well.
I believe they're doing something with tradable stakes. Am I getting that right? I don't know. I've heard some rumors or some murmurs about it.
Yeah, so StakeRap are integrating PLS and Hex on the PLX side, but nothing to do with that staking stuff. That's just a separate project.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I believe Hedron was going to do the encapsulated stakes with NFTs, where you can mint Hex on the Hedron app, and it becomes like an NFT. You can then sell such.
Oh, okay. That's probably what it was.
But when you're encapsulated, you can only stake. You got to stake directly through their DApp.
Correct. I'm wondering what that's gonna do to the Hex price.
I feel like it'll definitely put a lot of volume on the chart that Hex, always gets bashed for not having, because it's not really a very traded asset.
It's about that time. The Hexagon ASMR channel.
Did you guys know you could change voice?
Don't get Mello started.
How long has this stream been going on?
About a day and a half.
How long is the record?
Like just shy of 4 days.
Oh, okay. And we're planning to do more than 4 days now, right?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, but it's still it ultimately comes down to a lot of luck, because you never know when Twitter might just rug you. So
right.
It's when you're going for it, it's really a marathon, and it's best to just not tease yourself. It's much like crypto. The hopium will destroy you. So
how much liquidity do we have?
We have enough. We have enough to wake up in the morning and stare at the sunrise, see if we've made another day come true.
Awesome.
Is BitQuery a trusted site?
What's going on with the price? You guys are all selling, huh?
I'm holding
I'm
555.
actually
So
selling to me. I just bought the dip.
Oh man, I'd never talk about price. Oh, you guys got it back up to 15 cents? I thought it was down to like 14 or something.
I'll take it all.
Sell it to me.
called a small dip.
Man, you guys can't do anything but sell. Months and months of nothing but selling.
Soon the sellers will be exhausted.
Yeah, right? They just got to be exhausted carrying their bags of gold out of the bank from cashing out all their hacks.
Of course.
Yeah, I thought they were exhausted at like 19, 20 cents, and boy, was I fucking wrong.
Yeah, good old Bitcoin found a way to just come up short of that 100K Christmas.
Yeah.
Just short.
I'm still waiting for it.
That's an interesting characterization.
I
It
think
wasn't
I might
just
be-
short.
I might be the last person on Twitter that's still actively waiting for 100K Bitcoin Christmas 2021.
Oh.
I made a tweet earlier today, and it said, "How can the bull run be over? Because XRP hasn't, shot up to 1 million to 10,000 like everybody
Dude,
said to March."
When XRP went to like 85 cents, people were like, "This is it." It was the Office meme with Michael Scott. Like, okay, this is it. This is it. Oh man, and then it's like back to 60 cents or something now.
Yeah, no, they were freaking yelling and screaming about it on TikTok. Every single video, of my whole entire feed was XRP. All right, we're buying it back. For some reason, XRP is buying it back. We're getting ready to go to 10K, boys.
Hey, they're 70 cents. That's a skip and a hop away from 10K. That's not bad.
XRP
It's
is
only
weak.
been an emotional roller coaster for XRP.
They've been around a minute too, hadn't they?
I couldn't understand what you said. Your mic was kind of wrecked.
I said they've been around a minute too, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
What's up, Pulse LN?
Hey, political.
How are you, sir?
Not bad, not bad. How are you doing? Looks like you're kind of the bandit or something. What's going on in your picture?
Smokey and the Bandit.
He's smoking people with hex.
No, that was just a picture we took in Oklahoma. It was like a little. It was like had like old timey setup shit.
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, it looks very realistic.
So
Reminds
Taylor-
me.
So tell me
Reminds
about
me
Pulse
somewhat
LN.
like,
Is that legit?
Yeah, it's kind of an onboarding solution. A lot of these apps are connecting Lightning Network to their services like Cash App and Strike and things like that. And we saw that there's an opportunity for onboarding since we don't have fiat on ramps that are easy to access, and people are still working on that. We kind of thought the next best thing would be, if you could buy PLS or Hex, going from your bank account to PLS in about, less than a minute. And so that's what we're working on.
Nice. Yeah, I saw it. I checked you out the other day. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool.
Oh, thanks, man.
Got PTSD on everything right now, but I hope it all works out.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, but yeah. So what we're doing is we're starting small for security's sake and for stress testing, and then we'll slowly increase the limits that people can transfer. So initially, I think it's a good route for people onboarding with small amounts of money or moving small amounts of cash, not trying to get hit by Ethereum fees, right? Because there's a lot of people around the world, like when you sit in the PulseX Telegram group or the Pulse Chain Telegram group, you do hear about people who are, not in these countries with some of the richest people in the world, right? They're from all around the world, and some of them have a lot smaller bag, and their portfolio is a lot smaller. They can't really afford these fees, and this gives them another option. The fees will be somewhat negligible when compared to Ethereum, so they can keep more of their Pulse or Hex or whatever they're trying to buy. They don't have to give up 50% of it on fees or something like that. So hopefully, eventually, as it gets tested and we get more use, we will increase the limits drastically, but we're not going to go too high. We're going to keep it within a reasonable range, probably like $1,000 to $5,000 maximum per transaction, because there are some limitations on the Lightning side. We need Bitcoin to go up in price for the channels to get big enough to actually support large payments, which is like there's a layer 2 scaling issue. So instead of throwing nodes at it and throwing large channels at it, we're kind of looking at it as kind of a safety kind of mechanism. The constraint is actually not bad, right? So yeah. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Interesting. Thank you very much.
On the Pulse
Just kind of
chain,
stewing it over still, trying to get it all figured out. That's only going to be Pulse to Bitcoin, correct?
It's going to be Pulse to Bitcoin, Bitcoin to Pulse. Initially, it's going to be Lightning Network Bitcoin. So that's the Bitcoin that can, settle in about 1 or 2 seconds. So we tried to put two of the, Pulse is going to be very fast. We were thinking, connect the 2 fastest chains and really test that potential first. And then in the roadmap, we're going to add regular BTC, which is, 30-minute transactions or 20-minute transactions usually to clear. So you'll have that option. And then eventually, we're also going to add Hex, because we're Hexicans, and that's really the priority after Pulse, onboarding people to Hex. I think a lot of these Bitcoin holders, maxis, outside of the onboarding use case for people going from their bank account to PLS or Hex, there are maxis who, in the bear market, they may be looking for yield, right? It's not great holding Bitcoin during the bear markets, and I think Hex is that kind of thing that kind of loosens their maxi vision a little bit. So that's what I think we're going to try and facilitate, a little bit of onboarding of Bitcoin maxis.
No, it's a very interesting approach. So I'm not familiar with Lightning Bitcoin. Does it hold a peg to the regular Bitcoin price?
Yeah, it's the exact same thing. It's just it operates on the layer 2. So at any point, you can convert Lightning Bitcoin directly back to Bitcoin in one transaction. The fees right now are 1 Satoshi, so it's extremely cheap to do that. But yeah, you can. The main difference is, Bitcoin has 10-minute blocks, which are extremely slow. You're not guaranteed to get in the next block. But Lightning is peer-to-peer, and it's extremely fast. The fees can be almost zero. Actually, they can be zero if the 2 peers decide that they want to have 0 fees on their channel. So you have the extremely cheap fees compared to Bitcoin when there's a lot of when the blocks are full, and these transactions settle in usually 1 to 2 seconds. So when I send something to your wallet, in 2 seconds you can send it anywhere you want, right? So this is layer 2 Bitcoin. Lightning Network is a few years old. It's still being developed. right? It's not there yet. So this is somewhat still experimental. There's not a lot of people on, but there is a tremendous amount of growth that we've seen over the last year in Lightning nodes. So I think there's some sort of complementary qualities where, because we have an extremely fast chain, they have an extremely fast layer 2. You can take advantage of both. And
I appreciate it, man. I'm gonna read into it, check it out.
And one thing I'll say, there is a sacrifice going on. I would, if you're a noob, I would steer clear of it. Stick to the 3 projects that you first heard of. If you've been in this game for a few cycles and you can judge projects and you know the potential of something like this, maybe you can look into it. One thing that we notice about the Sacrifice wallet is that it dumps everything that it gets and buys Hex immediately. So that same Hexican ethos that a lot of the community has, the team has, and we're strong Hex bulls. I also heard about the other whale guy. He was kind of incentivizing people to buy Hex. I like that kind of project where they're incentivizing that, we're doing things that are good for the community. So the whale guy, if he's still here. Yeah. I like that type of thing. And we try to build similar types of projects. So this isn't the only project we're going to have. There's a couple more that we're thinking about. But once this is up and running, we'll announce those and kind of build more reasons to hold Hex and more reasons to hold PLS. Yeah.
I gotta be honest, I don't really support the sacrifice. I think that probably should have waited till after Pulse Chain launched, but it's not my call. So
I think that's fair.
Just had a quick question for everyone. Have the community looked into payment solutions as I don't know, just delivery systems that are already in existence, where drivers, instead of getting paid by money, they would get paid in crypto?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again? I didn't quite understand.
You know how we have Uber Eats and DoorDash and all these food delivery systems out there? There's companies that don't actually have drivers, but people sign up to be a driver.
Oh, like the gig workers, yeah.
Yeah. They're getting paid in fiat. I'm just saying it would be interesting to see something on Pulse Network where a company shows up and creates that same copy-paste system literally and just exchanges fiat with Hex.
Wouldn't that depend on the country you live in? On if it would be permitted or not?
No, I'm aware of what country for sure, but still, having that opportunity right now. I mean, we're getting a whole brand new playfield with super low gas fees, and imagine you get, I don't know, 1 million orders in per day, and you make a profit of, let's say, I don't know, a Hex or less, a half a Hex for the company itself, and then the drivers and whatnot would receive their tips and bonuses or whatever they're getting in Hex.
Could you explain how that should work?
Sorry, come again?
Well, I think you cut off. Yeah.
Could you explain how that should work? the system, like people should get paid in Hex, how would you like that to happen?
So technically, you would need an on-ramp to buy the Hex. So that would be done by the company itself. If the customer still pays in fiat, then you would take the transaction and just convert it and pay the driver in Hex. Right? So technically, you're getting paid by the client. So this is from what I understood, looking a little bit into this delivery system. That it is a website where clients that don't want to drive out and grab the food, they rather call it in, they order, they put their order in, they put their hidden tips or whatever they get in there, and they pay all with credit card, right? That transaction is done. Then the driver gets a notification on the app, hey, address so-and-so is gonna give you this much money, right? The driver then selects, yes, I take the order, goes, picks up the food. From there, he goes and delivers it to the client, takes a picture, submits it as mission complete, right? And then it would show, hey, you just earned this much Hex. So currently it shows fiat, but I'm just saying you could turn that into crypto.
Sure. But why would anybody want Hex if they don't know what Hex is? Right? The person needs to know what it is before they would accept it. Like if I were the delivery guy and I saw somebody tipped me 500 Hex, I would be like, dude, I need my US dollars, right?
Boy, paying Monopoly money or something like that. And I think the worst.
I mean, it's a great idea, but we need to first establish what Hex is for the person.
Then again, doesn't per se has to be Hex. Let's say Hex would pay out more if you take Hex. It could be fraction of a Bitcoin, could be Ethereum, could be ERC20s, right? It could be PRC20s. They can pick and choose whatever they want.
Oh yeah,
I think it makes sense to use a stable coin on Pulse Chain to do something like this, but I think the best adoption would be an actual company that already exists, that already has drivers sort of using our system, right? I don't think you'd want to build it from scratch. That's a lot of work, I think.
So how would one go about building a project from scratch?
I think that's a fine point, Pulsewell. I agree with you.
Yeah, and the thing that I see happening, like, who's going to want to, work all day, and then get paid in Hex, and then, oh, shit, we just had a dip in the market. Somebody just sold. Now I just lost, 15% of what I just worked for that day. I don't know, whenever it comes to, like, people working and stuff, they're in that mindset of that hourly wage, that they just got deemed at that monetary value. And now they have to worry about a price chart dipping, whether they got paid that same hourly rate or not.
But stake, they will get a staked Hex stake. That it will be a 555 stake. So they will actually get paid in 15 years.
Yeah.
It's called delayed gratification, bro.
That might not fly over too well with somebody.
Ain't nobody working for this company.
So all points taken, totally accept the flaw in it. But if it's a small little company, let's say, I don't know, 2-3 people work on it, and you just get, people that want to do it an hour a day, right? Why not earn crypto when you're driving from work to home and you do a few stops in between, right? Let's say you add an additional hour to your drive from work to home, or just an hour of your day. You just take it out to earn crypto.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the price chart is going up, I would love to work for your company. But as soon as the price chart is going down, I would hate working for your company.
Yeah, I think Stake's got a point. Like, the time horizon of the average gig worker is probably closer to a month, right? They're usually month to month type of workers. So unfortunately, they're not going to be able to like think years in advance or something like that. So they really need that money at the value that they're working for it, right?
I disagree. I work on like a week to week basis, and I'm staked 15 years.
You could ask them. You could say, hey, if you take this order, you can get 500 hex now, or you can get 500,000 in 15 years.
Exactly.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, and that's why only 1% of was it like 3% of the world's in crypto, because 99% of people do not think like that.
But if you want a good idea for your project, you can take this. You create a lottery system as an NFT, and you make people buy your lottery, and one guy gets chosen randomly by the contract every $1 million it collects, and then it gives out $1 million. Now you have the $1 million NFT. Have fun.
Yo, put me in. Do I get that NFT for free?
You would have to buy it for $100.
Shit.
So,
odds.
so people have to buy it for $100 and then put it in a pool to make for one person to make $1 million.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
one out of 10,000. It's a better ratio compared to every other lottery system in the world.
That's true.
I just see all 9,999 people just getting wrecked.
Pulse Whale, you're a dangerous man. You know that? You're coming up with these systems.
I thought college to create a project that almost, I don't want to say targets, but involves college students. So say you create a token, like for Michigan State, the Spartan token, and it would be to help pay tuition, and maybe eventually in like 15, 20 years, they'll be able to use these tokens to buy meal plans also. So I was wondering how we would go about providing liquidity for them, maybe having all the college students stake the Spartan token in order to help pay their tuition for them later down the line. And
It's called Hex.
Yeah, it is Hex, essentially. But I was thinking maybe you could do colleges individually and almost have like a, I don't want to say competition, but in a sense, in the school that stakes the most will then have their freshman year, the whole class tuition paid for, in a sense, because you got to think how much liquidity you'll get from all these schools partaking in the project.
Yeah, but
why not just onboard them?
You definitely could.
You would have like 50% though complaining because it sounds like kind of socialist aspect to it.
Yeah, it sounds like y'all are trying to scam kind of to me. Why not just onboard them?
Define that for me.
Well, gathering up a pool of money and only sharing some of it back out.
Most definitely. See, that's why I brought this up, because, I just thought of it. So I didn't know.
Well, you do have the excitement of not being able to pay for 80% of your classes every few years.
True.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of like
I'm just kidding.
the whole aspect we're going through right now in the United States. Like half of everybody wants free college, and then the other half wants everybody else to, if they took out that loan or took out that value for that college, they feel like they should be entitled to pay it back. So, I mean, you just have a 50-50 split whenever it came to trying to do it out of college.
Big Ten coin bowl.
But if you took you know how most colleges have, what are they called? What's that term?
Are you talking like a Pell Grant or a grant?
Not a Pell Grant. The people that donate.
Financial aid?
No.
Oh.
Like the people who are part of that, the alumni, you know how like the alumni like donates like a library, boosters. That's what it was. So maybe if the boosters, you know, who pitched into it instead of it being the actual students, it was like the boosters who, you know, graduated and, you know, got good jobs and stuff, and how they always pay back to their college sometimes. Maybe if it was a pool of their money coming in, then you could like equally spread it out to the actual college, and people wouldn't, you'd be like, oh, I put this in and I only got that much or that much, you know?
Yeah, no, definitely. That'd be neat.
I think, yeah, every baby that's born should be having a 15-year stake, right? There used to be some Gerber thing where you used to, or I don't know what it was, but there was something where you could buy it when the dollar was actually holding at least some of its value. And by the time a kid was a certain age, they'd have enough for college. I think Hex might be a good replacement for something like that. If you can create a product where you're pitching this to parents with new kids. Actually, Trav, yeah, you pitch it to yourself. There's a, you know,
I was trying.
pitch it to the
I was trying, but I got
The Gerber grow up plan.
Yeah, I think that's what it was, something like that. Save for college. I think it was like $1,000 or something you could put in, and then it would grow with your kid.
100%. Yeah, no, I definitely did want to invest in the Hex. I was just waiting for some returns. I was gonna I seen a video about like a snowball stake, to where like he did it like once every year, so that way you get a return within then.
That's my video, bud.
As there is. That was really neat. I like that a lot. Super neat.
Oh, okay.
Do we have any TA guys in here? I was just scrolling through Twitter and somebody asked Jenkins what pattern this was that's on the chart.
I think we're going into a double bottom, right? We were at 11. We're probably spiking down to 11 before we go up. I think it could be more, but yeah, I think we're pulling in a W bottom.
Yeah, I think I was just talking about those two giant ass wicks that are on the chart right now.
What time period are you looking at?
It's pinned. The tweet is pinned to the top.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's not a pattern. It's just fucking wicks.
You're just going down with that one. 3 pushes to a low. Which push is that?
Yeah, I have no clue. You know how you always.
That's not a pattern, man. It's just a fucking wick.
Oh wait, are those are those candles wicks? Oh my god!
Yeah, it's called
those are massive. Button. I just zoomed in.
Yeah, those are the wicks back and forth.
Good thing there's no leverage in this, because those wicks would be painful for a few people.
Yeah, have people get liquidated.
You still alive, Hex Orca?
Yeah, what's up?
Just making sure you're alive.
Well, I have been telling people to put in limit orders for the past probably now 3 weeks, maybe 2.5 weeks. And I'm happy to say all those people got filled at a great price. So shout outs to that. And if you aren't in Hex, set some limit orders, right? When that wick shows up, you can get a nice discount. right? That wick went all the way down to what, 12 cents, 11 cents. Yeah, you would have gotten filled and gotten a nice entry.
And it's arguably making a nice doji reversal pattern if you step back. Brent.
I'm sorry, Omar, that it wasn't clear. Could you repeat it?
If you zoom out of that time frame a little, then it's arguably a very big doji reversal candle.
There's also been some bullish divergence like on the larger time frames.
Yep, looking good.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about, Omar. Yeah. I think that's on the 5 or 6 hour. It's a doji, probably.
Hey guys, how are you?
Hey, a new voice.
I just wanted to ask a bit of a game theory, and it's probably been brought up, but I just wanted to get your guys' perspective on it.
Shoot.
So, given that Hex is decorrelated, and when Pulse Chain launches, EHEX and PHEX, with all the game theory out, are going to be paired. EHEX and PHEX would both theoretically be decorrelated. Do you guys think when Richard Hart is doing the bridge with the ratios that he's trying to get people to pair PLS with PHEX to kind of give it the decorrelation as well? So theoretically, if people were to bring on a new project and launch on Pulse Chain using PLS because it's the native token, his whole blockchain in a way could theoretically be decorrelated if Hex and EHEX weren't, like if people didn't dump their EHEX and kept the two paired, because on the other side it's paired with USDC, could it theoretically make PLS more decolerated than the rest of them?
Are you asking about the bonding the EHEX with PHEX specifically?
More Pulse Chain and PLS, because if people were to pair PLS with PHEX, would it give it the same as Hex now has? It's decoloration. I hate that word.
Well,
Decolerated.
it won't pair it with the EHEX price if that's what you're getting at. And the only way that kind of works is with bonding with liquidity. You'll take both pairs and you put it together of PHEX and EHEX. That might be what you're saying?
Not really. So as we have Hex now, it's majority paired with USDC, and using Hart's law, it kind of gives Hex the opportunity not to move with the rest of crypto. So when Bitcoin crashes, Hex doesn't. So
Okay. I can see it.
So when Pulse Chain launches, if people were to more pair their PHEX with PLS, would it give PLS the same as what Hex now has? So if the other side of the chain crashed, PLS and the Pulse Chain network wouldn't crash along with it?
Well, okay, now that's up to which liquidity pair is going to be the most. Now, there is going to be a pair for PHEX and PLS now, but they're also going to might be a PHEX with like a stable coin. And I think that's what more hexagons are going to gravitate towards to pair up and provide liquidity with, just like the Ethereum side. But we don't know what stablecoin right now.
But if a big whale held PLS and PHEX, wouldn't it help them more if they paired PLS with PHEX because they know it's not going to crash with the market? So in theory, boosting their own bags, making sure that they don't crash with it. And then in saying that, that also gives PLS the same decoloration that Hex now has. So if new projects were to pair with PLS and new coins that came out, it wouldn't make the pulse chain move with the current crypto market.
But if I can say, I think you've got to assume, or I think most of us hope, that PLS would be listed on exchanges. And if that's the case, then it's going to be paired up with things like Bitcoin and Ethereum. So then by linking Hex with Pulse, then you're only 1 degree away from those others. So pairing up Hex with a USD stablecoin would be a better choice for Hex on the Pulse chain.
It's a hard question to answer because it's all game theory at this point. I mean, we really don't know like what's going to happen and what's going to play out. It's, you know, we can speculate and try and come up with a rational game theory as to like the psychology of what people are going to do, but the reality is nobody knows.
If I were you, I would check out K4K Crypto on YouTube. He is really good in game theory when it comes to Pulse Chain and the tokens. So, yeah, check it out.
I think the biggest thing is just getting the fiat onboard ramp into Pulse Chain as fast as possible.
I heard people were doing the Louisiana money transmitter method, but that was a few months ago. Is there any update on that?
I don't even know what the hell you just said was.
For the fiat off ramp, for the fiat on ramp and off ramp.
Yeah, fiat on ramp. You need the money transmitter license.
Yeah, it's expensive. It's really expensive. They said they're looking into it though. Whoever they is.
Yeah, it looks very expensive. I think the license alone to be able to do that is, I think it was something like $1 million. And then there's another fee of something like 15%. So it's very expensive on all levels.
Depends on the state too.
Yeah.
Yep.
For those trying this, I heard Louisiana is.
It'll take time, that's all.
Yeah. For those who are interested in attempting this or have some experience trying something like this, they were talking about Louisiana being the easiest entry point in the U.S. So that might be a good starting point.
So
but again, what Pulse Chain?
They said that for some reason Louisiana had the easiest kind of regulatory environment for you to enter into the money transmitter business. So
they got the most lenient laws there.
Yeah, something like that. Right now, the best we can do is one hop, like from a bank to one of these intermediary apps to like a service like ours, and then to PLS or Hex. But ideally, for the large whales, I remember Richard also mentioned it. for the people who want to move 10 million, 100 million, we do need those on-ramps, fiat on-ramps.
But we have bridges as well, right? So we can just bridge Ethereum in. We can bridge Ethereum out if people want to accept PLS for ETH and ETH for PLS. So no problem. You can see the ratio between the two, and therefore you have a price.
Yes, I believe that's true.
And the bridge is up on the testnet, so it should work from the get-go.
You're saying the ETH bridge is up on testnet right now?
I haven't actually checked if the ETH bridge is up, but I guess if the bridge is working, it shouldn't be a problem to add another token. I think the only thing that was left for the Pulse chain to launch was the AMA fixer bot, and I believe that was very close. And then the final credits for the sacrifice phase. And I believe that's it. I don't know.
I'm gonna get some sleep, guys. I'll step down.
Have a
All right,
good
man.
night.
Take care.
Oh yeah, there's also this incentive token. What do you guys think about that for PulseX? What was that? What do you think of the incentive token you get for staking or providing liquidity to PulseX, the DEX on Pulse Chain, if you're familiar with Pulse Chain?
I'm not sure what the incentive token's supposed to be doing, actually. Can anyone give me a rundown on that?
Well, PulseX is designed to be deflationary, so if you stake PulseX, you can't get paid in PulseX. So that's why we're going to be getting paid an incentive token for providing liquidity. And everybody's trying to figure out some game theory behind the incentive token. I think it's just going to be a token that gets dumped straight on the market because, you know, the people are trying to get the yield off of it, you know, from staking. They're just going to dump it, in my opinion.
Right, yeah, there isn't actually a utility for it yet, is there?
Yeah, so there's no really utility for it. So there's a lot of people speculating on what could be the utility for it.
You have any ideas, Pulsewell?
No, not as. I mean, like, if there is no game theory behind it, if it's just a token you can dump, then my question would be, what do you dump it for?
I mean, you could just dump it for more PulseX and then compound your stake.
True, that's true.
I mean, I think that's what I would do personally. Just dump it and then compound PulseX.
But who are you dumping it to? Who's going to buy it? Like, why would you buy it to begin with?
True. I don't know. Shit.
I think some of the ideas that were kicked around were you could maybe stake the LP token in the Pulse validator and get something out of it. PLS or Hex, people were talking about. There was another idea of allowing the LP token holders to be part of some sort of an airdrop pool, address pool, where future airdrops would come to them. I don't know. I think there were like 2 or 3 ideas that came out of the last discussion that I caught.
I mean, that fits very well with the OA just sacrificing 18 billion hex from the Pulse chain to the Pulse X. Maybe he's using some of that fund for giving back to the Pulse X stakers to get hex back that they originally sacrificed.
Now, suppose if you, let's say, staked hypothetically 100 PLS and also staked 100 PLSX, and that gave you a higher share of the transaction rewards, that might be interesting.
Interesting indeed. I'm leaving. Good night, guys.
Night, dude.
All right, later, man.
I'm gonna pass out too. See y'all later.
All right, man. Good talking to you. I actually clicked on a link that said this room was about war in Ukraine or something. I guess it was from earlier in the day. What do you guys think? You think there's going to be some conflict, or you think it's just kind of talk and we'll go back to normal after some market volatility?
I think it was before this discussion. about political situation between Russia and Ukraine. Yeah. Do you want to talk about this, or do you have something to
Sure,
say?
sure. It's kind of on everyone's, or on some people's mind at least.
Yeah, YV.
Yeah, I'm Ukrainian.
I was just about to say, yeah,
Oh,
please
interesting.
explain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm Ukrainian, but I left Ukraine in 2011, and I lived a decade in Moscow, and for 2 years I live in the United States right now. I've been living. So, what I think that Putin is the second Stalin. That's what I think, if to be short. I mean, it's my, yeah, I don't want World War III, but he's crazy guy, you know. Yesterday, when my friend, he sent me video in Russian where Putin gives a lot of explains um, to news channels and stuff about Ukraine and about history, and that Ukraine was always the part of Russian and Russian Empire and blah blah blah. And he claimed that he has not invaded Ukraine. He just put their troops. But why? But why if all people considers, like if Russian considers and if Putin considers that this DNL and LNR Republic is Russian, why does he put troops there if those republics are already Russian? So, I mean, I'm confused. I ask my people, I ask my friends, my parents, my mom, what they're thinking about, and they all said that they kind of have their suitcases ready. So to go to,
Oh, really?
yeah, to go to west of Ukraine.
Oh, so they're currently on the wrong border.
Yeah, they're like closer to the border. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, and a lot of people, yeah, you know, who I think, my goodness, I hope it's like talks. I hope it's like they're just trying to distract us from something from something bigger, if there is not bigger already that was going on. I mean, I don't know. It's so many information and what is true and what is wrong. But what is true, Putin is terrorist.
One thing I did hear that could be an underlying issue is there are a bunch of energy pipelines that are planned or being built or were planned to be built or being expanded that were quite important. I guess, does this come down to energy war or is it something else?
I don't know what kind of war can be excused by building of energy. I don't know, structure. Do you think, I don't know, building energy structure worth of people dying?
Oh no, me personally, no, but I know there's a habit of countries fighting over energy, and I think probably last 100 years we've seen that. So
the other day,
might be a continuation.
The other day, I even compared what is going on in Ukraine. It's like more conflict between Russia and America, and like Syrian people, because I know one Syrian guy who ran away from Syria because he was suppressed. That like Ukrainians are really, they have nothing to do. They're broke people. A lot of people, young people, a lot of people who are more or less educated, for example, like me, who more or less know English, they're already left Ukraine. Ukraine is totally broke. There is nothing to take from that Ukraine. They're already totally corrupted. And, like, I think I don't know, it's like the bigger game, just Russia and Ukraine, because if Putin really wants to take Ukraine, if he really did, he would have already done it, I think, because I don't know, Ukraine has nothing unless the protection of the US and Europe. But I don't know. Is it Putin fight Russia, America and Europe, and Ukraine like third part, just poor people suffering? What do you think?
Well, it wouldn't be the first time that there was a war over an oil pipeline and the security of that pipeline itself.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We're the second Syria, or like just new Syria or new Ukraine. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, Central Asia is like a hotspot for this type of stuff, and especially Eastern Europe.
And Central Asia, it's where people, they're like not. I don't know how to correctly say it because I'm Russian, sorry. But people are not well educated. I'm not well educated, but I'm lucky.
Oh yeah, they're just like simple people, right?
Yeah.
They're not really sophisticated or doing all sorts of advanced stuff. Just living their lives.
Yeah. I'm just happy to be different a little bit. Not because I had a good education. No. I just like it to be curious. I don't know. Or like I just like truth for me is like I'm ready to die for truth and for good life and for beliefs. I'm suffer probably that helped me to evolve and grow. I don't know. I always was like against those rules that are implemented in my societies, because I can claim that I lived in both countries almost. So yeah, it's a big shame. I'm super frustrated recently. I've been frustrated for several days because I can't help. I can go there, but what I can do there, I mean.
Yeah, it's kind of out of the civilian hands at this point. Yeah. I did see a lot of energy traders talking about people taking large positions on, I believe it was natural gas and a few other things. And people were hypothesizing that energy prices in Europe are going to spike drastically in the coming months. So this could be a whole problem that draws a lot of different people in, just purely because you can't afford for your country's energy prices to go up. that's killing your economy in multiple ways. So it could draw in. Unfortunately, it could draw people into a large conflict, right? So that is the sad.
Like when people suffer, they're angry. They're angry to each other, because what I witnessing recently. I've been to a lot of group chats, like in Russian crypto groups, and people are so mean and angry because they've been suffering they've been suppressed for all their life. They never had actually, they don't know what is good life, because even for me, like life in Moscow and life in that city that I am is totally different, even though I face more difficulties, financial difficulties right now, and to find a job and different language, and I don't have a friend. I can say that I'm more happy person right now. That back to Moscow. So people, yeah, they're so like, they're so aggressive. They're fighting each other. They don't know what is going on like in real world. They don't know like macroeconomy. They don't know like what is going on and in real. They just know about hatred and that's it. And hate because of hatred, they're blind.
Hey, Sacrifice. Just noticed you joined.
Excuse
What's up, man?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. Yeah, I'd love to discuss this more, but I just don't have much information other than the energy angle. But thanks for letting us know kind of what's going on the ground.
Yeah, because I definitely heard it earlier, but yeah, I wanted to get more.
Yeah, I just really don't know what to think about it, to be honest. I agree. I think if Putin wanted it, he would take it, and he wouldn't, make a media event out of it.
Guys, I made a tweet, like I guess it's my last tweet about call with Trump, and I forgot. Sorry, you can go and check. And as I understood, like Putin and Trump, they're really good friends, and they're pretty good work together on invading Ukraine plan. I think, and all this stuff. I mean, there are like evil people all over the world. There are not many of them, but they are here in this world. And I think there are more beautiful and good people. And I believe that there there are more of us than evil.
I think we each have the ability to do good and evil in us, but it's our choice which way we go.
Yep.
The sooner we can get this energy issue off the table, like we can decentralize energy and just not have to rely on major points of centralization, I think the safer the world may become. Because this has been a problem, before the oil boom, before all the, it's been such a long time. We've wasted 100 plus years on this type of stuff. And
yeah,
we have to.
Sorry, go for it.
Oh, it's okay. I'm done.
I mean, yeah, first, like at the beginning, people were fighting because of gold. Now people are fighting because of oil. Because, we try to like find value. We try to, I don't know, back our money to that oil or to that gold and to find value in something. But I don't know, government don't see value in people, I think. And yeah, I think people have to bring value to people.
I think people don't see value in the government. I think the government sees a lot of value in being able to exploit the people.
Oh yeah, that's 100%.
Yeah, it's very asymmetric, this relationship. A lot of people are getting fed up with it. But yeah. But yeah, the oil problem started in what, the 20s, 15s, 1915s, 1920s. So this is, this is a 100-year problem. I don't know. I think geothermal may be part of the answer. I'm not sure about solar and things like this because actually we're having a discussion about this with a guy named Adrian, who I think is also Eastern European, but he was he's very much into researching energy, alternative energy, and trying to solve these problems. But I do think, I was talking to somebody about Iceland. Iceland was in tremendous poverty before they installed their geothermal systems, and now it's one of the most comfortable places to live in terms of energy independence, and they're a very developed country, and that couldn't have been done without driving the energy price almost to zero. So I think wherever we have the option for geothermal, countries should start moving in that direction and kind of remove themselves from the oil pipeline and the diesel pipeline and the coal pipelines. I think that's hopefully at least the spread of the wars won't be as large if we have more independent energy producers that don't rely on these central points.
Yeah, it's in our best future, but soon we have to face reality, and at least rely on that maybe more or less reasonable government that we have. I mean, I don't think it will take 30 years because we are far away and we are more faster and blah blah blah, but I think it will take some time. I hope Putin will not do this with us, not will merge us in World War III.
I think, of course not. I don't think that there will be another World War III. I think it could be fought cyberly. It's going to be fought over the internet. It's going to be fought in people's minds more than anything.
Yeah, it is getting harder and harder to get the correct narrative. There's so much information being produced, and most of it is to confuse people. And I think nobody knows unless they're on the ground, and even the people on the ground don't really know what's going on. So it's
100%.
a weird world to live in.
Absolutely, a lot of misdirection going on. Now, who's misdirecting who is up for debate.
I think the problem is everyone's misdirecting everybody else. They all have their well-built propaganda machines, and they're just spinning everybody around. Everyone's dizzy. I feel dizzy, I can't make head or tails of it.
Hey guys, have you ever heard about Russian poet Pelevin? Pelevin, or I don't know how to correctly pronounce. He's Russian poet who is really in blowing mind way describing all what is going on with Russian government with really sharp language. I guess this sharp language will be lost or has been lost during translation, but if there is some books in English, I will recommend you, because this is really what is going on in Russia. It's hard to digest sometimes his narrative manner, but he is awesome. He's awesome. And sometimes like I have a goosebumps because I'm terrified of what's going on. And everything he wrote and every book that I read like 2 years ago, and after I came to the US and I see that things that he wrote like 2 years ago is going on in real life right now, I'm like, oh wow. What the fuck is going on here?
You said he's a poet?
Yeah.
And he kind of
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna DM you if you want, just to chat.
Yeah, sure. I'd like to read it.
So how long you been in Hex, Pulsel?
Way before Hex even was a glint in the milkman's eye. I was around watching Richard videos when he was, trying to tell people to buy top hats and sell things that when he was talking about the candle stick holders that he was selling and stuff like that. It was really in the self-help phase. So I kind of popped into his streams and followed all his projects from that point on. So it's been a good, I don't know, probably like 2017, 5 years now. Wow, 5 years, yeah. So yeah. When Hex came out, I already knew about it, and I was already in on day one.
The man's a genius.
Yeah. I actually gained a lot of respect for him. It wasn't the self-help stuff. Some of that stuff I was like, okay, that's cool. He's doing his thing. And I didn't really know who he was because, he had the long hair and the weird stuff going on. But after I saw the debates where he kind of proved that he understood computer science and some of these concepts better than the other founders of projects, it kind of solidified that, this guy was competent and more competent than a lot of the people in his peer group.
Huh?
So, whoa, Mello, you okay? What happened, Mello? That was the weirdest noise I heard.
Yo, I didn't know I was unmuted.
Oh, okay.
When proof of fluid dynamics chain.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. That was actually quite impressive when he came up with that idea. I was like, wow, this is, because I didn't know anything about fluid dynamics. I knew there was a field, but I didn't know that, he would be trying to do calculations using, I believe it was proof of work at that time, right? He's trying to use proof of work instead of wasting energy. He wanted to do calculations with it.
Yep.
And then back in the Bitcoin Hex days, I was around. I was actually involved in the Bitcoin private team. He actually has an interview with Rhett Creighton, who did the rug pull, and me and Rhett got into it when that whole thing was going on, and the team was falling apart. It was a wild few years. The crypto drama keeps you busy, man. It's better than Oprah or any of these Real Housewives to me, because I do have a computer science background. This is great. This is one of the most entertaining periods of my adult life.
It is so amazing. Every day there's a new story.
It's not only competence and technology that makes his projects unique or products unique. It's his willingness to tell the hard truths. Even if it's going to affect him negatively, he's always honest, and that's the key ingredient.
Yeah. There's a lot of overlap between me and Richard. That's also another reason I kind of grew kind of interested, because I did the car stereo thing, I did the HVAC thing, I did the advertising thing. The things happen in my life kind of at the same in the same kind of steps as his life, not in the same period of time, but in the same steps. So we have a very similar background, which is kind of interesting to find. You don't find a lot of people in computer science that are HVAC people and can take apart a heat pump and put it together, but we're probably two of the few people who could probably build, who can read code and probably do that in this space. But yeah, it is interesting to find somebody like that online. If you're new and you don't know Richard more than maybe a year of Richard's content, I would go back and watch those debates. Especially, I like his debates one-on-one, but I also like it when he's in a group setting, like on a conference stage, and people are just throwing out ideas, and he's really shining because his ideas are a lot more polished and they come out a lot more. They march out with the kind of a confidence and a solid foundation, where the other guys are kind of sometimes floundering and they fail to land the points. It really shows. I don't know. There's something. Well, it's intelligence at the end of the day.
Yep, I agree. Yeah, man, I thought he was a loon when I first saw him with his top hat and his long hair. I fudded myself. I was like, "Oh man, what is this?" But
what was your first video or first topic?
The one
that
where he
you
was
saw?
in the top hat and long hair, and I was like, he was talking about self-help stuff.
Oh, okay. So yeah, about the
But,
same time.
Yeah, Hex was already out though when I saw that video. So.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean. Yeah, the old setup was kind of interesting, right? It's kind of evolved. The old setup, I didn't really know what I was looking at, and the name was kind of like, oh yeah. When you come across, there was this period where there's a lot of weird YouTubers, and you're like, who's really legit? And it was during that period I ran into him, but it's yeah, the evolution is pretty interesting. I do like that he's, even though I'm not a big fan of bags and things like this, I do like that he's kind of displaying his proof of work and his proof of value, so people don't have to go through what I went through. Because there's maybe 2 years where I didn't know who this guy was and whether to actually believe what he's saying or stuff like that, outside of computer science. But the proof of work and the proof of value stuff is, when he surrounds himself with that stuff, it does sort of convey something that the other people cannot emulate, right? With their green screens or whatever. So it is kind of a unique sort of presentation. But yeah, I do like how it evolved. I just personally, for my entertainment, I would love to see a lot more debates.
It's gonna be a fatality, I'm telling you.
Yeah, tomorrow is like heaven for me. I need to get some beers and some other stuff, a small pallet of food, and
fatality, flawless victory.
You think it's gonna be a big one, TKO, on shift?
Flawless victory.
Oh man. Where's the prediction market for this debate? Is anyone placing bets on this?
You'd have some good odds on Peter, I know that.
Yeah.
I spent like 3 hours a day onboarding this older gentleman. He's about 70. And I didn't even get him like halfway through, just basic understanding of Hex, and he was burnt out. He was like, "Man, can we pick this up tomorrow?" But we got him staked up and everything. So, but he was burned out on it.
I mean, it's pretty advanced stuff, for the new guys and the old elderly. So it's well done. The one guy that I kind of like to follow from time to time is a guy named Robert. He's about probably around 70. I don't know his age, but he's always testing everything on the test net, and he's always like, he's really into it. And I was like, yeah, this is the oldest guy who's kind of knee deep in crypto that I know, right? That I've run into. I don't think I've met anyone in that age group who's as involved. I mean, he's more involved than me in some cases. He's testing things that I haven't tested. So it is nice to see.
Did you ever watch Cliff High back in the day?
I know the name, but I didn't watch him.
He's quite a character. Very smart guy, but leans quite heavily into the conspiracy theory stuff these days.
Yeah, but what's really a conspiracy and what's a fact?
Yeah, these days it's all blending in, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think he built the original database. He designed the original database system for IBM back in the day.
Oh, okay.
So he worked for the government, huh?
It sounds like likely.
You don't think so if you've watched him for 10 minutes.
He's wild, too wild. Listen, the government is
definitely extravagant.
Listen, the government produced McAfee, okay? So is he wilder than McAfee? I don't think so.
In his own way, he's definitely extravagant.
He's up there? Oh, okay. I'll have to check it out. I mean, maybe I've seen him. The thing is, I recognize the name. I might recognize the face, but I never followed him long enough to really establish who he was, I guess.
All into the woo-woo. I think these days, I saw some thumbnails. He's all over the whole Convid situation.
Oh, okay, yeah. That thing is a whole mess. I'm not sure if you guys want to delve into that, but I'm not convinced either.
Let's not risk the marathon.
Oh yeah. They're still censoring it.
Yeah, gotta be careful or we'll get rogued.
The woo-woo. That's why. Yeah, okay, that makes sense now.
So which project's gonna be the first rug pull?
I think it already happened, right? I'm in a room called I don't know. It's a Pulse room, but it's a third party room. Something PRC altcoins or something. And I've heard of a few people who got rugged in. What was the project called? I think there was 2 or 3 projects, but they were launched on BSC, and they had something in their roadmap where they were going to end up on Pulse Chain, and the founders kind of rugged early, unfortunately. So there's at least 2 people I talked to who were hurt in that.
I think I would rather get rugged quickly than in slow motion, though.
I don't really have a preference. I'd rather not get rugged at all. Maybe the slow one I'd rather, because I'd like to at least attempt to salvage a bag. But I don't think these guys even had an option. I think it was just something was locked up and they got rugged like right as the unlocking happened or something. So they didn't even have the ability to liquidate themselves or anything, or liquidate their positions.
I got my eyes on everybody.
Yeah, I see that with the bandana, and you might be kind of in the same gang as that political guy. He had the same sort of Wild Western vibe going. You know that guy? He was in here earlier.
Yeah, I know that asshole.
Oh wow. One thing I find hilarious, those Richard Hart action figures. There's a guy in here with it as his profile pic.
Those are awesome.
Yeah.
Might get me one of those one day.
Yeah, where's the airdrop? We need those toys, man.
My son would tear the head off of it immediately. He's got about 30 Ninja Turtles and none of them got heads.
What is going on? Is there a pile
Who's
of
that with
heads
the
somewhere?
action figure? Who has action
Oh, I think
figures?
it's somebody called Pulse A. I don't see their full name. Let me click on it.
Oh, Ape.
Pulse Ape. Yeah.
Oh,
That's the new model too with the
that's
gold
hilarious.
suit.
There was an old model. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it's got like his boating shorts, and polo shirt model.
And the hat, the captain's hat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Who all do they got now? I saw they got Hexologist too.
Oh, they're doing community members? Oh, that's cool. You got to have the Richard Hart Dream House next.
For a second, I thought that said Ronald McDonald, but then I looked in, it's not him.
There's also an NFT project I keep seeing where it's Richard, but it's a dog. I think a bulldog or something. And it actually looks somewhat, I don't know, somewhat realistic. I can kind of tell it's him.
That doggy shit, yeah, post doggy or post doji.
I thought that was a real already too.
Yeah,
You said it was a what party?
Wasn't that a BSC rug?
Oh, an Orty rug?
Yeah.
No, I thought they were still advertising. Did they rug? Oh.
So called. They pumped and dumped it, yeah. Project's still alive. It's just
okay.
Yeah, big pump and dump.
Yet to be rugged, but very close.
So because they're saying that they're gonna give a 1-to-1 copy to everybody. I guess it's a way to adopt people to Postchain and make money in the process. They're hilarious.
I'm just giving them a hard time. I hadn't even really looked at it, to be honest. It could be 100% legit. I don't know. This older guy I saw today, he was about to buy a bunch of Dogecoin when I got there, and I was like, oh, hell no.
Hold on now. Nothing's wrong with Dogecoin. I mean...
Wait, who said that? Is that you, Mel?
If you don't like making money, there's nothing wrong with it.
Hey, man, listen, I got in at a penny.
Is this guy a Doge whale? Do we have a Doge whale in here?
Oh, something like it.
Oh, man.
There's a lot of people made money on it. I'm not going to deny that, but I definitely wouldn't buy it right now.
No, I stopped DCing again a while ago. So right now, I'm kind of all in Postchain right now.
Yeah, I feel you on that one.
I actually been DCAing into Hex. I really don't want to. I don't even want to trade no more.
See that right there. That's what Richard. That's what set him above the crowd, was his willingness to discourage trading. You know, when everybody else was promoting it because it was so beneficial to him, all the exchanges and Furus, and and he stood strong. And hey, this shit ain't good. Don't do it.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Trading is needed for the whole ecosystem to even work. That is the kind of the number one component for the market to decide its value.
Yeah, but within Coinbase, though.
Yeah, he's specifically talking about day trading and leverage day trading. Which
yeah,
is
that
very
leverage, the margin. Yeah, those are where you get wrecked. I think it's just the rich getting richer.
When I first started, I started with Coinbase, and I'd start with like $1,000, and by the end of the week, I'd be down like $750 just from fucking fees, swapping them back and forth and shit.
Wait, you weren't using Coinbase Pro?
No, I was using regular.
Yeah, ouch.
And then I heard Conrad Zen say, "Get behind a horse and back it," and it's like that's the fucking truth right there. This moving around bullshit ain't working.
Yeah. Does he ever come into these spaces? I saw a few of his videos, and he seemed like a very interesting guy. It'd be nice to talk to him.
Who is that?
Conrad Zen.
No, but I've been hearing that name from the Telegram chat to here.
He's like an OG Bitcoiner who also had kind of the view that Richard had, like Bitcoin miners were dumping and stuff like that. So he's a big Hex guy from what I understand. I've only seen maybe 2 or 3 of his videos, but they were quite interesting.
So you guys know about this Trayvon guy?
Yes.
That rugged, and now he's creating a whole nother. Now he's a Hexican, and was talking shit about Hex, and then talking shit about Hex. Now he's a Hexican. He also had a project, rugged the project, and people were looking for him. And then now he's back with some token that he's trying to launch on Pulse Chain. Did y'all hear that?
Oh man,
jeez,
that guy must be a billionaire by now. How many rugs is he accomplishing?
Damn rugsters.
Yeah, it's kind of wild that he's going back to back. This guy needs to be stopped at some point.
It's bold. Somebody needs to get him.
YV, that's Trayvon. I don't know I forgot his last name.
He was actually in here earlier, I believe. When we were speaking, I think. Yeah, I think I saw him pop in for a few seconds and pop out.
The dude rugged people?
Yeah. You know the BitConnect guy? I don't know if you know who Trayvon is, right? The BitConnect guy who was he used to do videos where he would drive around somewhere on the East Coast.
Did you hear about? Did you hear what happened to BitConnect? How about that? Just if you know what happened to BitConnect.
Something recently or some new news?
No. I'm saying I was talking to Sacrifice. If he had knew what happened to BitConnect,
no,
he should know.
Who's BitConnect?
Oh man!
Reveal the sides of history.
Some of that crypto drama history.
I'm glad I missed it.
It's all right. You'll be part of You'll be part of the shares of Pulse Chain's drama history.
It's a new season coming out.
You don't have to partake in that shit.
Yeah, but it is fun to watch. I didn't partake in BitConnect either, but it's always entertaining.
And you know what? one thing he said, or was like, I think I saw on his comments or something, when I was looking him up, it was saying that it was talking about Hex and Richard Hart, how how he was talking down on it, and he was like, it's either going to be the largest airdrop, or it's either going to be the largest rug pull, and I was like, what? That is like, and I don't know why I've been hearing this lately from other people in here too, in the Twitter spaces, was it yesterday or today? But it's like, bro, oh my god, that makes no sense.
I was just trying to get attention, but BitConnect was wild. Didn't that reach like CoinMarketCap number 3 at one stage, or even 2?
Yeah, it was big. And we still don't know who the founders are, right? We don't.
Yeah, I mean,
They never checked it out. Just the promoters.
What you mean? Hey, I thought they got called out.
I don't think they ever found all the founders. They may have found like 3 or 4 guys, right? Maybe I'm misremembering.
Oh man, there's more.
They found Trayvon, some guy who is an island boy. I don't remember his name. And then there were maybe 1 or 2 other guys that they caught, but I don't think the guy who did the actual big rug, or the group of people who did the actual big rug were ever discovered. It's kind of a wild story.
I remember the advert. This is, this Bitcoin. I didn't buy this Bitcoin. I earned this Bitcoin.
We need a counter rogue squad.
Yeah. And the thing is, I don't think the litigation around BitConnect is over yet, because I heard some recent news that there's something in the 11th Circuit Court that was still going on. I was like, oh, wow. Years later, it's still, And the thing is, from that decision, I don't think Trayvon was out in the clear. So.
Well, he's back trying to create a token. Be careful, guys.
Yeah, beware, guys. Beware. Just don't fall for it the 3rd time or 4th time or however many times he's done it.
Hey, Orca, whatever happened with Mongoose Coin?
You see, I knew Orca was launching a token. Stop playing.
What is that? Mongoose Coin.
He's a mongoose.
Wait, who? I thought he was a whale.
Mongoose,
Orca?
baby.
Why does everybody think Orca's a whale? Orca's a orca.
Orca whale, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
The orca kick a whale's ass.
Wow.
We got Hex Radio in here. Oh, snap. They've been doing a good job. I have never heard their voice. You want to come up and speak, Hex Radio?
That's the Telegram YouTuber?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. You've done a good job, man. I was watching some of your videos the other day, cataloging everything nicely.
Like, I like the graphics. Like, I like how he has the chart up there. He got the little Telegram in the little corner.
Equalizer.
Yeah, the timestamp. Like, it's perfect. Not missing a beat.
Question is this the person, or is this the bot taking the recording for his stream?
You think it's a bot?
Well, just an app that's just picking up the stream to pass through.
Or does he want our private keys?
You think he can? You think Telegram that does that? Like, you can stream directly from Telegram? That'd be
I'm
cool.
pretty sure I
Listen.
remember him being in the Pulse Chain Telegram and never talking, and I assumed that it was basically just there picking up for his live stream.
No, I think when I looked at the screen, all he did was cover. So if you look at the top right or in the bottom right corner, it has like the Telegram, the chat, and it's like he has things on top of it, and then he cleared everything else out. So it's like it's pieced up. I mean, it's not gonna look like a bot, but I think it's a person
Yeah, sure.
controlling
Yeah,
it.
I think that's the real one. Yeah. I just checked the profile. He looks legit.
All right, I need to get some kip. Nice chatting with you guys. I'll catch you later.
All right, later, man.
Later, dog. Nice hearing some of your insights, Omar. If anybody in here wants to come up, speak, don't be shy. Request the mic. We just chilling. We're just chilling, talking about anything.
Peace, peace, peace and love, brothers and sisters.
Hey,
Peace.
peace and love.
Y'all can hear me well enough?
Yep.
Yeah, you sound good.
Not earlier. Now they were chopping it up earlier. I believe his name is Marcovelli, and then CSC Gaming. They were having a nice little discourse earlier. The sister YV, Russian. She's Russian, I believe, right? And a few of them spoke up. Ahmad was talking, and then the other, the cat from Dubai, the Mexican from Dubai. I can't think of his name, but in any event, it was a dope discourse. And dig this though, the evidence of, so prior to 2021, all of this shit was conspiracy theory, and even if you was into crypto, you were a weirdo. So all of the things that are current today were conspiracy theories, right? But pretty much everything in the last 15 years that we've called a conspiracy theory is true. Like all of it. You know what I'm saying? Like all of the programs, all of the, it's insane. If you literally just, I don't know, maybe Google that and go down the list, you'll literally see what's happening now. It's public information now, right? So, down to the implanting microchips. Everything. Implanting shit in your head. Elon Musk is working on a thing to make you interface with computers now. So you don't need to keep, you work the computer.
Yeah, Neuralink.
Right. So all of this shit is like, it's not conspiracy anymore. It's one world currency. I'm not saying that they're not going to try to use. I'm not saying we should not avoid the blockchain because they're going to try to use it maliciously, right? Like that's a backwards way of thinking. That should be more reason that we go harder, because now we have a responsibility to make sure the wicked people who were running the last world ain't running this one. We have a responsibility to make sure people are not being exploited and abused and victimized. So the logic of like running away from or not dealing with this technology, because I don't know if your spiritual beliefs or the so-called like conspiracy theory type beliefs, it's a backwards way of thinking, in my opinion. I think we gotta attack this. I think we gotta deal with this shit head on and master it to leave so-called breadcrumb trails for the people that come after us to follow their way home to see the light, or else they're gonna get lost up in the sauce, that's about to start happening. So, it's because they're gonna do some weird shit. There's some weird shit coming up with this metaverse. With the Pulse just said Pulse Ellen just said the Neuralink putting chips in people. This is all happening now. But the evidence of what the cat Machiavelli was saying, the evidence, because CSC Gamer was gaslighting him a little bit, and I understand because CSC Gamer doesn't see another way of existing without this system. But whether he realizes or not, we're evidence that it's over with. This is it. We're going to be the leaders of the future. We're going to be the wealthy. We're the 1%ers of the future. So we're either going to enslave people or be good patrons of humanity, because we're it. It's nobody else. You know what I'm saying? Like we're going to be the highest income people in the next 30 years, so 20, 30 years. You know what I'm saying? Not even that long. So the evidence of what Machiavellian was saying when he was talking CSC Gamer was that prior to 2020, these conversations, you couldn't come into a space anywhere and talk about any of this stuff. You would have been a madman. They would have laughed you out of the chat. They would have overtalked you. They would have muted you. They would have said, all right, let's move on to a real subject. Come on. And like the majority of the chat would have done that. So now that you can sit here a whole day and literally have a conversation about things that were unacceptable, people with laughable topics to the general public. The fact that we sit here and now these are the common themes of conversations now. That's evidence. That's evidence of not only validates what Machiavelli was trying to explain to CSC Gamer, that the old world is collapsing. There's a new world now rising. And what the part CSC Gamer couldn't get is that we are going to have the choice on what to do with it. That's the part that he's not understanding. And that's the part a lot of people kept skipping, glancing over, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? So the evidence is the fact that we're having a conversation. We don't need no more evidence. So now, and we're doing it. The change is happening. So now, are you going to avoid it and say, well, they're always going to be in power, or are you going to start preparing, man, for your responsibility? That's all I want to say.
So so I think I had stepped into that part too. How do you feel like we should prepare?
We're doing it. This is it. The work is to not pass the buck, and to not. That's the silly shit to me. That's immature to pass the buck, to be like, or to say, oh, you think they've been in power? There's a sister that was promoting stock type shit, right? One of stock, because she's an influencer, right? And so she's promoting these like classes she's holding, and she said, I forgot what the topic was, but I responded. I said, sis, like, you got to get prepared, man. Blockchain technology, NFTs. I might have been kind of speaking over their head because this was last summer, and I was explaining to people NFTs are going to be attached to land and records, real estate. When you buy homes, you're going to buy them through NFTs. I'm like, you're going to be shopping on the metaverse. This is before Meta, cap-ass Meta. Like, that's some fake-ass shit. This is before that. Like, these topics were already in discussion. And so she was like, you think a financial system that's been in the works for 2,000 years is just going to collapse? And I said, that's exactly what's going to happen. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Like, the old world is gone. The old world is not the ancient world. The old world is yesterday, right now. The old world is this cycle of, we've been living it for the last, it's like every, there's timelines that these people abide by, they follow. Even, I keep trying to explain to people, even the devil has rules, man. Even the devil has laws. The worst you could think of, they follow some sort of rules. You just have to figure out which rules they follow. And it's never the rules that they give to you or force upon you or hold you to. That ain't never going to be the rules they follow. It's common sense. Like, who wins a game by playing fair? So they don't intend to play fair. They intend to win. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just simply saying it's on us. This is it right here, right now. This is the work we're doing today. And what Richard is doing. It's up to us to wake up and grow up. To grow up, stop acting like, man babies and women babies, right? We're adults. Stop pretending you can pass the buck. If you're intending to pass the buck to someone else, then don't even speak. Like, your opinion is irrelevant. That's just how I feel about it. If you don't intend to have the conversation and deal with it, and definitely don't gaslight people who are giving you information that you may not be cognizant of or just able to receive, right? Everyone's not ready for everything, but just shut up and listen and learn. Some valuable opinions out here, especially in this community, man. There's a vast, wide range of opinions. We're not trying to adopt one type of thinking or mentality. We have to pull these thoughts together and then be able to listen, so we can do better. But it's going to fall on us because we will be the 1%ers. That is a fact. That is a fact. That's not my speculation. That's not mine. We are investing in the highest performing assets on earth. Dope dealers ain't gonna make more money than us. So the reality is, we will be running shit. It won't be the cartels. It won't be the dope dealers. It's gonna be the people with the crypto. It ain't gonna be the secret societies. It ain't gonna be the government. It's gonna be the people with crypto. It seems like common sense to me. That's all.
I think you've got a point there. Somebody said recently that Justin Trudeau and his actions with the financial crackdown, he might have just let the cat out of the bag on what central banks were planning to do with their digital currencies. And I do feel like that might be part of it. And the thing is, the people in these groups, like you're saying, we know how to sidestep the CBDCs that are coming, right? So I think you may be right about, us being.
It's all on us, bro. All of it falls on us. All the responsibility, all of the. That's all I wanted to say to CSC Gamer, because I like bro. I respect him. I respect his opinions, and he's definitely putting that work in. But what he doesn't realize is it's him. Like it's you, bro. You the one who's gonna be. It falls on you. This is your time in history, especially considering him and his platform. Like this is what you do. Who else is gonna do this? Like, how could you even imply that the powers that be are gonna be still the powers that be when they're blind, they're clueless? When you are the expert, nigga, like you got a fucking show. You literally teach this shit. Who else is it gonna be? Like, come on, we gotta man the fuck up, man. Like, we gotta get our shit together, man. I mean, man and woman up. Like, we gotta tighten up. It's on us. We're the experts. That's a hell of a Paul Selling. That's a hell of a perception you got there, because that's exactly what it is. When in desperation, so how they test us is is problem, reaction, solution. That's all. This whole COVID shit is a military exercise, man. If anyone here has ever been any sort of hierarchy, like a governmental structure, any pyramid structure type of shit, the military, whatever. You already know these plans. You can see this shit. You can almost this shit is you can literally Google military exercises and every single thing, every single step that's happening in society that they announce on news is already. This is just how they work, right? So, you can like literally you can almost guess what they're gonna do, or what they were gonna do, what Justin Trudeau in particular was going to do. So it's problem, reaction, solution. So this is how you test peoples and societies. Except the testers in the inverse also, they're being tested too. So they didn't expect those truckers to pull up and mount up. A country cannot operate without truckers. The most important factor in any country, period, is truckers. They're more important than the military. A country cannot function without truckers. So I don't know why no one is telling y'all this. I don't know why I haven't heard this, but let me be the first to tell you. They are the most important people in the country. There is nobody more important. If anyone needs me to emphasize that more, or give some clarification or whatever, I'll gladly do it. So the reason why they can't fuck with the truckers is because the country doesn't exist without them. You need a mail system. That's the foundation of a country, how it starts. You have to have a postal system, because for commerce, and then you have to have a trucking system for routes, highways. They build highways first, right? So you have to have routes to bring everything, supplies to supply country. So without those two systems, particularly trucking being the most important, it's it, the country shuts down. And they'll have to compromise. So what you're seeing here is that the government's being tested back, and now these people just taught a new technique to the world. So now they're going to go out of their way. Now they're about to start paying truckers double and triple. They're going to go out of their way to make sure that this most powerful weapon on earth is what these people are doing in Canada. Make no mistake about it. There was nothing more powerful. You could not do anything better or stronger or whatever. I don't know. Canadians ain't even like that. Canadians y'all really soft as hell. I don't even know what made Canada like that. Nah, Canadians are so soft. But they did their thing this time. Canadians were tired of being soft. They suited the fuck up and they got the business, man. In any way you see all, but listen, black, white, everyone's mounted, everyone's feeling that shit. Because anyone who has a higher understanding of the way commerce and governments operate know that the most powerful entity is the trucker in any country, and that's it. They just did something that can't be touched. It was check and mate. Like it was check and mate.
I think it's also a good thing that Elon was not successful with full self-drive, because these truckers could have been easily replaced within a few years if he did get that right. But luckily, the supply chains are still tied to humans.
And if you pay attention, right while this is happening, go look around social media and the news. They're talking about automated trucks. That brought the conversation out. They got to make sure this can't. Bro, listen, there is the only other thing. There's nothing you can do. There is nothing you can do except everyone just mounting up and taking the licks, right? Because they're gonna kill some people. That's the reality. So, but you can't kill the truckers. There's nothing they can do. This is really the single best move on earth, and there is nothing better. I'm trying to, I've been racking my brain for weeks trying to figure out a smoother move. There is no other move. This is checkmate, man. As long as these people stay down and stand in the paint, they're going to break the gut. They're going to break. They're going to have to submit. They're going to have to yield their position. There's nothing they can do. So, and then when I saw the Canadians mount up with the gas cans, and then I said, "Wow!" Like I was extremely proud of those people. And I think the world is right. I know the world is. Anyone with common sense and anyone with a backbone, right? Like a fucking spine. I don't care how a government feels. A government is a business. It doesn't exist. It's not real. That's what people need to wake the fuck up. Like, governments are companies. They're not real. They don't exist. There is no entity. There's no entity called government. It is a concept with people in it. Nobody's name is government. You know, government can't show up to your birthday party. These are a group of people that call themselves that. So government is not real. What is real is those people, man. So anybody that has compassion over ideologies and concepts over people, you're a sick fuck, man. You're a wacko. You're a wacko. All these people I see on social media and the news, like, well, they need to, speaking what the people need to do to appease companies and governments and institutions, you're a sicko, man. Because it's always real flesh and blood humans over ideology. And if you put ideologies and concepts and religions and companies and businesses over people, then you're just a wacko. Like suffering, it's like a mass psychosis these people are suffering from, like delusion. It's crazy. Where you animate things that are not real. I don't know what that's called, but it's some crazy shit. It's like soft in the mind, or something. This shit falls on us, bro. It's us. We're up. Now, what are we gonna do about it? Are we gonna keep passing the buck and responsibility to people who clearly can't? There's no one to pass it to. It's not even worth saying. It's like laughable to think that we're having the highest level conversations really on Earth, man. Is within the communities of people who operate crypto, and for you to think that we're discussing the next world. New York State moved their whole record system to the blockchain. Did y'all hear about that? It's about 4 weeks ago. So New York State, bro, really grasp what I just said. It is over with for the old way, the old system, the old Web 2 shit. It's gone. Over with, man.
Yeah, man. Do you feel like that into the system or just people in general?
No, it's people over everything. It's old people over systems, bro. It's people over everything. I'm not a wacko, bro. I would never put any concept over your child, or over your mother or father. That's mental health. Just because they do it to us, I'm not gonna do it to them. Right? They're retarded, and that's why they put things with no existence in physical reality. They put concepts over humans. I would never do that. That just shows a level of it's worse than ignorance. It's kind of like willful ignorance. It's kind of like evil, right? So the real flesh and blood people over things always, right? But I'm just simply saying those old structures, the archetypes that are they're dying away. You know what I'm saying? The old way of doing business, as Obama used to always say. Way of doing business. That old way of doing business is over with. The old systems are gone. The infrastructure for holding up these systems is crumbling in front of you. That's what you're seeing. I don't mean roads and bridges. I'm talking about the technology. It's gone. It's over with. So the whole technology is going to be replaced in the next 5-10 years. All of it. You will not even go to a meeting in the next 2 years. You're gonna do it on the metaverse, bro. Nobody's gonna meet you anywhere. No company's gonna let you walk in the door. Why? You're gonna put on your Meta suit and tie. You're gonna have to buy Avatar and buy someone have it for free or whatever. But you have to buy it if you want the Armani shit or whatever. And you're gonna put on your. It ain't gonna be goggles. It'll be glasses, or it'll be a room in your house, and then you're gonna walk in and go have meetings and do business from your home. And that's what they're pushing though, because part of this metaverse shit is, they always got to think of new ways to grab land. So the old way of doing it was like Greenpeace and shit, right? They would do like Bureau of Land Management, Greenpeace. The new way they're trying to do carbon credits. That shit is a land. They're about to try to fuck us out of our property and land. They just always have to figure out new ways to do it. So I'm not saying they're not going to weaponize a lot of this shit we're doing. They're gonna. We just have to be swift enough to, and we got to be the canary in the coal mine. Just not be goofies and just don't go for everything that people tell you. Just be mature enough to identify it and talk about it. Not be scared. Be a fucking coward, man. Right? I think that's mostly what it is. But you just first and foremost, you gotta wake up and realize the archetypes you hold in your head, a lot of the stuff you hold near and dear, and a lot of that shit's just not real. Sorry. Sports teams are not sports league. The sports are not. Excuse me. Your favorite sports team is not a thing. It is individuals, people. It doesn't exist. Like, there is no. I don't know. New York Yankees does not exist. It's not real. Your favorite soccer league, that shit is not real. It doesn't exist. They're companies. It doesn't exist in physical reality. So, I don't know, maybe the Hexagon, maybe we can grow up first. And, others follow, right? So that's what crypto should be teaching everyone in this space. You should be learning to start tearing down those things that imprison you, those concepts in your head that you're subjected to. They don't realize, your parents passed it to you, but they also didn't have the examples we have today. Crypto should teach you the difference between physical reality and not. Right? So that's all. I just see it as clear as day. So there's no option B. It's gonna be me. It's gonna be us that I don't want to say like enlightened, right? But us that it's just gonna fall on us. So we're it. We're the experts of today, and we're gonna be we're gonna be the 1%ers of tomorrow, bro. Just whether you like it or not. So are you gonna enslave people, or are you going to free people? Are you gonna be a good patron and a canary in the coal mine when they try to do the fuck shit they're gonna do? Or are you gonna be a coward and let it happen? Matter of fact, are you gonna be such a coward that you brainwash your own children into believing it's okay? Because you're a coward, so you go home every day and tell your kids, hey man, follow the rules and do, a bunch of dumbass shit, right? Nah, you gotta be responsible. That's just my thoughts.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Yeah, I think my app is crashing. I'll be back in a sec.
Can he say, oh, crashing?
Hey, Mr. Wonderful. If you're gonna stay up here a little bit, right? If people, just to maybe give them a reminder, if people wanted to talk, they can leave and come back in. When they come back in, is gonna prompt them to be either a speaker or just a listener. So they can become speaker, and you can just maybe periodically just let people know if I don't answer.
I promise you, I literally just figured that out today. I'm slow. Don't mind me, bro. Like, I swear I just figured that shit out today. I was on the people. I didn't understand when they say drop down, and I'm just kind of vibing. But it just like dawned on me today that you leave the chat, come back in. That's how you recycle. Right?
No, I just said it. I just said it to everyone. So people that coming in can either speak or become a listener. So, so now it's set to everyone, meaning anybody that comes in now can, if you're already in here, you can leave and come back and become a speaker without requesting.
I said, I've never seen the panel. I've never seen your panel before as a host. I've never seen a host panel. I've never hosted a space because my reception is so bad I can't be a host because I fall out repeatedly, as I'm sure you probably already noticed. So I get rugged like several times during any one period of me being on.
No, you're good, bro. I was just saying, like, just letting you know that just periodically let people know if they want, like, just if they want to come back out and go out and come back in, they can be able to speak. Like, see how just Paul's in this LN just came back in and he's a speaker?
Oh, yeah. It's an option to come in as a listener or a speaker.
Yeah.
Oh, got it. So you set it so that tag is there when they come in, they can choose.
Yeah, this is just for now because Orca's sleep and I don't know how long I will be.
If anyone wants to speak, if you leave out, it'll reset. You'll have an opportunity to be a speaker. If anyone wants to speak now, you can just simply leave out, come back in, and it will offer you the option to become a speaker or listener. Yeah, that's dope.
I will tell you though, Mr. Wonderful. I just realized your name is Mr. Wonderful. That's funny. But part of I was one of the people who was poo-pooing this idea of CBDCs and the totalitarian system that was coming when I heard about it, and I heard about it around 2016. 2017. People were talking about this, and there were some economists that were talking about this at conferences they were having with bankers in Europe. And there was one particular economist who raised this point, and it sounded so out of left field that I don't know. I'm pretty sure most of the people in the room dismissed it, or maybe they didn't. Maybe they knew more than I did. But just the inclination was to dismiss it, right? I was just like, what? They're gonna utilize this thing that was built by the hacker community and the cryptographers and kind of lock everyone down and control what you can spend money on and empty your funds if they don't like what you're doing. And I was like, this guy is a little too crazy. And the thing is, in 2016, 2017, it seemed highly unlikely. The political landscape didn't look like that was possible. The environment didn't seem conducive to it. But, you fast forward 5 years, and unfortunately, everything that guy was saying in that speech to those bankers was absolutely true. And you're seeing it in Canada. You're seeing it in, you're seeing kind of the start of it in China with their digital yuan. Even though they already had all the control they ever needed, you're seeing the functions that will be used in the rest of the world to limit the population's speech, limit the population's movement, limit the population's X, Y, and Z. And, unfortunately, yeah, there's so many people just ignored it. We just didn't think it was realistic or it was plausible.
But dig this. This is the most vicious shit they've done, right? And listen how insidious. If you really have any level of common sense, you'll get it. So you really gotta. You don't pay attention to the. You pay attention to the top to learn what they're gonna do, but to see what they're actually doing, you pay attention to the people that are kind of in the lower income type communities.
Just 1 second. I think you're cutting off a little bit, Mr. Wonderful. Is that happening for anyone else, or is it just me?
No, I think it's just you. It's just a little delayed.
Oh, he's clear. Oh, okay. I'll pop back in, guys.
All right, you can hear me good, Mello?
Yeah.
I word. So now you kind of pay attention to the canary in the coal mines, lower income communities. But I don't know. Is he in yet? Paul Sellen? I see it says connected. Oh,
he's jumping back in.
All right. Yeah, I didn't want to
say it twice.
yeah, right, exactly. Explain it again. I don't. It just gets kind of overwhelming. I've been talking about this shit so long. It's kind of like I'm over it. You know what I'm saying? I'm over like people shocking off. Like, it ain't shocking. I mean, checking off. That's even deeper. But people shocking off is not, for me, this old stuff I was learning about in the 90s, man. You know what I mean? I used to get the pamphlets from the train station, the black Hebrew Israelites that dress like natives and preach at the train station. They pass out the pamphlets. Nation of Islam. Like, these people were talking about all of this shit. Farrakhan was talking about all of this shit 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago, man. It's insane. Like, Google, it's every single thing, even to the good stuff, right? That's happening. The intermittent fasting. This is NOI, eat 1 meal a day. This is exactly what they've been teaching. If you want to regenerate your body, all of that, Dr. Sebi's, and it's crazy. We got on allopathic medicine. Well, homeopathic, allopathic, right? So homeopathic was the original way, and allopathic is modern medicine. They call modern medicine. It's not. All of it. All of these doctors, all of these nurses are being scammed, and they don't even realize it. They're being agents to some wicked shit. So allopathic medicine is petroleum pill-based medicine, and it is. And this just goes to show you how fondness, you could be in school for 12 years and not learn shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, so medicines were not petroleum-based pills at a point in time, however many years ago. So that's not what people thought of when they thought of medicine, right? It's kind of common sense. So at what point did we accept everything that we accept as humans have to be processed? Think about the level of brainwashing that it takes to take a people from sticking their hands in the dirt, right? And just feeling the earth, man, and being in tune to knowing, you people inside, like we're taught, man, it's crazy how sick, man. We're taught to go inside somewhere and connect with our creator, like pray, right? And our ancestors were taught to be outside so the creator can talk to them. If you catch my drift, man, they just done so many malicious. It's crazy how people can't see the wicked hands involved. Like, how could you trick a people that way? But we were taught, we now think that if it's not in a package, it's not okay. It's so retarded. It's vicious, man. It's malicious. Like, people will argue you down. Like, if it's not from a corporation in a package, if it is not handed to you in some processed form, it's so silly, man. Like, if it's not handed to you in some processed form, then it's probably not like official, certified, or good, okay, right? So they've actually created. You know, this is you can see the intention here, man. So it's like baby stuff. It's so easy to see. It's laughable, man. Like they've created an environment, even down to the music, to rap music, right? They've tricked us into, you know, country being a joke. Like, man, your country, it's a joke to grow your own food and live on your own land. You are a flat earth, whacked out conspiracy theorist if you collect your own water and grow your own produce. So who's the joke on? Because as soon as commerce stops for whatever reason, who's going to be alive? Like, you're all going to die. Everyone in this chat who does not have food and water are going to die unless your ass is ready to mount up, hit the streets, like on some, I don't know, Mad Max type shit, and you're not. Most of y'all ain't built like that. Hex Orca looks kind of with the shits, because he might be a redneck. But the rest of you, like yo, and Matt Grohl too, he's definitely with the shit. It's gonna be in a tough position. You're gonna be like, I don't know, it's kind of common sense. So we've been tricked into believing if it doesn't come from process from another man, then it's not okay. When it's not, and when it's laughable when you think about it. Like, it's not okay if you don't make it and grow it. That's the only way you know something is okay, because you stuck your hands in the dirt and you know, produced your own means of survival, means of living. So why so now the question is, why are we not taught agriculture? Why, at what point in time did they take that out of schools in America and Canada? Why are we not taught agriculture? Why are we not taught agribusiness? Why are we not taught any type of horticulture whatsoever anymore? It's like not even part of curriculum anymore. Any type of life skills, they're all gone. They are not, schools are now only function to produce workers. Matter of fact, people think the highest level of information you can get is through like a government institution, a school, which is a government institution. Like, so they think degrees are the highest level of information. Like, if I stack degrees on top of doctorates on top of doctorates, I'm like the most intelligent person. You're just simply the most programmed person. You're just simply the most submissive person. Like, that's just evidence of submission. Degrees and certifications are evidence of submission. They're not evidence of intelligence or high IQ or any of that shit. They just evidence that your ass followed the program real good and they awarded you for it. You know, but those type of people are the most goofy people on earth because they don't have shit. You spent your whole life submitting, yielding your family's, you know, anything could happen any day, and those people are fucked. Like, they're gonna be the first to die. Have any common sense? They're gonna be running to a supermarket looking for help. Well, looking, calling like a hotline, looking for the city or government to come help them. And fucking a bunch of goofballs. Joke's on you. Like, who's dumb enough to go for that shit? You know, it's on us to put our hands in the dirt and commune with each other and build communities and unify and build our own means of survival in the event, you know, God forbid, right? Because the end ain't there, man. The beginning's there. There's a bright, bold future ahead, but that don't mean shit's not gonna get ugly, right? You know, that's part of being responsible, man. Tending to your own affairs and handling business, man. We gotta find a community. Those people without a tribe, those people without a community are gonna be the first to go. You're gonna be the first to go in anything in life, right? When you're stuck out there, you're gonna be vulnerable. But those people who are intelligent enough to not rely on institutions that are not real. Your college is not real. It doesn't exist. Your government is not real. It doesn't exist. Your favorite sports team doesn't exist. Your church That shit doesn't exist. It's a company. They're not real. You've been relying on fantasy your whole life. You've been living a whacked out, delusional. You've been having a delusional existence. You've been interfacing with ideas and concepts, holding them up as physical things your whole life. And now you're in earshot of me. I'm uneducated. This what's called a social misfit, right? They told you that I'm the retard, and you know, all of this shit I'm saying was laughable until boom, 2021, and now everybody's paying attention, right? It's crazy, man. You just gotta wake up. You gotta commune with good people and start building amongst each other, because no one's coming to save you. And if you think you're gonna dial a number and get help of any sort that's nourishment, right? That's designed to bring you and yours into the future or your community, then you're a bozo. And you probably deserve the worst. You know? So it's up to us to commune with good people, man. And if you you know, shame on you, these people out here propagating concepts and governments and shit above the people. Like, shame on you. Like, you're a sicko. And you should stop doing that. You should put people first. Put your neighbor first and put their needs and concerns first. And, you know, people that in religions, you know, you're religious, your faith, your belief, that's all, that's you, that's your business. But my concern is that people, you know, I don't know, the co-Catholic scandal, right? My concern back then was that them children are okay. And then you hear people defending, like, it's crazy, like full-grown men over like kids. Oh, they wouldn't do that. I don't care if they would or wouldn't. My concern is that that child doesn't get hurt. So everything stops until we're certain that them kids are okay. Point blank, period. Everything stops right now. The buck stops now until we make sure people are straight. And if you don't think the same way, like if you put in, like, I don't know, institution like Kanye, the thoughts in your head, if you're putting those above people, then you're not a human. You're like an automaton, a robot. You're all programming and no common sense. So put people first, man. Put people's needs and concerns first. Ask people, are they okay? First, before you go defending a fucking government or a fucking your church or any other doofus ass shit. Like, grow up, man. Ask people, are they all right? Check on their concerns first. Then you can spin the block and see if, you know, all right, your ass is, you know, then you can say, all right, listen, bro, you did some bozo shit, you fucked up, and this was going on, so sit your ass down. But check on them first, though. Them truckers up there, go check on them first before you start defending fucking Justin Trudeau. Like, don't be a dick, man. Justin Trudeau works for a company called the Canadian government, which is not a thing. It doesn't exist. It is not real. I'm sorry. It is a concept. It is an ideology. It is a institution. It is not a physical place. It is not a physical thing. It does not exist. It's wacko to keep upholding the ideology over people. So that's all we gotta do, man. Unite. Good people gotta rock with each other. Gotta love each other. And we gotta procreate. We gotta mate with each other. To all of you dudes that don't get no box, man, there's so many big bad fine women that want you when you got common sense, bro. When you propagate people over things, man. So many women are gonna be attracted to you. You're gonna get all the box, bro. You're gonna get all the play. Tell you right now, you're gonna be turned into a sex symbol overnight. I'm a fucking sex symbol, dude. Like, it's ridiculous, man. I'm beating it off with a stick, man. You know what I mean? And it's simply because my intentions are in the right place. And people can smell that shit and they can feel it. They don't care that I'm a jerk, right? They don't even care, man. And I am a jerk. People don't care, man. They care that you care about them. And that you put them first and their intentions first. We're it though, man. Hexicans, like we're it. We have all the game, we have all the knowledge, we have all the I don't mean just Hexicans, but people in this space, we're the leaders of the future. What are you gonna do about it, man? Are you gonna adopt that old ass shit that didn't work? And that old ass shit that didn't care about people, that old ass shit that tricked our dumb ass. How many of you got gardens, man? I don't mean gardens, I mean enough to live on and feed your neighbors on. And the answer is probably almost none of y'all. So joke's on you. That means you're a dumbass. So now don't be a dumbass no more. Don't be a dumbass no more. Now start building some shit, man, for us to move forward as in humanity, man. As humans in humanity, like let's progress. That old shit doesn't work. That old shit tricked you. When's the last time y'all stuck your hands in some soil, man, and just walked? You know what I'm saying? When's the last time your home was nature, right? It's not many of us, man. Processed, microwave, instant world we live in. We've been tricked, man. We've been duped. We've been bamboozled. We've been hoodwinked. Jokes on us. I hope them truckers never stop, bro. I hope a lot of people starve and realize how important them people are. I hope Canada makes shining examples for the world to see. And unfortunately, sometimes shit gotta get messy for change to happen. But those people were just the most submissive people on earth. They was just the most submissive motherfucker on earth. Canadians was so soft. And out of nowhere, they just beached it up. Who knew that was gonna happen? I used to go in Canadian chats and get attacked for talking like this. They would attack me like some rabid dogs. Like all of them. Now, Canadians that turned into fucking overnight and turned into patriots, man. Dig that. It's on us, man. The whole world is gone. All those people are gone. The whole financial institutions, Wall Street. Stop gaslighting people. Oh, what do you mean? You think that they're just gonna let? Yes, bitch, it's over with. They're gone, and we're up. And now, what are we gonna do about it? We're gonna handle business, be responsible, or we're gonna keep passing the buck to somebody else. It's an easy solution to me. My son, I'm raising a warrior, man. My child is a warrior. He ain't going for nothing strange. My child's not going for no bullshit at all. Tell you that right now. He won't be led astray. Any of that. My child is gonna be ruling your child if you don't get your shit together. Inviting freedom, peace, Queen. Why you not speaking? They said you could come in as a speaker, like you can. Yeah, like I guess they had the option, and you come in now as an option thing, option bar. Oh, you must be laid up. All right, my bad.
Hello.
How you going? All good? You can hear me okay?
Hey, man. Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, listen, I just wanted to tell you guys, I just went out to these people's house. They're new people who just got onto Hex, and you couldn't work out where their Hex had gone. I went over there and was helping them out with trying to work out what happened. So it turns out that they were scammed. They lost it. Sort of invested, their first money into Hex, and it was gone within minutes. It turns out that he first set up his MetaMask on his phone, and after a lot of questioning, it worked out that what he did was he did a search for MetaMask, clicked the link. I'm assuming that it was a scam link, and yeah, as soon as there was money in there, it was gone. Other than that, they all did really good kind of security. But that one played a little bit. Just such a, and there was just working it out with him what happened, and it was like, oh shit, dude, you've lost it, and it was. Just wanted to reiterate, how important it is to, make sure people type, metamask.io, don't Google search it. I know we all know all this stuff, but, just keep spreading the word, because there's a ton of noobs out there. And, yeah, we all know it, but, yeah, just wanted to say, feel lucky that you are where you are, that you know what you know, and make sure you'll help other people as well. And yeah, bit of shit, hey.
Pardon me. How did you say it happened? I lost 25K on a Trust Wallet, clicking a malicious link, and so yeah, recently, actually, at the last year.
I've been in crypto since 2015, and I've been scammed 3 times. Basically, back in the ICO days, investing in ICO that ran off with the money, and another time there was this other venture that got a Bitcoin off me, and there was one other one, I can't remember what it was now. But it's part of the learning process, I suppose. And yeah, this shit's fucking awesome, but it's going to be a learning curve for people,
It forces men to be responsible, man. People are not really getting what's going on. People are taking for granted. Crypto woke you the fuck up, let's be honest, man. I'm sorry. People keep, crypto's not getting the due. It's Satoshi, man, and his genius, man. He knew. He was thinking of oppressed peoples. He was thinking of you motherfuckers in the suburbs who think your life is you're living some type of dream. No, man, you're living a delusion. You're not tending to your own affairs. The nanny state is taking care of you. We are not. Crypto forces everyone to become creditors, man. There are debtors and there's creditors. Those are the only 2 classes in governance. You have debtors and creditors. You have producers and consumers. That's it, bro. So, your ass start going to a job every day means you a producer, but it doesn't. It does not, bro. You're a consumer and you're a debtor. A dollar bill is a debt note. A whole bunch of dollar bills does not make you rich. It is a debt note. It means owe something. It does not mean have something. It is a subtraction. It is a negative on the ledger. A credit is the positive, as in credit card. Debit card is where you put dollars at. Credit card is where that is it's the whole system is inverted. It's backwards, man. People don't even understand how banking works. So crypto forces you to be responsible. Inviting, go ahead, man. Crypto forces everyone to tend to their own affairs, and now you actually have assets. Like it's bananas. It just flips the system on its head. It's a beautiful thing. Yes, ma'am.
Loving listening to you. As always, Mr. Wonderful, always spitting those facts. Most of the people aren't ready for them, but it's by no fault of our own, it's just time, circumstance, location, existentialist perspective. It's tough, but it's always good to plant those seeds. Blue Bum, I'm so sorry to hear that about your on board there. I was in a I'm sorry, I'm for whatever reason I'm losing my voice. I have no idea why.
Your voice sounds fabulous.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So I was in a space earlier today. There was like 1,000 people, like between 600 and 1,000 at the time that I was in there, and it was a bunch of like politicians and or at least political I don't know advocates in some sort of way, and they decided they were right leaning. It doesn't matter though. But anyway, they decided to do a topic on crypto. And so they didn't know anything about crypto. And so there's like this room of, hundreds and hundreds of people who are being introduced to the concept of crypto for the first time. And I gotta tell you guys, my heart was so heavy. I wanted to go on there, I'm not gonna lie, and I was gonna jump on real quick, and I was gonna show Richard Hart real quick because I was like, perfect
They would have
opportunity.
ate you alive. They would have chopped you up.
Well, the thing is they wouldn't have, because there wasn't the group that usually follows. The majority of them knew nothing, and you'll hear why. They knew nothing about crypto, but they had crypto experts coming on and jumping on, and this is where the sad part came. I'm listening, and there was people like Tone Vays, right? I know most of you know who he is in the Bitcoin world, and these Bitcoin maxis, no offense, they were coming up, and the other, token maxis, they were doing the same thing, and they were coming up, and instead of coming together and talking about something like security, Blue Bum, doing stuff that can help educate people, they were trying to push their own token or their own coin, saying this is better or this is better. Like you're coming on here, and that's the first thing you got to say when you're trying to introduce a piece of technology that was meant to completely remove government force from our voluntary peer-to-peer transactions as autonomous free individuals. And I was so sad about that shit, and it completely took my my Hex and Richard Hart show right out of me. And I was just like, listen, you guys got to remember why crypto was created, and I made some comment. I don't know why I said it, because I'm not 100% sure about it, but I was just like trying to get the example of how early it was that I got into crypto, but not for anything by any other reason than, again, time, circumstance, location. And that was when I had gone to the Free State Project circa 2011, 2012. And I got into Bitcoin then because the Free State Project in New Hampshire, the Pork Festival, the Libertarian Festival, was hosting, and we usually would do like gold and silver exchange, but this year they decided to do Bitcoin and introduce us to Bitcoin, and so I had mentioned like I had gone the year before Vitalik, which was true. I know Vitalik went the year after. The only reason I know this because I remember reading his. He had come up with this magazine. I think it was called like like Bitcoin Mag or magazine, Bitcoin magazine, something like that. I don't remember. And he would like write articles and crap in it. And I remember reading his article that he, and so I knew. And my friends also met up with him that following year. But anyway, my point is what I'm trying to say is, guys, even though I think it's and obviously you know where my residue is coming from after being in the group, I think it's absolutely fabulous to be passionate about crypto, and specifically about what we're in, because I'll be honest, I'm all Richard Hart stuff 100%. I do not hold any Bitcoin. I do not hold anything except Richard Hart products right now. However, I want to, say when we're trying to introduce these new concepts to people who have no idea what crypto is, I would not, if you want to go in hard and sell Hex and sell Pulse and sell Richard Hart, do it objectively, and do it in a way that's like not alienating people from exploring other things. Because I'm going to be straight with you, and this is being recorded, and I'm going to stand up to this because I know it's being recorded. I would rather someone go into Bitcoin or some other, coin than not go into cryptocurrency at all. And I would hate to see people turned away because they're going to find Hex anyway, just like we all did. They're going to find it. A lot of us have been in crypto for a long time. And when you see what it is, you really don't even have to sell it once you understand what it is. And it's so beautiful. But, yeah, I was just so frustrated because, and there was Bitcoin lawyers coming up and different, but it was just like a fight back and forth. And the host even was just like, I keep getting messages that this person that talked is a scammer, and if anyone goes against Tone Vase, they're a scammer, and all this other stuff. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me! You got to be kidding me! This is what crypto has been, degraded to. Like, let's keep our eyes on the prize, which is freedom. And it's financial freedom, and it's the ability for us to interact freely with each other without having to get permission slips from daddy, saying, can we please do this peacefully as consenting adults? No, bullshit. Mr. Wonderful was talking about it. He was talking on it. He was just talking about all that stuff, and I think it's just so important to introduce cryptocurrency to people who don't know it the right way. Don't come off as a maxi. And I know it's hard for even me to say that because I probably do most of the time. I'm saying that, but I know I do. But it's just, I just, again, I'm in this room and all of these hundreds of people hearing about crypto for the first time, and they see infighting. The half of it, anything that's not Bitcoin is crap, and then Bitcoin is totally crap. I mean, what the hell? Get your shit together. I don't have anything to do with this stuff. But that's why I love the Hex community, and I love what we do, because I've seen us host spaces, and the spaces are, people can come in and learn about security. We don't need to sell them Hex. They're going to come to it anyway. They'll come in, they'll ask questions. We could help onboard them. And, I'm just sad that it just blew bum just talking about the person that just got scammed. If he had, gone on a Twitter space and just been like, hey, is this the right, app for me to download, or should I even do it on the phone? We would have, we're always out there. The Twitter spaces are always, the Hex Twitter spaces are constant. Every day. I mean, multiple hours of the day. So, yeah, I love you guys. I love our community. We're so strong. We're so smart. We're doing so many great things. Thanks for letting me vomit on you guys. I'm going to go rest my voice now. Oh, Mr. Wonderful's back. That's good. You could get some more seeds planted from Mr. Wonderful. All right. Bye, guys.
I love listening to you speak. We always for some odd real, I don't even know where you're from, to be honest with you. And I try not to pry into your business, and you're smart enough to not tell all your business. So,
Honestly, from the sounds of your voice, I bet you we're from the same area, and I have no idea where you're from.
yeah. Well, either that, it's one or two places. So you're from the north, clearly, but I'm from the northeast. I would assume.
I know where you're from your voice.
You see, but you don't sound quite New England though. That's the thing. You sound more like pushing more into the middle of the country.
No way. My accent has been stripped out of me from years of having to, I don't know, what is it, prep my voice, and I had a very strong hood accent for a really long time, but it really wasn't. It was just, the culture was how I was raised, and they had to train me to speak a certain way.
Where you from? Region.
I want to know if I could say it without saying it.
Of course you can. I can think.
All right. Hold on. Let me think. All right. I'm gonna think. Are you familiar with poetry slams?
Okay. Chocolate City?
No. Have you ever heard of the New Yorkian?
No.
Okay. Hold on. Let me think of something else.
Poetry slams is one city on the northeast.
Yeah, and it came up in a particular spot.
Well, she's the predominant, the singer, she's the predominant vibe in that city. So that's I don't think you're from there.
There's 5 boroughs?
No, I was thinking tri-state. Scott. I was thinking Scott, but I know you're not from there. Accent, but 5 boroughs, okay. I get it. I got it.
Wait, did you say tri-state?
Yes, tri-state.
Okay, I'm gonna say no because we're being recorded.
That's right. Good for you. Yeah, definitely wasn't New England because you don't got the hard enough, like norista, you know what I mean? You don't hit it quite right, you know what I'm saying? So I knew it definitely wasn't New England. Right. Yeah, even black people in New England hit those kind of those eyes, you know what I'm saying? Like everyone hits them, man. It's hard to miss, They say, there's one accent on Earth. Funny as shit, man. It's hilarious. There's one accent on Earth in Hollywood that movies can't reproduce. It's the New England accent. So, do you know they have companies, New England accent companies, to sell actors because you can't duplicate it. If you want a movie, you got to call these people to put a whole bunch of Boston actors in your movie. You cannot duplicate it. You can't fake a Boston accent. You either have it or you don't. It's the strangest thing. So, and it's comical. It is. Go ahead. What were you about to say?
Do you remember the Bop or Gimme Mines?
Nah.
That was like exclusive. Oh, really? Okay.
Bop?
Yeah.
A song?
Bop.
A song?
No. It was part of like if you would do something stupid, you'd slap someone on the shoulder and you say, "That's Bop."
Nah, hell nah. Yeah, we didn't do that. Not that one in particular. I'm trying to think, and we didn't have a lot of those time. What we used to do? Yeah, we had some fucked up games, man. We used to do so we used to have a thing. We had a thing called Buffalo. So if you held the drink in the wrong hand, right? So you had to hold your drink in whatever hand that you were. And if you held your drink in the opposite hand, then someone calls buffalo. And you gotta chug your drink. And if you're not, whatever it is, and so no way, buffalo has there were different penalties for buffalo, depending on what it was. So if not, you get kicked in your ass, and if you ain't getting kicked in your ass, then you're gonna get jumped, get beat. That's pretty much it. Got a fucked up game, but yeah. So what are you gonna do, right?
It's funny. I'm thinking about all of like the little things that my area was going through. It was all violent too, because Gimme Mines was violent too. Gimme Mines, you do something because when someone do stupid, like Gimme Mines.
I'm trying to think of something that wasn't violent, and I can't. I'm trying to tell y'all a story that's not violent, and I don't have any, to be honest with you. Got another one, like you don't want that. So like, I don't know, you drinking or eating. So someone like, that's just slap it out of your hands. You don't want that. That's it. Slap your food on the ground. Slap your tray. Slap your tray. You could be eating a plate of food, fresh plate of food. Someone slap it. Yeah, it's just inviting violence. That's not really nothing other than that. Oh, now that you think about it. We didn't play none of the sexual games. Like I hear like the white guys. I heard one earlier talking about what would you call them? Like you pull your pants down. What you call that? I don't know. You pull your you didn't play.
Oh, you mean like you get pants?
Pants. Yeah, that's what they said. Pants. Who said that? It was Paul Sally.
Yeah.
Called it get pants. Right. So they were saying somebody got pantsed and someone freaked out or something like that. I'm trying to remember what was saying. They're like, yeah, we didn't do any of the sexual stuff. But just a lot of the other, yeah. Pants. You was pantsing people post, man.
Of course, I think there was a pantsing phase during high school.
Absolutely.
The thing is, people used to wear those gym shorts with the with the elastic, and
that makes sense. That makes sense now. So you need real, yeah. So you jack at it a little bit, and all your shit's gonna fall out.
Yeah. Also, the sweatpants had the same elastic, so it's a wrap.
No, that was definitely pretty gay though, bro. Just be honest with you, bitch. Figured I'll let you know now that we're adults and all of that. It's okay, Any sexual proclivity is their business.
Well,
right?
the thing is, you never. I mean, I never initiated it, right? I was a victim, and then I had to victimize somebody else usually. So it was
a vicious cycle. It's a vicious
cycle. Yeah, circular. It's funny how young people are, man. The things we used to do.
Yeah, I'm thinking we used to do some fucked up shit. Like I wasn't an initiator either, but yeah, the victim becomes the predator, right? So I'm just glad that my neighborhood never no sexual shit. With that. Like, you're gonna get fucked all the way up through anything sexual. Nobody's with that, but yeah, it's pretty aggressive though. Like I said, like you might get a fresh plate of food and be eating, and someone slap it out your hand. You don't want that. That's the invitation. You got to fight. What are you gonna do?
So when do you guys think Pulse is coming out?
I'm thinking 1 to 2 months.
That's exactly what I say. Stop taking my speech.
That's a pretty long time. That's 90 or 2 months, 60 days. So when do you think the screenshot for the copy over is that well, that's not going to require a screenshot. It's just going to automatically be copied over. So it just has to be on. All right, so that means anything I buy on the ETH network prior to, this is the thing I wasn't clear with, prior to the split or the fork or even after?
Yeah, the fork. Yeah. Prior to the fork, and I'm assuming the fork is going to happen before the end of this month or sometime, after the 25th or so, or 20 something. So it should be happening before the end of this month, in my opinion, or it could be early next month.
You guys ready for the debate? Excited about it.
It's not even going to be a debate. Like, this dude is a goof, man. Peter Schiff is a goof, and he doesn't have any points. He has no legs to stand on. So the fact that he's even Richard said it. I don't know. Were you on here fighting? Richard pulled up a couple days ago, yesterday, maybe for that. But he said this is not even a debate. He said the dude's whole platform is to trash crypto. That's it. So he's really just pandering. He said he has no other platform. He has no other voice right now except to trash crypto. And that's the way he gets listeners and followers. And I thought about what Richard said, because I'm sitting here thinking these bozos actually some of them might believe the shit that comes out of their mouth. But then it dawned on me that Richard said it, they don't believe that shit. And he's right, because how long have they been telling us crypto's a scam? They were saying it up into J.P. Morgan, Jamie Dimon, Warren Buffett. These goofballs were saying it up until last August, and then J.P. Morgan launches the fucking the crypto ICO. So it's like they're fucking clowns, man. Like they want us to believe. Did you know the biggest blockchain patent holder in the world? Do y'all know who it is? The biggest blockchain patent holder in the world is Bank of America. At the same time, these institutions were telling us it's a scam. They were stacking up crypto the whole time. How can people do you so dirty and you ever listen to them again or believe them again? This is what I don't understand about like these pro-government type of people. Like, these people have literally been telling you crypto's a scam. They've been denying you and your family that wealth for all of these years. And you're not a little bit bothered by that. Like, you don't wake up in the morning and go to work and say, fuck, they played me. Like, because they played you like a goof, like a clown. They played all of it. The whole time these people have been stacking crypto. The whole time. Jamie Dimon still, to this day, is talking shit. And that's just ego at this point. That's ego.
You know what? It just dawned on me, Mr. Wonderful, while you're talking, because I went through maybe about 3 or 4 of Peter Schiff's debates on crypto. And I was thinking to myself, because I was writing down, I was trying to figure out what his, most probably, just like what points he's probably going to try to bring up. And cumulatively, after I went through those videos, I was just like, if this guy, and this is what didn't make sense, I was like, if this guy doesn't get it by now with all the things that have been said by great, people who have spoke wonderfully on the topic, he's never going to get it. And it just dawned on me once you said that this is just the what is they call it, the dog and pony show. That's his shtick. It's all part of the light show.
It's all part of his show. That's right.
That's crazy.
Isn't it wicked? No, but it's evil. It's evil. It's not just y'all. Do y'all catch what I'm saying? He's denying you and your family. This is a man that you were told that your teacher, your preacher, your mother, everyone told you these are the leaders. He's the leader, right? Like everyone told you these are the people to listen to. At some point, when do you wake up and say, holy shit, my mother was wrong. The teacher was wrong. The preacher was wrong. People on TV, the news, they're all wrong. Like, at what point do you wake up and get pissed off? Like, hold the fuck up. They played me, man. I could have been fucking rich 5 years ago. Wealthy. Fuck rich. You could have been wealthy, dude. Like, I mean, like, imagine if they played us, man. I've been telling my people about Bitcoin since like 2014. Man. And they did not believe me until now. Like, jokes on us. It's laughable, but it's vicious, man. My family's been suffering, man. My family's been suffering this whole time for poverty, man. We suffering all the ills and woes of poverty, and it's simply because we're being manipulated. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you don't listen to these people, they spank your ass, put you in prison, they shoot you, they kill you. You'll have a fucked up life if you don't follow their mold, right? But then if you do follow their mold, your ass is a goofball and you're a slave. Where is the balance, man? Where is the fine line? I know what it is, and clearly Inviting does, and Pulse LN, we know it's to rock with each other and commune with each other, build a new family, a new community, because the old shit ain't working. So it's like these people, they manipulated us, man. They played us. Like, what do you think my mother? I don't even talk to my mother about this type of shit. But what do you think she's thinking now? All of your people that thought you were a goof for talking about crypto years ago. What do you think they're thinking about you now? And this is the irony about humans. Y'all ready for this? Maya Angelou said it. She's one of the best. If you've never learned nothing in your life, you must learn this, man. She said, Maya Angelou is genius, man. Why they don't teach us this shit in school? She said people don't ever remember what you said to them. They only remember how you made them feel. You see? So they don't care if you were right or not. They don't care. I was right the whole time. And I'm usually right. And it's not me, my arrogance. It's that I do my due diligence. And I pay attention. I'm doing the work, right? So when I present something to my people, typically I'm presenting a package that I've already, I might have been dealing with this topic for 20 years, 10 years, and just, quietly, right? So people don't remember that you are right. All the people that you're preaching to crypto still think you're crazy. Even as they're watching the news now, you are right. They're not going to remember that you're right. They're not going to take back and reverse all of the venom they gave you, all of the hate, all of the bad vibes, all of the, things you weren't invited to. And I'm sure they did you a favor by ostracizing you, but they're not going to take back all of the years of ostracizing you, of making you suffer. Peter Schiff ain't going to take that back. Shifty Schiff is what they used to call him. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's not gonna take that back. Damn, we gotta tell RH. Shifty Schiff. Somebody tell RH. That's what they used to call him. Shifty Schiff. But then they're not gonna tell you, they're not gonna apologize. And they're not gonna for you being right and them being incorrect. For you being correct. I don't mean right or wrong. I don't give a shit about right or wrong. Those are emotions, right? I want to be factually correct or incorrect, and I need correction, right? So they're not gonna apologize for steering you wrong and being factually incorrect and you being factually correct. They're only gonna for the most part stand on, because of the human ego. The ego is such a vicious thing. They're gonna stand on. They're not gonna treat you any better. They're not gonna apologize, and they're not gonna feel bad, and they're not gonna You know, how many of our families has pulled up this year to apologize or the end of last year? Like, damn, you were right the whole time. Come on, nobody. They just pull up and ask questions. Hey, man, what do you know about these NFTs? Hey, can you help me with crypto? To me, it's like, nah, bitch. Like, you had 5 years to listen. I'm not explaining shit to your ass. I'm gonna go talk to strangers, man, whose heart and mind and spirits in the right place, who want to grow and evolve and rock with like-minded humans and just build a better world, man. Like that. I'm not doing it. Hey, someone got to go tell RA Shifty Shift so he can tweet it tomorrow in the morning. Shifty Shift. Somebody send it to him. He's going to like that one. And if you weren't the crazy one in your family, and if you weren't the crazy one, if you weren't the outlandish one, if you weren't the so-called black sheep, then you're not a revolutionary. And you're not what's truly an evolution, right? Revolutionary is not even a proper term, bro. It's evolutionary. It's evolutionist. Man. So you're not a re-evolutionary, and you're not you ain't the one, man. You're not Saint Neo. If your family didn't think, if your people didn't think you were burnt out, kind of a little bit nutty. So like, but if you were that one, if you were being ostracized for talking crypto talk, ostracized for thinking ahead of the curve, I don't feel the redemption. I know people be like, aha, you know what I mean? I was right. I don't feel that. It just further pisses me off. Like, man, why did I have to do this work by myself? You know? Get ostracized for it. Agape Hex, peace, brother.
You okay, man? What's going on over there?
Who is that, man? That's Agape Hex.
Yeah, he's making some breathing noises.
What do you mean? I don't
action.
have a mic at all yet. Am I talking? Is this legit?
It was letting you talk while you didn't have a mic. We heard you. That's creepy.
I don't have a mic yet.
Bro, you was like...
What do you when? What do you guys
We all heard it.
Can you guys hear me
It's
now?
recorded.
I'm confused.
Yeah, we hear you now.
Oh, it says I'm a listener on Twitter right now. Like, it doesn't say I'm a speaker. That's why.
It went in and out. That's what it was.
Okay, so am I live right now?
You're live.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
live with Hex Orca. Is this legit?
Yep.
No. It says I'm a listener. It literally does not say my mic is on. It doesn't say I'm accepted as a speaker. So
That's great.
I don't know what to say. Is Hex Orca awake right now?
No, he's not.
He's passed out.
Mellow has been hosting.
Mello's been killing the hosting game. Well, I'd love to field some questions if possible, because I'd love to rebuttal, whatever I can. I'm here. I'd love to give an update, to be honest, but,
Shoot.
All right. I'm going to shoot. And then I'll get out of your guys' hair, because I got a lot going on tomorrow. So, if it's cool, I'll just share a little update, and that's it. Jeez, I got a lot of DMs right now. All right, so ready? Are we good? We live?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. I think we're waiting for some sort of a news. Yeah,
We're ready for some news. So I would just like to inform everybody we had a wonderful Daytona 500. We did not qualify, of course, but Floyd Mayweather's car lost a wheel, so that was kind of cool during the Daytona 500. We rolled the sponsorship over to Talladega, and we're also sponsoring an Xfinity race, which there's NASCAR Cup Series, and then there's Xfinity Cup. So we're going to sponsor a Vegas event during the conference. So we're going to have a Xfinity NASCAR Cup Series on Saturday, right before the conference, because we don't want to conflict. And then we'll also have a Talladega race. So the money was well spent. And what do we got? 15 people in here? What do we have? 30. Oh, it's just 30? Are you guys ready for this? Can I get some, like, high fives or LOLs or something? If you guys want to hear some, like, incredible news, can I just see something? Can I see some engagement real quick? Otherwise, I'm not gonna. I won't say it. I'm not gonna. I'll bite my lip if I don't see any heart emojis or plus signs or peace signs.
News.
I mean, I can do it myself. I can press the cry face or the happy face or whatever.
I don't have hearts, man. Where did the hearts come from?
Bro,
Where y'all getting
It removed all the old symbols.
I mean,
some of them.
I mean, if I go to the bottom sign, all I'm gonna say is we have successfully become a part of the NASCAR Heat video game. I'm gonna leave right now because I gotta go.
Oh, that's big.
But
Whoa,
don't spread the word. This is only for this crew only. Richard Hart, stay tuned. I can't wait to be the next debater besides Peter Schiff. But I will let Richard Hart know that brand equity stands greater than sign marketing DUI because, well, let's be honest, direct sales was 20 years ago. And we are people who live in 2022, and we have big brands, and we have a world view that we need to keep up with. And NASCAR is it. So anyways, I'm going to leave you at that. I'm going to head out. I just want to join the room quick to express my gratitude for everybody's support. I apologize if we didn't make it. I understand that. But we're going to crush it in the next two races. Even if we get last, we have brand equity. And that's the point. And I'm fronting most of the next sponsorship. So anyways, that's all I got. I salute you guys. Hex made me where I am today. And I honestly don't think I'm going to live or die until Hex is a global brand. And that's my goal, Richard Hart. So if you think there's no direct ROI, I am the ROI. It's called relationships on investment, not revenue on investment. Okay, or return.
Can I be honest with you, bro?
Yeah, go for it.
Can I be honest with you? The other day, I didn't hear none of that shit. All of those guys were getting, like, trying to make you down. And you know, at the end of the day, I'm honestly, like, I didn't put up brand. Y'all did, right? So I put up the brand. I get it. It's more than, it's a deeper tie, right? But I didn't hear all of the negative that so many people were trying to impress upon me. That's why I came on and said what I said, bro. I'm like, you guys are all wrong. The man said I jack my money on dumbass shit all the time. I buy plain bags, goofy shit. He said there's nothing wrong with that. He's like, what's cooler than a NASCAR? A NASCAR is way cooler than a goofy ass plain bag or that dumbass hat like I got on my avatar, whatever he calls it, a bonnet.
Yeah.
What's cooler than a fucking NASCAR, bro? Period. That's that. That's the quote.
It's okay.
What's cooler than a NASCAR?
I think it was just I think it was just like trying to like reiterate that at the end of the day, like people put money in. And he just didn't want to promise an ROI. But my belief was that people who did contribute, they knew the purpose of brand equity. So it's just funny because if JJ would have won or would have say he would have beat Mayweather and been in the Daytona, he wouldn't have had a rant.
Nah, he would have said we beat Mayweather.
He wouldn't have ranted.
Of course.
So that's
that would have been the tagline.
It kind of showed me who he is a little bit, but it's fine. I love Richard. I love his genius, but I think at the end of the day, like, the man lives in a castle by himself, and I love the guy, but I'm out here guerrilla style marketing. You know what I mean? Like, I'm out here handing out 10,000 pamphlets. I'm networking with the who's. And that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do it till Hex is famous. And what's funny is the Crypto Sparbook team, right? We're on tour, sharing the good word on workshops. My goal, and this is kind of the inside joke they told me, was they said this. They said, Richard made them rich. All right? My name is Richard as well. And they said, Richard made them rich, and you, Ricky, or Richard, will make them famous. So Richard Hart makes people rich, and my objective and my goal is to make people, not people, but my goal is to make Hex famous. That's it.
Your new tagline is, "What's cooler than the NASCAR, aka Beat Mayweather?"
That's it.
Do it.
That's it.
Beat Mayweather. Do it. Do it.
So that's it. That's all I got. I'm gonna go on mute. I'm gonna mute myself, but I appreciate y'all letting me talk.
Yeah, thanks for the update, man.
Yeah. Can somebody mute me? Because my Twitter is like messed up right now.
We're gonna hear everything.
Thanks.
He's fixing drinks. He's making coffee.
No, it's just, it literally says I'm a listener. So just mute me.
I don't think anyone here has the power.
No. He set it up
Nobody has the
automatically.
power, huh? No.
Yeah, you just go out and go back in. It's automatic.
Oh, yeah. Rejoin as a listener, and then go automatic.
Exactly.
But yeah, that's actually hilarious. They didn't tighten the bolts on a tire and it just flew off or something, or what happened? That's the worst way to lose.
No, facts. That's so dangerous, especially on a track like that, man. So dangerous.
Oh, I know that guy was pissed. Mayweather.
No, I mean, imagine the driver was fucking pissed. Like, that's crazy. It's dangerous.
I don't know what's going on. Whenever you're talking, for some reason, it starts cutting out for me. I think somebody's trying to censor you or trying to disconnect us from sharing the word.
I really have bad reception, bro. That's probably it.
Well, earlier everyone said you were clear, but it was just me that was having the glitches. So I don't know what's going on.
That is true. I don't know. I really didn't see the negative they pulling. Even clearly Agape X still is kind of feeling it, but I didn't hear all the negative. Like, I heard Richard having 3 different conversations in 15 minutes, right? I heard him saying the NASCAR is cool as hell, just don't crowdfund it and what people expect in an ROI. And then the third thing was the type of marketing doesn't work. I just heard 3 different things. I didn't hear all of the negative that people heard. I just didn't get it. I wasn't hearing it.
You know what was a cool output of this was we were winding up for the night. Big K, who's a big investor in the documentary of Highest Estate, he had his own RV, and across from the RV was just normal people, just other people that were participating in NASCAR. And we had a group of people, Hexicans, that went up to that guy and started talking, and the guy offered them hot dogs and hamburgers. And it's like 11:30 2 nights ago, and the Hexicans come back, like, Ricky, like, you need, or Agape, like, you need to, like, talk to this guy. This guy is 60 years old. He has too much money to, like, handle, and he wants to put it all in on Hex. But you gotta talk to him. So I went up to him like an hour later to introduce myself. I said, hey, man, I'd love to fly to Charlotte. That's where he's from, Charlotte, North Carolina. I was like, I'd love to onboard you. Like, I'd love to, like, figure out a way to, like, move some money into Hex for you. He's like, I'm all in. Like, I love it. I love what you guys are doing. So what I'm trying to say is I got to go. But what I'm trying to say is there's indirect investments. Okay, you can rent a Lambo for $1,500 a day. You will attract people. You attract like-minded people, and they'll ask you, "What do you do? What's your thing?" And you'll create relationships. The point of it all is we raised money. It brought us a better network, and now we're moving forward with incredible things. So that's all I got. Good things to come. We're about to be in a video game. I love you guys. I'm out of here. Peace.
And you had a good time. We're not robots, man. We're fucking humans. Like, you had a good time. Shit.
All right, later, man.
Like, those guys had a, come on, especially the ones that are from the South, in the Midwest. Like, can you hear me? Close LA?
It's still, maybe I'll just pop out and pop back in again. Let's see if that helps.
I'm just saying, you know, those guys had a good time. They not only, you can't, what they did, it can't be duplicated in any other way. They have done it better. They had a good time. Irrespective of, you know, RH's feelings about it, they had a good time. For people in the South to say y'all got a NASCAR, do you know how big that is, man? It doesn't really resonate to people that are not from the Midwest and the South. But it's kind of nothing bigger than to say you got a fucking NASCAR, bro. Like, I don't know, it's kind of I respect it, and I'm not even a NASCAR fan. I get how big it is. Mayweather has one. It's not, he doesn't have one for the business of it. He has one for the flex, right? Because he's from the Midwest. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's cutting out. Here, I'll be back, guys. Okay, I think I may be back in business.
How do I sound to you? Hello.
You sound, yeah, a little clearer.
Yeah, then it might be your shit.
But yeah, you
Like
were saying about the NASCAR, and I heard you were saying something about the South and TMT.
I was trying to explain to you, Floyd Mayweather's from the Midwest, the Southwest. So what I was trying to say is Richard is not going to get NASCAR the way he's not going to get it the way half the country does, right? Not more than half the country, because it's everywhere that's kind of country, even on the Northeast, in New York, and state, Vermont, Maine, New Hampshire. Those are all big NASCAR. It's not even the South. What I'm saying to you is, those small town America, there is nothing bigger and cooler than having a NASCAR. Richard is not going to get that. You catch my drift? So Agape X is all the way right in there. Yeah, there's nothing bigger. Mayweather doesn't have a NASCAR for NASCAR. He has a NASCAR because it's the biggest probably in his town, right, where he's from. NASCAR's not exclusive. I know the face of NASCAR is like white redneck drinking beer, but it's not really what it is. Like black people in those places are running cars too. They're on the same time, the same vibe. So to have Dale Earnhardt is a legend everywhere. That's what people don't realize. It's not like, what's the other one? Petty and the father and the son. Oh, Earnhardt and Earnhardt Jr. I think Petty was a father and son duo, right? But these people are legends everywhere. Everywhere in small town America. It's not just country in the South. It's country everywhere. So small town America, there's nothing bigger than the NASCAR. There's the only thing bigger than the NASCAR would be like, I don't have a sports team, right? But the only thing second to it, which is $1 billion enterprise, the only thing second to that is a $750,000 NASCAR.
Yeah.
Trust me, status-wise, it validates Hex. I mean, Richard gets that part because he said, we got the JPEG, it's cool, I don't want to do it every year. That's really cool, man. Listen, I mean, these guys are doing something really, really major. Whether he's able to grasp it or not, because he's a numbers man, admittedly. So he just doesn't get it. The NASCAR's a flex. Mayweather has the NASCAR 2 flex. That's it. GMT is a flex, and it's a big, big flex in middle America, in small town America. Major. The only thing big is a sports team, period. You got a NASCAR, you're somebody. So Hex now is about to be acknowledged. Even if they're not making clicks, so what? It's about to be acknowledged by a whole bunch of people that don't know shit about crypto. They're about to know the name Hex.
Yeah.
I don't think you can put a dollar value on that, right?
Yeah, I think you're right. I've heard I've heard some stats over the years, maybe over the last decade, about NASCAR and how big it actually was. And, it's a compelling case because I guess a lot of brands spent a lot of money on endorsements, and judging by how much like Home Depot and Ford and all these various companies spend, you can kind of guess, how big the audience is if they're spending that much for the reach. So it's just a segment of the U.S. doesn't know about it, or
comprehend it. So big city people that are not from here ain't gonna get it. But Home Depot and Ford and Chevy in Middle America are the only brands. You see, there ain't no 2 and 3. We go to Home Depot. We go to Ford. We go to Chevy. They choose their sides, and you might rock with that shit their whole life. That's how Americans are. Especially small town America. They choose a brand, and you might. People that drink Coke don't drink Pepsi, bro. Coke and Pepsi, there's a little war going on. There's Coke people and Pepsi people, man. And they don't cross lines. They don't cross lines. America's weird like that. Coke people will not patronize a business simply for selling that Pepsi. I mean, it's that serious. Like they literally will drive around until they find a cloak. It's that serious. Man. I don't think Richard is able to quantify that in his understanding. You know, he's a numbers guy, right? But you can't quantify that kind of value. But that's the kind of shit NASCAR does. That's the kind of value. I'm sorry, I'm eating, bro. That's the kind of value NASCAR has to a brand. You know, brand loyalty. So now, the question now becomes, how do we eke that kind of loyalty out of Hex for them, right? So I think that's where the team comes in on. Maybe some Hex girls, I don't know, bro, but I get some big booty white girls, like a Latino, like, that's fine. I'm not even joking, bro. That's serious. You duplicate the vibe. You know, you just have something for everyone to understand. A little bit something. NASCAR for these people, some women for these people, some tech talk for these people, some Hex got it all. And that's kind of what you want to be. You want to be everything brand. You know? Ain't that what Inviting just said? She said we gotta be mindful that y'all talking to everybody when y'all pulling up in these spaces. Be mindful that you're talking to everybody. That's one of the hardest things to do. That is a skill. That is what Bill Clinton was a master of. Obama was a master of. One of the illest skills you gotta have in life. It is a freaking superpower. JFK had it. It's to be able to float in between different. Martin Luther King had it. It's to be able to float in between different communities seamlessly and still create allies.
Yeah.
And still communicate. Right. That's a level of communication. Think of now. Go in your mind. Right. Run through your mind how many people you know in your life are not too odd or too opinionated or too whatever to be able to do that. That's a level of genius that you can't quantify. Richard don't got that. RH does not have that skill. He will turn your ass off 2 minutes if you're not on par with his, if you don't understand. You feel me? You gotta be able to talk to people who don't understand sometimes. You know? Think about it. All you gotta do is it's a level of mastery that should be taught in school, but it's so slick, it's vicious. What do they say? He is gentle as a dove, but wise as a serpent. It's a Bible verse. I can't think of it. He is gentle as a dove, but wise as a serpent. That's what it is. You have to just think of Kennedy, think of Clinton, think of Obama, and these dudes. That's why all these dudes are one person in politics. That swag. That's a swag. That's a Kennedy swag. Just think of how they move seamlessly, man. All three of those dudes were heroes in every community, except, like ultra right wing, except like the NASCAR community. They don't actually hate the people, but everyone else, the world over, is enthralled, is captivated by these people. They called Kennedy's family was Camelot, man. Like fucking Camelot, bro. Jackie Onassis was a mother sex symbol at the same time. Like housewife, suburban housewife mother, but sex symbol at the same time. How the fuck do you do that? That is master level communication. She married someone else. She married, what's his name? Onassis, the Greek dude. And then became a whole nother. You feel me? That's a level of mastery. It's brilliant. It became a whole nother celebrity. Jackie O. A whole nother personality. And matter of fact, she's more famous for being Jackie O than Jackie Kennedy. She's more celebrity for being Jackie O than Jackie Kennedy. It's crazy. That's genius, man. I would love to learn that skill.
Hey guys, who just joined?
Peace, peace, gentlemen.
Yeah, feel free to chime in. We've had some good news. Unfortunately, if you missed it, we cannot fill you in on it. You should have been here when it was exposed. District order not to disclose what happened.
Big heads knew. We were the first to hear a few minutes ago. You got to be tuned in. That's why you got to keep this shit running on one of your devices, man, so you can be tuned in for the updates. Francia de Jesus. Man, good morning. Ciao. Raquel.
Hello. Hi.
Peace, sister. Good morning.
Good morning.
Check.
I don't speak a lot of English. I hear a lot, but I can't speak a lot.
Sounds like you speak enough to me. You're already a Hexagon.
Ready for tomorrow, right? For today.
You're a
What's
Hexagon.
Richard Hart?
Go ahead, mommy.
I'm ready for see Richard Hart and Peter Schiff.
I love the way you said Peter Schiff's name. Yeah, I'm ready for that debate too.
She said Peter Shifty shift, mommy. Shifty shift.
Shift.
Shifty shift.
Okay.
No, mommy, I was going to say you're a Hexagon, so you speak our language. You're already a Hexagon.
I'm Hexagon.
We speak the same language, mommy. What do you mean?
Yes. My language is Spanish and English too, but I don't want to speak English a lot.
You're doing just fine. You sound perfect. You sound great.
It's only you and me in the chat. Oh.
No, it's many. It's
Oh,
many
I
people.
see. I'm sleeping a little bit.
Okay, it's okay. We're here. What country are you in?
I'm from Dominican Republic. I live in USA for 30 years.
So you in the States or DR?
No, I'm here, Pennsylvania.
Oh, PA.
Philadelphia. Philadelphia.
My first girlfriend was Dominican. Yeah. My first girlfriend was Dominican. And then my last girlfriend was Haitian and Dominican. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my first girlfriend was Dominican.
Okay.
She used to cook the fish with the head on it, the eyes looking at me while I'm eating.
Okay.
They look at you so judgmental.
Yeah.
Maybe one day, Mom, you can make me the fish with the head on it, right?
Oh yeah, with coconut.
I appreciate you. Pescado.
Pescado.
Right.
Yeah, I like fish, a lot, seafood.
I like the way Dominicans do the fish, and I like the way Cubans do the meat, the carnita, like the beef. The way they do their steak, Cuban steak. Steak
Oh,
on
steak. Yeah,
the grill. They grill the steak though on the stove top. They grill it.
it's easy to cook. It's easy. It's so easy to cook a steak and fish. It's only a little thing, a little practice. Oh no.
Steak is considered like the hard in America. Steak is the hardest food to cook in America.
Well, we need to go to her house, if she's making it so easy. This is great.
Listen,
we need to try
bro.
your cooking.
Bro, Dominican food is so good. I don't know where you from, Paul Sedlin, if you ever had it, but Dominican food is, oh my God, bro.
Rice and beans.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
no, I've never tried it. Now I'm hearing good things. I might have.
Oh, it's bananas, bro. Not only
Green
the
bananas.
fattest women,
Mango.
man, everything. But it's not only, and look, so the restaurant, it's not only the women, like the waitresses, the lady, the hostess and waitress is going to be fine. She's going to be a model, right? Like, that's just how their restaurants are. It just is what it is. Right? So the hostess is going to be a model. All of the waitresses are going to be a model.
Wow, I might need to move to Dominican. Wait a second.
You're going to get fucked up. Bro, you move to the Dominican Republic, it's over with for you, bro.
You're not come back.
You're never coming back. You're never coming back. You're gonna have
You're
two
not coming
wives.
back.
You're gonna have two wives with two families, bro. The whole family. You're gonna have a whole new community, like a whole new. I'm telling you, they're gonna love you to death. It's crazy.
Yeah, I got my land in Dominican. I'm gonna go to soon.
Just don't fuck with Dominican women.
Yeah,
Yeah, they'll fuck you up.
it's a beautiful place. Dominican is beautiful island. Yeah.
Listen, Dominican Republic, Dominican people are the most business oriented people on like Africans, like West Africans. They're very business oriented.
Yeah.
But everybody has a business. Every Dominican has a business.
Yeah, like a lot of business.
But it's my favorite food. So it's Dominican food first, and then I like Jamaican food.
Jamaica. Yeah, I like Jamaica. It's spicy.
Well, I don't like the jerk chicken. I like the stew. The oxtail. Oh my God, Jamaican style oxtail.
I ate Jamaican food. I got a Jamaican restaurant close to me. They cook so good.
Those con pollo. That's
Arroz con pollo. Yeah, they arroz con pollo. Good, very good. I like Dominican. They got a lot of food, different food.
No, it's all different. So I like Haitian food too, but Dominican food is different. It's just something about it. And as far as like Caribbean food, Dominican food is more Caribbean than Haitian food. And people don't even know that. Dominican food is more Caribbean and more familiar than Haitian food. Yeah, it's very Caribbean. It's wonderful.
Go one day. Go one day and move in Dominican Republic.
I'm coming with you.
Okay, that's cool.
We can make a whole hex. We can make a whole hex city, a whole hex community over in DR, right? We can onboard the whole community, make everybody rich. Everybody rich. All the kids, everybody.
Yeah, I got a lot of friends in God. I have Hex. I introduced in Hex. Yeah.
Are they staking?
Yeah. Yeah, we got a lot of Dominican in Hex. Yeah.
Beautiful.
I teach my people. Yeah. They quiet, they don't know English, but I teach them. They put a lot of money in Hex.
Tell them to learn how to use DeFi platforms, learn how to exchange, learn how to get money quietly, because the banks are now chotas, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're
The bank
chotas.
no go, bank no go.
They're gonna snitch on you. They're giving up all your information. KYC, man. Teaching people how to do it without KYC. That way they can get rich
Yeah,
without anybody knowing.
these people no be a slave no more.
Hey, bingo, you got it, mommy. You got it.
No be a slave no more. No.
No more slavery, man. We can't give you any time anymore. No time. No life, no energy anymore. No more.
No money in the bank.
That's right. No more. We don't need a bank. For what?
No, we don't need a bank.
You can get BitPay.
No, we're smart.
Wow.
We're smart. We don't need bank.
We don't need banks. It's over with.
Only need Hex.
That's it.
Only we need a Richard. That's it.
That's it. And then wait till Hex makes a card. Eventually, Hex is gonna do a card like BitPay card and Crypto.com card. When you get the card, it's like $7,000 a day. You can take off 7,000 per day. What else do you need? You don't need anything else.
Okay. I go to sleep now. Was glad to talk to my Hexica. Buenos días. Buenos días, papi. Bye.
Okay.
I sleep, listen. Sleeping and listen.
Hey guys, I've got a question. I just recently staked my Hex, and I was just wondering if the interface site at go.hex.com is like worked on, or maybe like improved in future, because the design seems a little bit like old.
Are you saying the site isn't working, or are you saying the design
No,
has
just
changed?
the user interface, like it doesn't look good, I think.
Oh, you're saying it needs to be like kind of polished for the
Yeah,
2022 year?
definitely.
Oh, I see.
Are there any plans, or is this just...
There may be behind the scenes. I know, staking on Pulse Chain will happen on that site, and they've been kind of making changes to other parts of Hex.com. So they may actually do something, but I haven't heard anything.
Okay, yeah, but it makes sense. If they want to integrate like Pulse, they have to change it anyways. So maybe they do some design tweaks.
Are you a designer? Do you have a background in design?
No. I was just wondering, because the Hex main site actually looks good, but then you like want to stake your Hex and the interface kind of looks ugly, I think. So yeah, I was just curious.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'll try to let the team know and maybe find out if they're doing anything.
Perfect. Thank you.
By the way, are you in any of the Telegram rooms?
Yeah. I am, but I'm not
okay.
like active. Yeah, I just recently found Hex, and yeah, I bought a dip. But yeah, I'm trying to accumulate more.
Oh, okay, great. So you know about the copy and everything, right?
Yeah, yes. I also sacrificed for Pulse X. I missed Pulse, but I did Pulse X. Yeah, and now I'm just waiting. Like I staked most in Hex for a few years. Yeah, I don't expect anything, but if it continues to perform like it did, I think it's going to be great.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, man, cool. Yeah, it seems like you know what you're doing. Yeah, I'll try to see what they're doing with the UI. even though, and the thing is, for everyone here, I'm not part of the team, right? I'm not official dev or anything like that. But I do come across some devs in the Pulse dev room and Hex dev room. So yeah, I might mention.
Perfect. And maybe if I can ask you another question, like I've got this Staker app on my iPhone, and like what I see a lot is people like staking for like 20 days, 10 days, and always with a lot of hacks. And I would like to know, is there anything in the game theory behind hacks that kind of punishes this behavior, or is this something the community has to deal with?
When you say it's a lot of hex being staked for like less than a month, how much are you talking? Like millions or billions? Or?
Like here, like 40 minutes ago, someone ended a stake with $2.27 million. And yeah, I see, or someone just staked $1.21 million for one day.
Oh wow!
It's if you have the ability to do that, there's nothing wrong with that. There's no reason to discourage that type of activity. I mean, it's a completed product. It's working as advertised, and if you have the ability to get those type of gains in 1 day or 10 days, by all means, have at it.
Yeah,
I'm just kind of wondering. Oh, go ahead.
No, sorry, didn't want to interrupt.
No, you had a good question, so I think go ahead.
But yeah, I was just wondering because like these guys are adding like set pressure to the coin, and maybe I was wondering if there is like something with T-shares, or I don't know if they can do it like forever. I mean, if you got in early and have like a few million hacks or more, then you can just stake for 1 day, take that profit, dump it, and repeat it. And I was wondering if are the T-shares they are getting decreasing over time, or is there any other measurement that makes it less attractive every time they do it, or is it just
I would think that
go on forever?
I would think that the taxable event would be the thing that would be less attractive to continue to do that on a daily basis.
Yeah, yeah, true, but okay. Yeah,
and they do. I mean, the T-share price in Hex is going up, so they're always losing T-shares if they're doing it. It might not be much to them, but at the end of the day, like if they do it for 6 months, if they just had a 6-month stake, they may have got a lot better payout. So maybe they're trying to avoid market risk by doing short-term stakes, but they are leaving a lot of yield on the table if they're doing it over a long period of time, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's true. And I was curious, why is the number of stakes like only 9 to 10%? Like, why aren't more people staking? Is there anything like that, or is it really like only that much people that stake, or what is the reason behind it?
That I don't know. Crypto, you got some idea?
I believe the OA holds a lot of the coins and may not have staked what they have. I know for the actual users, the regular users of the system are majority more than 50% staked if they have any hex in their possession. Most of it is staked. So
I think I think the origin wallet or the origin address is like 50% of the supply, but I could be wrong there, and it's not staking. So, but you could really like consider it to be taken out of supply. So in reality, it's like 60% of the supply locked, taken out of circulations, but the rest isn't, I would say. Yeah. But on the other hand, if you look at like the numbers, like only 80k wallets are staked, I can see a lot of potential for this number. Like there's a lot of room to grow, especially if you like compare this number to the number or to the adoption that like really like a really scammy crypto projects have gotten. I can see it like grow it to like, I don't know, to a few millions people that stake, so easily at 10x. Because if you look at SafeMoon, for example, I think on Binance Smart Chain, let me look it up, I think it has over or close to 3 million holders. So there were like 3 million people roughly that were like participating in a scam. Like, I mean, I think most people knew, and they just did it. And I think if you compare it to Hex is a legit project. Like, it's no scam. Maybe it's a little bit sketchy when you discover it first, but if you take this 3 million, those are like people that buy scams. They could also easily buy Hex if people would target them, and then like the number of stakers in Hex could like do a 10x, 20x, 30x, and I think this is the number that really matters. Like, people looking at market cap, but I don't think market cap is a metric that really applies to Hex. I think
Right.
what's more important is wallets that, or the amount of wallets that are holding Hex, and the amount of stakers, and those numbers are relatively small compared to like obvious crypto scams. So I can see a lot of room to grow, to be honest.
Right. I mean, once Pulse Chain comes up mainnet, I think the amount of people staking on the Pulse side of Hex is going to increase very, very sharply.
Yeah. I think there's.
I just want to say something to Katsuhiro-san. If you're listening, give me a follow. I'm in Japan, and I'm a member of the Hex Japan Telegram group. So if you have any questions, there are Japanese speakers in that Telegram group. So give me a follow, and I'll help you out if you have questions.
Thank you.
Melo, if you want to make me a co-host, and if you're gonna go to sleep, or if you're already sleeping, then I guess it's too late. But
I think he's already asleep, bro. Like a couple hours ago.
all right, I guess we'll hold it down as speakers here. What's up, Mr. Wonderful? How you
Yeah.
doing?
Slow motion, brother. How are you?
I'm good. I'm just chilling, living the Hex life over here in Japan.
Yeah, that's wonderful, man. I hear about Japan. I hear they're bigger hip hop fans anywhere else on earth outside of here. I hear they love hip hop.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, yeah they do. That's true.
I hear the best nightclubs in the world too, the best club scene. Just a lot of good things regarding the culture. I hear
Yeah.
yeah.
Yep, Roppongi is the nice district out there with all the night scene. Yep.
So I heard they're hip hop purists. Like they they propagate the culture in a like a healthy, a good way. So they're into like graph, breaking, actual hip hop instead of like I don't know, like the goofy stuff. Like I heard they're into the real stuff.
Yeah, man, it's cool because you'll see like sometimes walking through some of the train stations and some of the areas where there's like areas for them to practice their dance moves, and you'll see these groups of young men. Mostly the men are the ones that are practicing their break dancing or dance routines. Yeah, it's pretty cool to see.
So it's not Tokyo. Is that it's not the predominant club scene?
Yeah, Roppongi is in Tokyo. Yeah, Roppongi, Shibuya, Harajuku, that area of Tokyo is like, yeah, Ikebukuro is another area. Yeah, that's the night scene is around that area. Yeah.
Okay, what are you doing out there in any of that?
I'm retired U.S. Navy, and now I'm a civilian. I still work with the Navy.
So you've been okay. You were stationed out there at some point. You've probably been out there.
Yeah, I've been out here 20 plus years. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard people fall in love with it. Germany, they fall in love with Germany. They fall in love with South Korea, and they fall in love with Japan.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, my first duty station was out here. I was 18 years old, and they hand me orders to Sasebo, and I never heard that in my life. I'm like, where am I going? I'm 18 years old. They sent me over here, and ever since then, I loved it.
So Japan has a reputation for being like, I guess, like some of the more supremacist type of people. Or people think like white supremacy is relegated to like white people, but no, everybody has. People have their own versions of supremacy, right? So Japan has a reputation of being like the most. So what's your take on that? Is that a misconception or?
Yeah, you'll run into that. I mean, I understand why their reasoning for that. It's not like so much of a hatred towards gaijin or foreigners. It's just that they want to try and keep their nation, majority Japanese. Of course, that's fine. I mean, you just find different places to go. Like sometimes you'll get the big, they'll do the X with their arms. Like, no, you can't come in here. Okay, I'll just go somewhere else. That's fine.
Not the fucking Wakanda X. Not the Wakanda X.
Oh no.
Yeah, basically, yeah. They give you the Wakanda
Wait,
X.
is it a restaurant they're doing this at, or what kind of venue is it?
It might be maybe the bars, like maybe the Hostess bars, or sometime maybe it's a gentleman's club that they only want Japanese to attend, so they'll be like, no, you can't come in here. So that's all right.
Yeah.
Roger that.
I'm assuming it has a lot. Can y'all hear me? Am I breaking up?
Yeah, you good? Good.
I'm assuming that has a lot to do with the gangster culture. That's probably has a lot to do with that, like their establishments.
Yeah, that could be spot on there, Mr. Wonderful. Yeah, it could be Yakuza is the term for their mafia, organized crime scene. Yeah.
Gokulo is how they say it, right? Did I say it correctly? Gokulo.
I don't. Maybe I've never heard that, so that's new to me. But yeah, that's probably it. Yeah.
Or I guess how you anglicize it would be like wouldn't be we say Yakuza. I guess their version is like Gokulo, which is Gokudo. That's how they say Yakuza. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah, they don't say Yakuza. We say that. Like they say, I guess Gokudo, something like that. I know because I bought the Web3 name. I was trying to buy up all of the gangsters' names and all of the organizations. And don't ask me why.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Wow, that's pretty wild. You
I
did
was
some
thinking,
research into the yeah, that's pretty cool.
I was thinking ahead, right? So I bought Mild Pyru. I bought certain, I bought certain crip organizations. I bought Mexican Mafia. I bought I own a lot of them. I own the 18th Street.
Rolling 60s and
I bought Rolling 60s, facts. So I own these for Web3 names. So yeah.
That's tight. That's tight.
I was thinking preemptively, man, right? So apparently, so when I had caught Yakuza, right? I caught it early on, a while back last year, and when I went back, so those sites, these companies, they run an algorithm, like I don't know if it's Google or whatever. So when I went to, what I was doing is I was searching on my phone, and I had my guy on his computer searching, buying, right? So we knocking them down that way because it's kind of a gas fees thing with those. So if the gas fees will determine whether you're paying, 60 for a name or, 160, right? 360, right? So it's just depend the date, time of the day. So we run it like that so we can knock it down. So I typed in Yakuza, got it, caught Yakuza. I don't know how the hell I did that, but apparently a lot of the organized crime names nobody was thinking of. The ones that you were hard to catch, who clearly were thinking, were the Hispanic names. Ironically, like all of those are on lock. But
yep.
Yeah, but the the other ones, no one clearly was thinking of them. So I caught Yakuza. I was shocked. I caught Yakuza. So I told my guy, go ahead and buy it. He went to go buy it. They snatched it. So they must have like these naming sites. They must have ENS and Unstoppable Domains. They must have like a bot in there.
Oh yeah, so see what terms are being searched for, and yeah.
And then if it's too good, they keep it. Exactly, they won't let you get it if you don't buy it right there.
So, Mr. Wonderful, are you also an artist, like a music artist or a rapper or?
No. I was a Bitcoin enthusiast, so I just been in the Bitcoin space for a while. So I have my own I got my own guys and my own little cipher. We that's what we do. We work with projects, kick shit, pick different projects, and we try to get on the same page. Some uniformity. So we're just kind of not chasing the bag, right? We're doing the common sense work, and then eventually we're hoping that these projects turn into like wealth. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, yeah, but I just got from up under Bitcoin last year. I wasn't really the real guys are the ones who've been trading what was the shit coins are the popular term now, but been trading the altcoins for many years. Those are the people who got real money.
Right.
So I wasn't.
So how long you been in Hex?
Since the top last year.
Right on. That's tight. Man, I'm just loving it, man. I got in maybe day 19 of the AA, and man, it's changed not only my life, I have a couple kids, everybody that I've told that listened to me back then in maybe mid 2020, they're happy as hell right now. So it's like, man, I wish that I would have knew what this was going to end up being. Of course, that's what we all think or want to be, but I just wish that more people listened.
I just wish I had more skills in the space. I really just have to, because life, right? Business and all of that is kind of difficult. I just want to get to the day where I don't have to do anything but study crypto and learn these techniques, because I'm not as technical as most of you guys. That's what I need. I need to be doing that every day and soaking up the understanding of how to actually, or so some of the guys give out techniques every now and again. Like Richard gave one out. He was on the live a day or two ago. How to a little yield farming technique. Like that's what I need. That alpha, man. I need to learn these techniques. So something we can uniformly that I can do and just every day and get my that me and my people we can all do it and just kind of get rich, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, what my role so far within the Hex community. I mean, they call me the producer with Discourse Syndicate. So I brought a lot of heavy hitter guests to the podcast, like former Congresswoman Cynthia McKinney, G. Edward Griffin, Adam Kokesh, CJ from Rogue News, Mike from Rethinking the Dollar, Crypto Blood. He came on the show. So I mean, that's my little, that's my part that I'm, trying to, bring these, big guests to the show and get them talking about Hex and learning about it. I've even gotten, interviews for Richard Hart himself. So I seem to have a way of being successful with that. So I'm continuing. Right now, we're currently trying to get Richard Hart on Jimmy Dore's show. So if anybody knows Jimmy Dore's, he's been on Rogan. They're friends. They're both comedians. So if we could get Richard on Jimmy Dore's show, then that could be a gateway to Rogan. So.
Did you say Cynthia McKinney, Congresswoman?
Yeah. I brought her in. Man, check it out. During when she was on the show, and normally when we bring on like non-hexagons, like they're getting ready, they come to learn and tell us their story and learn about Hex. And we usually post that guest Ethereum address right during the show. So I was monitoring the show while Kinetics and Wells Only were interviewing the Congresswoman. And I was looking at her address on Etherscan. And I'm like, man, only like $3,000 worth of Hex. What the hell's going on? So I went into the Discourse Syndicate Cutthroats Telegram group, right? There's like maybe 40 of us, like the OG Hexagons. I'm like, hey, man, you guys, we got a former Congresswoman on the show. And I'm looking at her wallet and you guys ain't, normally the Hexagons, be showing some good love. So one of the Hexagons, I don't want to name him, but he's like, oh, yeah, you want me to give money to a member of the government or something like that? I'm like, yo, man, she's a former Congresswoman. She's on our side. She believes in freedom.
Not only that, she helped Freeway Ricky Ross get free. She was exposing the CIA's involvement in the drug. Yeah, she's
right. So that OG Hexagon said, okay, I just sent some Hex her way. So I went in, I was clicking on the Etherscan refresh, and he sent 100,000 Hex. And at that time, that was like close to $40,000. Yeah.
Yeah, that's great, man. That's love, and you're onboarding the right people too.
Yep. So we and then me and Wales helped her do a couple of stakes. So yeah, she's a stake. She's Hexagon. Yep.
She has the ear. Cynthia McKinney has a lot of people's ear who matter. You know what I mean? Like she's a very important person in the freedom movement.
Yeah, hell yeah. Right now I'm working on the Free Knots. I don't know if you or anybody that's listening, Free Knots is another one of those they're like into the freedom movement and agorism, and they do a lot of the Anarchapulco. They're doing the show over there with Berwick and his group. And I'm in contact with these guys, the Free Knots, and I'm trying to bring them to the Discourse Syndicate and tell us their story, learn about Hex, introduce them to the wide variety of musicians and DJs that we have within the Hex community. So yeah, we just getting stronger. Like every week, we just getting more powerful.
Yeah, good for you. How did you catch Cynthia McKinney? That's kind of wild.
I just kept after her. I mean, I maintained contact. I got, I got her books. I read her books. I just know that she's all about freedom, and she knows about Federal Reserve and, the evils of what's going on with our government and the power structure that's, destroying
Yeah, she
us.
knows, though. She knows. Though.
Yeah. She man, yeah, yo. Yeah, her when she first came on, she didn't want to go on screen because she's very OPSEC minded. Yeah, she's like, no, I can't put my camera on right now because there's people, that they'll try to figure out where she's at. So yeah, she's straight up, she's powerful. She's a powerful woman. I want to see I think she probably does know Nina Turner, but I mean, Nina Turner is, hopefully she doesn't get poisoned once you get in that clique, sometimes they end up getting poisoned. But it seems that.
Yeah. They started a little group. They got a little crew about it. Yeah, so hopefully.
So Nina Turner is another powerful voice out there for freedom, but like I said, once they get in the door, sometimes they flip, sometimes they'll stay with it. Like Cynthia McKinney, she didn't back down. She stood up against the whole the oath that they make some of the congressmen sign, like, hey, you need to sign this and say you're okay with who, and she wasn't down with that shit. So
yeah, and this is the key. The key is what y'all, unfortunately, she got it 30, 40 years too late, but she got it. So she stuck all that shit out on her own. She was a sore thumb out there on her own. She's a real warrior. You got to tip your hat out. Like, how many people would have done it? Like she jeopardized her life because these people weren't playing. I don't know if I'm certain you looked into it since it's gone. They weren't playing back then. Like, they were whacking shit. Like, they didn't care who you were. Your ass to get whacked. So
yeah. See, they pretty much, that the lobby, the lobby that I'm talking about. Yeah, they pretty much ran her out of town, man. Yeah, so correct. Far that she actually left the country where she might still maintain a residence somewhere, maybe in Georgia still or something, but I think she spends most of her time out of the States.
Yeah, I will hope so, though. But no, so the best thing you could do, that's major, bro. The best thing you can do is find those brothers and sisters like-minded who are trying to do the good work. And onboard them and give them a chance at wealth. That way, they can't be influenced. The lobby can't reach them. These people with ill intentions can't ever access them because, make them. Man, if we make the war, you gotta think, man, make the warriors rich. That's why, I don't know if you were on here when the Arab cat came in and he said, you guys need to stop. We're wasting our time doing this. We need to be like onboard billionaires. It was the creepiest shit ever. Like, I don't know, were you in here the other day?
No, I didn't hear that. I would have been upset about that because Richard.
Yeah.
I mean, the way Richard released Hex was to give us a chance. You know what I'm saying? He didn't go out there and put it on ads on TV like Hex and all this other shit. He was all word of mouth. Yo, here, hey guys, check this out. He was speaking to us, directly to us, the guys that we want a chance. We want a chance to make a difference, because if you continue to give the elite and the billionaires, they're just going to continue what they've always been doing, keeping it to themselves. And right.
TCP, that was the guy's name. TCP. He's like an A-Rap. I don't know if you're familiar, but yes, I told him, I said, listen, bro, I spoke after him. I said, I try not to speak for everyone else. I said, but in America, bro, we are really, really uncomfortable with shit like that, bro. I said, we have a concept in America that every man should get the opportunity to pull himself up by his own bootstraps. I said, so with the ideas you have, with what you're saying, you're essentially admitting that the game is rigged, that you're telling us that we won't have the opportunity to pull ourselves up because it's colonialism. I said supply side economics doesn't work, bro. The
Right
trickle
on.
down effect doesn't trickle down. It does not
Yeah,
work. That is a
that was
failed
a myth.
concept.
That
That's
was
old
failed. Yeah.
Reaganomics, old George Bush style. Yeah, I'm like, that stuff doesn't work, bro.
Yep.
That stuff doesn't work. So, and the evidence of it is right now what's happening in crypto. These are little people on board little people and turning little people into now the new 1%ers. You see?
Absolutely.
And now we got a chance to do some good stuff, bro. Like, I was stunned with this guy. Like, what university did he learn at? You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, Chris, raising your hand.
Yeah, Chris. Yeah, go ahead, Chris. Go ahead.
Hey, sorry about that. I had to turn my mic on. I don't know what Peter Schiff is going to say or what Richard Hart is going to say, but I think the future of crypto is going to be exponentially higher than that of the future of gold. Crypto, I know what crypto is. It's not really a big deal. The thing is like crypto is definitely going to be higher because it's attached to fiat. And not just that, but the gold is mainly used for adornment and perhaps energy. Perhaps. We don't know. We don't know for sure. But perhaps gold is used for energy. And if it is, well, it's probably going to stay low, like oil. And other than that, it's going to be used for adornment among the bourgeoisie. And crypto is going to be used for fiat among the plebeians. So, of course, crypto will stay high.
Right. I believe silver has a better chance of because silver is more important than gold. Silver is used in more items and products that we use every day than gold. I mean, gold is basically right now it's mostly just jewelry or it's in a bar in a vault. But silver's in the device you're talking to me on. There's silver, TV, all the cars, all the medical industries using it, solar panels. I mean, you can't make damn near anything without silver. So silver is going to be the choice metal if we're talking about metals being back into the system as far as I don't think it'll be used monetarily, but I mean, it's heavily used. You can't make a cell phone without silver. So
God bless you, dude. You know exactly what you're talking about. You know that. That's awesome.
I agree. I agree with that.
You're right. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Because honestly, I think I've said enough. But yeah, my account is real, dude. I mean, I say I want to be manhandled by Wall Street like a little fairy princess. I'm dead serious, dude. I'm dead serious. It's not a joke. But you know, I'm just gonna leave it at that. God bless and amen.
Nah, man, I'm just saying the right stuff, bro. This is what people need to hear. People are scared to speak, man. It's like so sad, man. Like I was telling the guy, not telling because many people shout out and know, but the problem is we propagate things that are not real. You see, so we're propagating concepts and ideologies. And, Wall Street is not real. It's not a thing. It's individuals that trade stocks. Government is not real. It's not a thing. It's people that coordinate. You know what I'm saying? It's not a thing. You know what I mean? Like religions are not things. They're ideologies. We propagate things and we give things like arms and legs and muscles. You know, when we make things these big bad, they're just ideas, man. It's like if we could like grow up and grasp that and start to understand, deal with the reality. We're like a mass psychosis, bro, a delusion. If we can grasp the concept of physical, tangible reality and not. And the irony is, people in crypto should easily be able to do that because they have to argue that to argue crypto. You have to make people understand the differences to speaking on behalf of crypto, right? So it's like the minute we start understanding, and then at least somebody might have to tell you to snap you out of the brainwashing, but you don't ever put ideologies, concepts, businesses, anything over people, man. That is rotten, bro. It's people first, man. It's people's needs and concerns first. It's my neighbor first. It's you guys. Like, I mean, Chris, you're like a stranger. Your life is more important than the will of the government. Like, shit is irrelevant. I gotta make sure you all right first. And that's the thing that people are not getting. You prop concepts above people. Not only is it wacko, right? Because concepts aren't real, they're concepts. Not only is it wacko, but it also shows ill intent. It also, to me, smells like some bad stuff is behind on the horizon. That's how I'm able to recognize the bullshit. And as soon as I see people propagating ideas above people and putting ideologies and concepts and businesses and faiths and this and that above people, and I know I'm dealing with a level of brainwashing, a level of or some on Shift's part. I believe Shift. That's willful ignorance. I don't think this guy knows better. You know, he just needs a talking point. He just needs a platform to stay relevant. But that's willful ignorance. The man knows better, and that type of stuff to me is the real evil. How kind of when Martin Luther King said, but he said, what did he say, my friend? He said, man, I can't think of the quote. It's a beautiful quote that he was just essentially saying, it's not the noise of the enemies I'm going to remember, it's the silence of my friend. You know, like are we just going to sit back and let these people continue to have their way? Or are we going to take responsibility in this space? Like, we run this shit, bro. Crypto, we got this shit. It's us. You don't have to keep up. Yeah, they keep. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, that's power to the people. That's what crypto's here to do, is restore power to the people and let us decide where our money's going to go, how we're going to utilize it. You know, what's happening in Canada, that could very well happen in America. Just that simple, where, oh, we don't like who you're donating to. Oh, you can't use your bank account. It's like, if we think that cannot happen in America, you got another thing coming. It can that quickly.
It's gonna happen. They're just not letting the cat out of the bag right now. But it's up to us to get people to understand DeFi. And that way you don't ever have to. No one ever has to see your move.
Yeah, be our own banks. Yeah, we're gonna be our own bank. Right.
You get a big pay card right now. You can do 7 stacks a day. You can take off 7 racks a day, bro. What do you ever need a bank for? Realistically.
Right on. Yep.
Shoot, Chris.
Yeah, I've got to be dead serious when I say I want to be handled by Wall Street like a little fairy princess. I mean, like, I have fantasies and stuff like that, but regardless of that, I want to give it to Wall Street. So we should all be focusing on a project of some sort as individuals, whether that be a business or whether that be investments of some sort, an investment vehicle, whether that be our bodies, our mind, our spirit, or our portfolios. God bless and amen.
Right on, Chris.
I agree, man. Death by 1,000 cuts, man. Each of us, we just got to think like warriors. Warrior doesn't mean jump out there and get fucked up and die on the battlefield. Warrior means every little step, every little breath, every little moment, every little action. You just a little something, and a little something, and a little something. And you start to build armor, man. You build a code of resistance, bro. And not only does it bleach off on people, you're not only teaching people how to move, you're not only teaching kids the proper way to view the world, which is not be subjects, but you're also actually doing the work. You see, you're actually, like you, Crypto King, man, that's I didn't even know the significant thing. Well, that's so major, bro. You're onboarding a warrior. You're onboarding someone that is respected by warriors. See? Like, you're onboarding someone that, yeah, man, so shit, I mean, I'm sure I'm certain Freeway Ricky Ross is in crypto, but these people have a large voice and a large platform. I personally am not going to be able to until I had the hex wealth, right? And when I do, like you said, the guy, when I can shoot someone 10,000 and change their perception, right? When I have enough to do that, I can't wait. I know enough celebrities. I know enough people in the space to convert them. People are just scared to be individuals. They're
Right.
just scared. They don't want to get fucked up, bro. That's all.
Right. Just like the professional athletes that we have, Justice Hill and Keelan Doss, and I can't remember the soccer player that we have in Europe, but those guys are just they're professional elite athletes, but they're just like us. I mean, they're making a paycheck in the NFL or a professional sport, but they're not the superstar like a LeBron or a Brady. So they could just easily have an injury and be down shit road. So they're in here killing it with Hex and living it, making their dreams really come true by securing their future by delayed gratification with Hex, and they're loving it.
I appreciate you guys. I appreciate y'all thinking. Hated being odd man out. I've hated being, which just builds the armor, right? But I've hated having to suffer. When you standing up, being solid and being righteous and being about trying my damnedest, right? Trying to put people first and just allow people to agora, like to trade and participate in shit on their own volition, man. When you that kind of guy, the systems are designed to fuck you up. Saying they're designed to trap up and catch people who are independent thinkers. And independent thinker doesn't mean independent without people. It means independent, being able to think, thought process, critical thinking. That's why they don't teach critical thinking, because then people will start asking the right question to the wrong question. And they got a place for it. But all this shit, everything's designed, everything is designed to brainwash you. I've not ran into imagine the people that don't know this. They think all of these things are just their life real. They're really subjects of like a mind control program. They don't even realize it. These schools and school to prison pipeline, school and prison structures of like the Russian bloc projects. All of this shit is like, man, if you can't see like projects, prison, schools, man, like that, it's like even the buildings would be the same, bro. I swear to God, bro, like it's so obvious to me, man. Matrix, I can see, bro. I get it. So kudos to y'all for getting that through. People first, bro. Ideologies way in the back.
So I just joined in and I heard a tail end of the discussion. Can you guys fill me in, please? Thank you.
I don't know if you really need to be filled in. I'm just going to take the reins here. It's a space. I mean, we're talking about gold and crypto. If you know anything about gold and crypto, just got to do your homework. hate to be a bit of a bitch in the morning, but you know, it is what it is. You got to get with the program, man, or brother or sister, whoever the heck you think you are.
And we respect whoever you think you are here in this space.
What I know is it will be what it will be. I don't mean to sound like Buddha or Jesus Christ, but yeah, I love the fact that, you know, you say educate yourself. I do. I read a lot. I don't watch a lot of TV or news. I'm like you guys. I want an answer, right? So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry I missed that, but yeah, I got rugged. I just jumped back in. But thanks for speaking, Tess.
Of course, I'll always be here. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate it, and much love and light and infinite blessings always to all of you guys. Life is pretty crazy right now. It's basically called a red herring. I don't know if you guys know that term, but it's actually a fork in the road where we're at right now. So it's pretty interesting. I worked in the financial district and owned my own business in my mid-20s for, I don't know, 12 years. And I don't know. I've lived all over. So I'm just interested in hearing everybody right now.
Well, yes, many blessings, and yeah, thank you for saying that. We're all here to support each other and hear everybody out and allow everybody to speak as long as everybody's respectful of what's being said. We had a great time during Hex Orca's last world record setting space, and it looks like this one's gonna do the same. And it was when that first one was going down, it was like, you know, it was so much fun. I was always I left my laptop with me connected in it, so I wanted to always like be present in the room, even if even while I was sleeping, I just had it on mute. But yeah, this is great. I mean, not only is it for Hex community, we've gotten people from all walks of life. I think last time we even had like a member of the Communist Party somewhere in Europe speaking, and we allowed him to say his thing. And you know, you don't have to agree with everybody that's on here, but yeah, everybody was speaking their mind, telling us what they're doing, what's going on around them in their world, and it was great to hear.
Thank you, Crypto, and thank you, Hex. Thank you, Mello and Orca. It's crazy. I'm from Alaska, and my father is 100% Tlingit Indian from Alaska. Unbeknownst to a lot of Americans and the rest of the world, Alaska is not primarily comprised of Inuit Eskimos.
Yeah.
So thank you guys. So yeah, I started my own business in my mid-20s in Seattle, resided there for 16 years, and was headhunted in my early 20s to become a stockbroker. Could have been a next Martha Stewart, but I had more empathy. Not, I'm not placing any judgment, but I wouldn't sell anything that I would not sell to my brothers and my family. Sorry.
Well, you had a conscience and you did the right thing for you, and yeah, that's very interesting story. But yeah, I'm you're still a success. I mean, you're still successful in whatever you ended up doing, and it seems like you don't do you regret the choice that you made, or it doesn't sound like you did?
No, I didn't. And I actually got more fulfillment because I was helping people. I actually worked in new construction and helped them with the end result. I was integral in making sure that everybody that purchased a home actually purchased what they purchased, so to speak. Yeah. So I stepped away from the financial industry and rolled up my sleeves, so to speak, and actually did the grunt work and gave the punch list to all the contractors of the new homes that all these people purchased, and made sure that the contractor kept their word, so to speak.
Right. Yep. Yep.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yep. So yeah. So not afraid to, get my hands dirty. From Alaska, born and raised. Don't ask me if I know how to ski. I don't. Don't ask me if I know how to fish. I don't. Well,
how to build an igloo or
no, not that. Made it as a college walk-on for the basketball team in Alaska, and sprained my ankle so bad, you guys. Oh gosh. Going through high school, I sprained my ankles so bad, and all my fingers. And yeah, pretty good athlete, but you know what? Look up my brother. My brother is Ed Mercer, and he's actually the chief of police in Juneau, Alaska.
Cool. That's cool.
I always say I taught him everything I know, but he actually went to Guantanamo and went through the FBI training. He's the chief of police. Oh, I actually beg to differ because I'm like more show me, don't tell me kind of a person. So I don't like take people's word for their word. I need to see their eyes, and maybe I taught him. I don't know. Who knows? But anyway, thank you guys for having me here.
Yep. Thank you for telling us your story, Tess. You have a wonderful evening. Go ahead, Chris.
I just want to say that Tess is a real testament to the financial industry. God bless her. Because handling swaths and swaths of capital is an extremely difficult job. And I do not wish that task on anybody who does not want to partake in it. But with that being said, anybody who's wishing to enter the financial industry, does have to be aware they will be selling absolute dog crap to people at times. It's not a joke. It's honest to God truth. So you either get with the program, package it up nicely, do your job correctly, stick with the team, make a paycheck, go home to your wife and kids, share her with your friends if you want. Doesn't really matter. Do whatever you want. It's your fantasy, your life, your wife, your home, your kids. But that's the reality of marriage. She wants things, you want things, and you got to provide for her. And one gets dominated, and one does the dominating. And if you want to be a dominator, you can be a dominator. If you want to get dominated, you can get dominated. But you got to look good getting dominated. And you got to look good dominating. You got to package it up real nice for the people, for the plebeians, for the plutocracy. And that's all I'm going to say. God bless and amen.
Thank you for saying that, but I beg to differ. I know I've walked that tightrope. When I met my ex, I couldn't get pregnant. I tried. I had 2 miscarriages and a final blow of ectopic pregnancy, which blew out. I mean, I had so much blood loss and it damaged both my tubes. So by the age of 36, I met my ex, and he had been divorced, had 2 beautiful girls who now are the oldest has her doctorate degree, and the youngest has her master's. And so I don't know what the answer is. I don't pretend to know. And thank God for spaces to actually have us all share our experiences. Yeah, I had carpal tunnel at the age of 20, started my own business, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's like, right? We can only do what we can do, and we can only show up and be the best and do the best. And if we mess up, yeah, we mess up, right? But in the end, all that matters is love, right?
Right. I mean, how many times have we seen when people have the opportunity to become like Tess was describing earlier, an opportunity to become this mega star or a big influence, but once we've seen these stories of musicians and actors that they do sign the deal with the devil, and then they end up regretting it. They go to drugs, and they end up not regretting that decision. And I mean, it's a difficult decision to make because like I said, sometimes it could work out well, and most of the times it doesn't. So Tess is a clear example of the decision. She made the right decision because she didn't want to be that person that was just shoveling crap just for to make the industry happy or whatever she was in. So yeah, that's an awesome story.
Well, yeah, because I was actually hunted. I was in my 20s in Seattle, and I lived there for 16 years. Didn't want to. I was totally like heartbroken to wind up in Seattle. I was born and raised in Alaska. my father is a chief of our tribe, and it's pretty funny, you
So you
guys.
were uprooted, basically. They uprooted you out of Alaska and planted you in Seattle.
Nobody uprooted me but myself.
Right, right.
So basically, I was born and raised in Alaska, and my father. Let me back up. Okay, so my father, my father went down to college in Nebraska and met my mother. He was 20. And he was on his way to a Dinah Washington concert. Oh my God, you guys, I love jazz. So anyway, she was walking on the other street, the opposite direction. And he was walking with his buddies going to this concert. Well, he never made the concert. Met my mom, and here I am, literally 4 years later. But I have 2 older sisters, and back then you can marry, right? You can
Can I,
marry so
sorry,
early.
can I ask a question? Sorry.
Oh, of course, please do.
Does anybody know if the Schiff Hart debate is being moderated?
I believe it is. Yes, it will be by the I can't remember Bryant, I think it is, the guy that's going to be the moderator.
Right. Thank you.
I'm not aware of that, or I really don't really care, because when people speak the truth, we actually vibrate and are in a higher frequency
I'm going now. Thank you.
of love and light. So when there's people that are hiding the truth, they vibrate in a lower frequency. And maybe I'm like, hopefully I'm connecting with people right now, but so let me get back to my story. All right. So parents met. My mom was 16, dad 20, got married. A year later, my older sister came along, and I've got two older sisters, me, 2 younger brothers, and 2 younger sisters. Yeah, grew up in Alaska, and amazing upbringing in a lot of ways. And not mistakenly, maybe it's not the platform to discuss all the trauma, but what I can say is we are all here for a reason, and you and I and everybody in this space have not come here accidentally. There's no coincidence, and we're all supposed to be here right now. So thank you guys. So yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Right on.
Yep.
Right on.
And
Tess.
and I love all of you, and you are all my sisters and brothers, and we are all the same. We're just fighting different battles, and there's really no division. There's only love and unity. Um, there's just love. So thank you guys for letting me speak.
You're welcome, Tess. Thank you for sharing your story. Any other speakers that are still awake or just joining with us? Feel free to pick up the mic and go ahead and tell us your story or ask questions if you have any. Or I guess I could play TYRH while we're waiting.
Or I can continue because I have a lot to say for everybody. Don't be
Sure. Go ahead. It's being recorded, so yeah, feel free. Take it up.
all right. And I'm not afraid of being recorded. I want to share this with everybody, and hopefully it'll go as far as it needs to go. And we are all light and love, and what we've been taught through what have you. I don't mean to point to religion or religion. Let me say religion is following a messenger, whereas spirituality is actually following the message. And it's really not to discount Jesus or Allah or God. Well, we're all God. We're all gods and goddesses, first of all. And we just actually forgot. We don't remember. We are all creators. Does that make sense? Probably not. What we think, what we speak, go ahead. What we think, what we speak, our actions is all energy, right? We're all energy. What I'm speaking to you right now is energy. You can feel it, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So we are all energy. And we're actually not even human. We're energy. So what we have to understand and come to understand. Oh, sorry. Did you just flush the toilet?
Vanda, if you want to mute. Oh, there you go. He muted himself.
Oh my God. It sounded like somebody flushing a toilet. But what we all are is energy. We're energy. So we are all one. I don't know if you guys have heard about Ra or Quo or the law of one. Well, we are all one, and we're all here together, and we're all connected. And what we think, what we feel, what we say, how we treat each other, how we look at each other, it's all energy. I know you feel it when you come into contact and when you see somebody, you react, right? It's their eyes, it's their body language, it's the way they move, something, right? Well, guess what? We're all energy and we're all love, and we are all just walking each other home, meaning back to source, which in the Bible and all the religious, everything is God. Well, we're all gods and goddesses. And there is no sex, there's no gender, there's no race, there's no color, there's no divinity. There truly isn't. Think about it. When an infant is born, that infant only knows love. Well, guess what? That's what all we are. We're love. Everything else is taught. We're taught hate, judgment, divisiveness, greed, anger, hurt, right?
The divide and conquer and all that. Yes, yes, indeed. Yeah.
So what I'm trying to do, and I hope that you all will actually understand. I don't care if you understand. I mean, I didn't mean that I don't care. I do care, but I don't want you to feel like I am like pointing fingers or judging. All I want to say is I'm trying to get to 0 point, meaning get out of our ego. Because the longest journey anyone will ever take is from their head to their heart. So I'll be quiet right now.
Any other speakers out there?
TYRH, Hex flexing like all day. Yes, best we went all in. Whoa, yeah. And staking we ballin'. Cop hexing, what's next? Stake stacks to the max. 4 5s and relax.
I guess we'll take a commercial break.
Real square climb the ranks. Unstaking, restaking 80%. Owning my shit, I ain't paying no rent. Feel like a boss on the way to the bank. TYRH gotta get thanks. Attitude and gratitude is natural for Hexagon. Yes, Hex flexing all thanks to him. After every dip we ascend, up into the right be the trend. By design, that's why ratification delays. Sticking ladder got me heavily paid, making cheddar every step of the way. Haters telling me so scared, they just jealous, they ain't getting no kick. So many wish they would've take a chance, join me and take a leap of faith. They will be singing with me today. TY IQ test from the start. Those involved saw what I saw. Picture painted by Richard Hart. Only haters try shitting on. They lacking vision, ain't really smart. Hexagon is the best I've been invested in Hex. Just look at the chart. Haters debating and hating the facts. That is still outperforming them all. Player been driving a bitch in a moped. Now I'm performing a car. Everything around me changed for the better. I'm so glad Sean singing this song. Days of being a bit of broke ass in the past, right where it belong. Yes. So I gotta give thanks to RH for showing the way. I'm feeding the fam. Used to be dark days when I go to sleep. Now I'm dreaming again. Take a look at my Staker app. I continue to win. Yeah. Give thanks to the God that we all ate. TYRH. Hex flexing like all day. Yes. Best investment went all in. Yeah. Whoa. And staking we ballin'. Yeah. Give thanks to the God that we all ate. TYRH. Hex flexing like all day. I got Hex and went all in. Yeah. Whoa. And staking we ballin'. Take a look at my Staker app. Long stakes, staking fat.
Thank you, Tess, for still being out there. I don't know if it looks like Francia and yourself are the only, and Mello, I think Mello's out, but
Just one more small thing I need to share.
Yep, go ahead.
So, are you guys familiar with Sandra Sotomayor?
The justice in the Supreme Court?
Yes. Grew up in Brooklyn.
Yep. I believe she's Puerto Rican, right? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So her younger brother was getting picked on by the neighboring kids.
Okay.
She actually broke the nose of the guy that was like bothering her little brother.
Wow, that's cool.
And guess what? Hello. So my younger brother is the chief of police.
Right. He was the guy that got his nose broke, or
no. Same situation, same scenario. I was 10 years old in Alaska. Some neighboring little punk was bothering my brother, and he was older and bigger than my brother. My brother now is what, 6'1"? Who knows? I don't care. I still I'm 5'7", and I still reach up, point my finger, and say, you know what? No, I did at a time when I was cocky, when I actually never been cocky, but anyway, yeah, some kid was bothering. So both my parents worked. And it was the summer in Alaska. Crazy for you guys because you guys have never experienced Alaska. All you guys think of is igloos and cold, dark. Well, Alaska is pretty big. It's okay. I was in Southeast Alaska, so rained a lot. Pretty depressing. Anyway, back to the story. So I was 10. It was summertime. My parents both worked. I can't remember where my two older sisters were, but apparently I was in charge of my two younger brothers. So, I don't know. my brother came up to me and he said, "Oh, Frank's bothering me." I go, "You know what? Just go play somewhere else, right? Just go play." 10, 15 minutes later, he comes back. Now he's got alligator tears. He's crying. I'm like, "Oh my God, where is he? Take me to him." Confronted the guy. I go, "Look, you're the same height as me. Why are you picking on my little brother?" He started mouthing off to me, and then I just punched him in the nose, broke his nose. He fell back. I was so scared to go back home. My family, we had like rules and I don't know, regulations. Dinner was on the table at 5. I mean, everything was like very proper. And I had actually been in trouble before and got the belt and been, slapped. And back when you could do that, right? Without being sued. So, went to dinner. Oh my God, nobody said anything. I was so sure I was going to be like in trouble, like grounded, something, the belt, but never happened. And my brother went through the FBI training. Now he's a chief of police, and I think the sad part about all of this story is I was actually molested when I was 9. And I was a varsity volleyball and basketball player and made it as a college walk-on and owned my own business. And
Are you a Hexagon or into crypto, or tell us a little bit about that aspect?
Don't understand what you're saying, but I'm just speaking truth. I have no contact with my family for years. Even when I started my own business, I kept calling. I was the one that reached out, but everybody pushed me out as a black sheep. And to this day, I'm pretty sure my brother doesn't want this to come out. And maybe I shouldn't even be talking about this. But
maybe you could save that for another time.
Perfect. But my dad had a stroke in 2015 before I fled my ex. But my sister, who was always jealous because I was daddy's little girl, and I I am, and I'll never ever not be. And it's crazy. I forgave him, but I didn't forgive my mom and all of my brothers and sisters um, throughout that time period. And I'm gonna write a book, but yeah, I'm not perfect. I strive to succeed, and apparently, I I have what it takes, and I think my message for everybody is don't cut yourself short and just keep moving on, no matter what.
See, Chef, are you able to speak? Go ahead, fire away. Okay, another commercial break.
And staking, we ballin'. Cop hexing, what's next? Stake stacks to the max. 4 5s and relax. Future me, give it thanks. Lil Spade climb the ranks. Unstaking, we staking 80%. Holding my shit, I ain't paying no rent. Feel like a boss on the way to the bank. TY always gotta give thanks. Attitude and gratitude is natural for Hexagon. Hex flexing all thanks to him. After every dip we ascend. Up into the right beat.
Can I say that I actually went through that and made it as a college walk on, and nobody knew what was going on. And then I sprained my ankle so bad.
Yes, Tess, we heard you. We heard you. You mentioned that earlier.
I know.
Yeah.
So I want to elaborate. I actually withdrew from college in Alaska, and then I put myself through a private women's college in Long Beach, California. But you know what? I need to write a book. That's okay.
Okay. So what brought you to the space? Did you just see it up on top and figured you listen in, or?
Well, you guys were talking about the future of money and crypto and everything, and I don't know. I'm pretty spiritual.
So are you so? What do you know anything about crypto or hex? I mean, most of us are hexkins in here, but it's a free and open space to talk about anything, of course.
No, I don't, and I'm sorry I intruded on your space.
No, you're not intruding. It's like I said, it's free and open to talk about whatever, and we like hearing interesting stories, just similar, just like yours, what you're telling the listeners here.
I have overstepped my welcome. Thank you guys.
Well, thank you for speaking up, Tess. Now back to the commercial until one of the hosts comes back.
Cheddar every step of the way. Haters telling Mr. Scam. They just jealous they ain't getting no cake. So many wish they would have taken a chance. Join me and take a leap of faith. They will be singing with me today. T.Y. already. Side you best from the start. Those involved saw what I saw. Picture painted by Richard Hart. Only haters try shitting on. They lacking vision, ain't really smart. Hexagon's the best of men invested in Hex. Just look at the chart. Haters debating and hating the facts. That it's still outperforming them all. Player been driving a bitch in a moped. Now I'm performing a car. Everything around me changed for the better. I'm so glad Sean singing this song. Days of being a bit of broke ass in the past, right where it belongs. Yes. So I gotta give thanks to RH for showing the way. I'm feeding the fam. Used to be dark days when I go to sleep. Now I'm dreaming again. Take a look at my Staker app. I continue to win. Yeah. Give thanks to the God that we all ate. T.Y. Hex flexing like all day. Best investment went all in. Yeah. Whoa. And say we ballin'. Give thanks to the God that we all ate.
I think maybe my message
What?
I think maybe my message is there's more to money and success. I think it's all about love.
Yes, it definitely is.
I wish you all love and light and infinite blessings and abundance.
Same to you, Tess. Have a wonderful morning. I guess it's morning where you're at now.
Yeah, early morning. All right. Good night, y'all. Love you.
Take care. Thanks for joining us. Bye-bye. Korean investor, economical slang.
Let's talk about the highest appreciating asset class today. It's crypto, not stocks and bonds. Boy, this ain't for play. My word plays to educate the children around my way so they can get out the hood. No, I don't want to stay. Education's critical and my life pivotal. Could have been in jail or dead. Yeah, it's just that simple. But back to investing. Here, take some notes. Never go all in like jumping off a boat. Dollar cost averaging. Google that term so you can keep your shirt on. So you don't get burned. Now there's risk to all investments. This you should know. You can take yearly profits and get ready to blow. In 5 years, 10 years, 15 years you hold. You can live off the interest. That's the part that gets sold. You don't reinvest your capital or the principal in this case. I'm feeding your brain cells and everything to it. I said the Hexicans are loyal with the gang. You disrespect our clique. Haters keep talking. It's about assets and interest. Economical slang. I said the Hexicans are loyal with the gang. You disrespect our clique. Haters keep talking. It's about assets and interest. Economical slang. Now remember that Bitcoin was a penny a share. Well, Hex is now the same price that has made millionaires. This ain't financial advice, so let's be clear. But Hex did go up when the market was there. Now Hex is like a CD, you get paid per shares. You can swap your value through Uniswap. Use the Hex e-pair. Don't forget to pay your taxes, cause it's only fair. They got wide.
All right, everybody. I'm gonna step off the mic. I'll still be in the room, but I'll be going off mic. Anybody else? Francia? She's probably sleeping. All right.
I'm sleeping. I took tomorrow.
Okay, Francia.
Okay.
Poor Hexorca. Is he sleeping? Poor guy. Hexorca, you had a real strange lady before take over your space, man. I've met a lot of creepy people in my time. That was top notch, honestly.
I did not catch it, so maybe that's for the best.
Yeah, surprised that I got like I work in a hospital, so I think I've met every character I thought there was to meet, but this was a new character.
Yeah, bound to find a few of those on the internet, I suppose.
Yeah. Did you get any sleep?
Oh yeah, I don't know when I fell asleep, but I feel pretty refreshed.
Good. So how many hours until the debate?
I
think it's about 12.
Yeah, just about 12, maybe a little more.
11. Oh yeah, about 11 or 12, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever seen the other guy debate before, Peter?
A couple times. He's not quite as maybe technically skilled as Richard, but he's got a ton of experience. So I think it'll be really good. I think it'll be a great learning opportunity for both teams.
Yeah, I don't know. It might be one of those situations you just don't want to look.
I hope not. I hope they don't just turn it into a shouting match.
Yeah.
But it's a couple of pretty passionate people that are pretty opposite in their alignment, so we'll see. And just for anybody who's even awake at this point, feel free to grab the microphone if you want to talk about anything. Hey, easy way out. I don't think you got to raise your hand to chime in right now. It's pretty laid back hour. You could just pretty much take the mic. One main net. Hex is beaten up lately, huh? I guess you can't really go anywhere for ROI lately. Legacy is down, crypto is down. General Electric was up 1.5%. We should have all aped in there. Hey man, how's it going?
I'm good. I was just I was like one of the last speakers with some other lady from Alaska. Tess, she was telling us like her life story, and it's getting a little, it's getting a little weird there, but then I resorted to playing some TYRH and Korean investor songs, and that was it.
Well, I appreciate you coming in here and adding some energy. I apparently became involuntarily unconscious, as is prone to happen during these Twitter spaces.
Yeah, we definitely want to make sure you're get well rested, and you got a lot of the hosts and speakers that are able to keep it going for you, brother. You're good.
Yeah, man, I really appreciate that. It's always good to have a couple of strong supporters in here that can help keep the conversations going, because people, it's kind of fun, you know. You never know when people's schedule is going to make it possible to come join in.
Well, you know, me being on the other side of the world, yeah. While you guys are sleeping, I'm wide awake. It's what is it? It's 9 p.m. here, so yeah, I'm good.
Oh wow, yeah. Yeah. You looking forward to the debate today, or I guess for you tomorrow?
Yeah, it'll be 7 a.m. for us. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna be listening in.
Yeah, it should be really good. I was looking, I mean, just because I was like peeking at the gold chart and crypto chart and stuff, I'm a little concerned that they're going to be coming into this debate with two significantly different opinions of what kind of the point is. Because I think Peter Schiff is really into gold as like a, you know, run head for the hills, end of times value storage. And so I think when you see all these markets being down and then gold's popping up a little bit, I mean, is that his ultimate argument? Is like, look, when the entire global market begins to dip, gold goes up 20%. It's like,
yeah, he's gonna be the "I told you so." But I mean, I still believe in more so silver. I mean, I still have my silver and some of my other, like a little bit of gold here and there, but I still think it's worth having physical assets, something to pass down. So, I mean, yeah, the market has been not in gold's, but it's heavily manipulated, right? So if you take away the manipulation out of the Wall Street and all these derivatives traders, yeah, gold will be what, you know, Peter Schiff and the other Jim Rickards and Jim Rogers and all those other guys are talking about.
yeah, I could see that too. There's a lot of that. That's why I hope the two of them find some kind of common ground, because I think it'll do better for the whole audience. So I think we would all stand to gain a lot if both Richard and Peter speak to some of the nefarious middlemen that affect both of their playgrounds.
Right, absolutely. Yeah, I think that'll be the middle ground where they could both come and say, hey, there's a force of evil that we're both fighting against. So yeah.
Right.
But I'm gonna get back to I was eating some dinner and I just heard you I heard somebody start making noise, so but I'll still be listening.
I appreciate it, brother.
All right, enjoy.
Yeah, peace.
Y'all ready for this debate or what?
Hell yeah, man. Not much longer now. How do you think it'll play out? Are they gonna play nicely, or are they gonna go at each other's throats?
I hope they play nice. Make a good, make it good for all ages.
Yeah. I wonder how much of the internet will catch on to this debate pretty early. I bet even 6 months ago, it would probably have been a much less viewed event. I think people are really coming around. People who have been in crypto, people who are new to crypto, I think they're seeing a lot of value from the information that Richard's sharing. It'll be interesting to see how much traffic this event gets.
Everybody get them some of this nice dip.
Sure seems to be a discount until it dips again, right?
Gotta get it while it gets good.
That's true. Take advantage of the prices as they appear. But I'm just letting you know, in 3 cents, when Dogecoin flips us, I'm going full Doge profile.
I had to talk an old man out of buying some yesterday.
Oh, really? Let's go look at the Doge chart.
There's no cap on supply on Dogecoin, right?
That is correct. Man, the chart would have you believe that the next crypto bull run is going to be special.
Am I supposed to keep quiet so that people can sleep? Or should I say something?
Think for us, Doctor.
I don't know. Uh, what should I sing? Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Close your big fat eyes. Go to sleep. Thank you. This is, I still find Twitter Spaces kind of weird mode of communication. One is to many. Like, I can't get any feedback quick enough, and I like, how do I know even if I'm live? Like, this app sucks. Actually, now that I see there are a few single females in the chat, I would like to try impress them with some words of poetry. This is the opening stanza of Auguries of Innocence by William Blake. It's to see a world in a grain of sand and a heaven in a wildflower. To hold infinity in the palm of your hand and an eternity in an hour. Yeah, so I don't know. I think it's kind of a classic, timeless classic, and one of the reasons it is a timeless classic is you can interpret it in the way you want. I wanted to interpret it in the ethos of NFTs and cryptocurrencies, like basically to say that all value is perceived, and some kind of beauty lies in the eye of the beholder, kind of stuff. Sam, you can. It would be nice if you were unmuted and laughing in real life, than putting up a laughing emoji.
You're blowing my mind, Dr. D. Dr. D, when you're a kid, what did you want to be when you grew up? I was fascinated to know that.
Really, actually, I wanted to be a robotic engineer, like create. Do you know the serial called, I think it's Johnny Sacco and his giant robot or something like that? We used to just know it as giant robot. So I wanted to be a robotic engineer and build those giant robot, build a giant robot that could destroy an entire city. But since I couldn't,
I thought that would be the case.
but since I couldn't do that, I became a doctor. Maybe I can. Someday I will be able to make humans clones that can destroy the city. No, I just mentioned the poem and things like because I'm trying to work on a like kind of a pitch or maybe a what do you call an online learning course which I can chill, or maybe someday I can join the Crypto Sparbok guys to on and give lectures or my 15-minute talks. That way, I'm trying to build up a repertoire of things to say.
What are you a doctor of?
I am I'm a general physician. But I've specialized in occupational health and pharmacovigilance. If you have heard about it, it's a kind of a niche skill. So I don't like to talk shop. So the only reason to have that doctor in front of my name is sometimes I get to participate in general spaces. They see that name and they allow me to speak instead of having maybe an NFT face. People do sometimes admire having a face. I wanted to talk about this thing of perceived value and like this. I don't know whether you have aware of what are Veblen goods. Now these are things that defy the normal supply and demand curve. Now, normally, if the price of a commodity increases, its demand should decrease, and then the price should be as the demand decreases, its price should come down, and at some point there should be an equilibrium. But these Veblen goods have this special property where an increase in the value actually increases the demand and therefore the price. Now the main goods which come into this category are luxury goods, and best example would be a Louis Vuitton hat maybe. So what is the general purpose of having a Louis Vuitton hat? Or before that, how do you know if a person owns a Louis Vuitton hat? Answer is you don't have to guess. The person owning the hat will come and tell you that they own a Louis Vuitton hat, and that is kind of the its main utility, that you get to tell other people that I own this hat. And this also applies to NFTs and kind of what we see. Why are people spending so much on NFTs? So they want to show others that they can afford to buy an NFT, which is in general kind of cloud chasing. Everybody wants to have followers and show off to their followers And yes, and from what I've seen, uh, what has happened to Richard Hart's YouTube channel as well as Twitter profile since he has started showing off those watches, etc. Like, yes, there are more people following him. I don't know. So that was. I'm working on more stuff to write down. But this is recorded. I hope I am able to timestamp this somewhere so that I can later write it down. I'll include it.
You should be able to go on YouTube right now to the What's Not on the News channel. And maybe that would let you at least like timestamp the video.
Otherwise, it's okay. I've not that I have an eidetic memory, but my memory is good enough to remember this again. So
nice.
I said I don't have eidetic memory, so that's it. But I am quite smart, and people who have like I did have a small Mexican get together in the Philippines a couple of weeks back. Yeah, people who met me in real life kind of understand that, yeah, this guy is smart. He knows what he's talking about. And I guess those who have listened to me prior on Spaces or on one of any of the live stream have a similar opinion. Yeah, that's enough of me blowing my own bugle. But
D-Raj, why is Hex tanking, man? I told everyone in here that they'd be retired by tomorrow.
Sorry, I didn't get.
Why is the Hex price down, man?
Manipulation. It's
We're blaming manipulation.
Whenever the price goes against you, it is manipulation. If it is going the right direction, then yes, it is pure organic growth. But
I've been using this new button on my chart called the invert scale button, and all of a sudden, the last couple of months look like some of the most profitable work I've done.
No, I just changed the color of the candles. That's it. No inversion or anything. I just changed the red candles to green. So makes me feel better. But there are a couple of things which I suspect. One is the sacrifice for alternate projects, which I abhor and will not name.
Oh man, so much drama out there on Twitter.
See, and I know now these drama and infighting is part of being in a large community, and I have like said this multiple times and on stream, but again, poetry, Rudyard Kipling, Law of the Jungle. If you want to fight a wolf of the pack, you must fight him alone and afar, lest others join in the quarrel and the pack is diminished by war. So this was always like I have said this. I think the first time I said this about a year ago, and I had already seen some signs of infighting then. If you have differences of opinion, like you can do, there is Twitter DMs, or there is a setting in tweets where only the person who is done at can see who is, or only the mentioned person can see the tweet. You can use those to communicate, uh, but nobody listens to what I am saying, or the great advice that I put out. Everybody just doctors sing for us, sing, use the golden mic to sing. That's all they want, and I don't mind as long as like 1,000 people, or I get 1,000 views, and if from that only 2 or 3 people are do take advice, 1,000 people come to hear the golden mic, and two of them really listen to what I said, the advice I gave. I will, I would say I have done good for that day. Yeah.
So you really think that a bunch of side projects are the reason that we're dipping, even though the entire world's markets are down? We're going to blame the other projects.
See, I know for a fact that a few people were broke and then become really wealthy because of X. And if some of those people are trying to start their own project, it is very likely the only way to get funding for their project is by them selling the Hex they owned and asking others to do the same. So again, yeah, I have fired some shots, but this is my firm belief that people, because in general, if you consider the last 10 months, crypto is in a kind of bear market, and even though Hex is down, I think 60-70% from the top, it is still much better. And if you have been staked for about a year, you are still in green. So the only people having money are the Hexicans. That is why they are being targeted by these sacrifices. One, now again, this is general street wisdom. I would say that if the opposite party knows that you are having a lot of money and they are putting up an offer especially for you, there is a very high chance that you are going to be nickel and dimed, or you are basically going to get a very bad deal. That is why I say to my fellow Hexicans, if any project is targeting the Hexicans, it's mostly because they know these are the only people, very few people in crypto whose portfolio is green, and they want to extract value from you rather than provide some real value to you. So let it be 8% or 10% or 2%. Everybody is trying to make money out of this community, be it be it projects, be it services, be it even what you call to merchandise. Uh, everybody, this whole I there is this whole what you call there is an article regarding the whole crypto space. The whole crypto space is a dark forest. If you uh, the dark forest analogy is one of the now the rather the term dark forest comes from one of the answers to the Fermi's paradox. But for us, before I deviate, we we are living in a dog world. Everybody, I don't know whether you guys have heard this, that now this is a false example given, but still it's kind of indicative of crypto community. Like,
Doctor, what are you talking about, bro?
yeah, so what I'm see that's another problem. Sometimes my thoughts go haywire and I have to
You're good, bro. It's 6 a.m. where I'm at, and I'm coming off of just a couple hours of sleep where my body just turns off mid Twitter space.
Yes.
So I couldn't care less.
See, that's why I said I hope I can timestamp this, because I'm just ranting out random words, and hopefully I can pin it down later in a better format.
I've been there, man. I've had a couple of early morning, kind of like transitional day breakthrough thoughts. And then it's like, oh, I gotta write that down. And then I go back and I look at it. It's like,
but I'll get back to my point regarding.
No.
Now, because everybody else is silent, I have taken over the authority. I don't know how many people left after I started talking. But
you don't get to just come in here and poison my Twitter space with your dialogue, make everybody exodus from here, and then move on to your next space and start singing to them.
Yes, that is my secret superpower.
I was wondering why the numbers were so low this morning between the crazy lady that came in and D-Raj giving his Twilight Hour karaoke sessions.
Wait a minute. Let me try if I can actually do the karaoke thing.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair.
Hello.
Oh God. Oh no.
Now you will suffer the experience.
Yeah, I wasn't putting myself through that. That's the beauty of technology, D-Raj. I could just mute your ass.
I was talking about. I don't know whether you have heard this myth that is propagated about the wolf pack. Like, I think it's Siberian or whatever wolves that live in a very cold climate, they sleep in a circle with one eye open, and if one wolf sees that one of the wolves has closed both the eyes, means he has fallen asleep, then the rest of the wolves just attack him and devour him. We are kind of in crypto, we are in this kind of environment. Everybody is supposed to be considered a threat. So that is why I abhor all other projects and speak ill of them. You know, I am running out of energy to speak, though it may not seem. But there is Carl Jung's theory of introverts versus extroverts.
Diraj, before you start talking about introverts and extroverts, I need to get the facts from you.
Tell me.
Gold versus crypto. Where are you at, man?
I like gold jewelry, but
really more than crypto?
But
you like gold more than crypto?
No, here's the nuance. I do understand buying gold jewelry. Again, my point, it is a Veblen good, but gold is one of the worst investment in current days. And so yeah, I do own some gold because it is kind of part of Indian rituals sometimes. So we do have to own some gold, and everybody knows this. Like during certain Indian festivals, the price of gold goes up. So gold has cultural importance in India. That is why I understand buying it, but it does not have any footing against crypto. And I guess since I think we are in a space where everybody is in crypto, so talking about gold versus crypto is like preaching to the choir. So I really don't want to repeat the same things. But I do like to quote David Graeber from his book Debt, the First 5,000 Years. And that is the only reason gold became popular as money is because it could be stolen. That is, prior to gold, there was this credit-based system of money. So if you owed somebody or somebody owed you money, there was nothing, that burden of repayment still remained. But with the introduction of gold, if you're that social burden is taken away or abstracted into the gold, so that's what gold could be stolen and you could be turned bankrupt. Whereas if there was a credit-based system, there was no way of taking away your wealth. But yeah, so
do you think gold or cryptocurrency makes more sense for developing economies. Like, let's take sort of Africa and developing Asian countries.
It makes perfect sense for developing countries, provided the transaction fees remain sane. But crypto mainly, because and that was one of the reasons I got into crypto. Like, if you don't know, in 2016, India banned had what is known as demonetization, where currency notes valued 500 and 1000 were simply cancelled. So
I wasn't familiar with that.
yeah, so now there was havoc caused due to it. You search YouTube for it, you will see how there were huge lines for withdrawal in from banks, and there were people fainting waiting for withdrawing money from the bank. Overall economy was affected, but now I also know the real reason behind doing it. It was mainly to win the provincial election that going on was about to go on at the time, and it was one of the main sectors to win. So what usually happens is the politicians hand out 500 rupee notes or 1000 rupees notes, depending upon how many voting members are there in the family, and they have a way of tracking how many people voted for which party. So it's not that you can tell the politicians that you're not going to accept those notes. But what demonetization did is, the ones of the opposition party did not have the new notes. So the ruling party, who were aware of this and they already had the new notes, were able to win the election. And that is why that was the main political reason behind the demonetization. You will not hear this I don't think anybody has discussed it in media, but this is what you call insider news. Second thing,
I love it, man. Insider news.
Or it won't. I won't even call it insider news. It's like from the field news.
Yeah, on the spot.
Yeah. Another thing, one of the reasons it failed is because people were ready to launder money for others, and the only way to get the new notes is if you deposit the old notes into your bank account with all the registration. So what people were doing is they were literally paying like 70-30, like you for every 1000 rupees you accept to put in your bank account, you will be getting 300 rupees as what your cut for being essentially laundering money. And how do even I was kind of given one such offer which I refused to take. but which I kind of regret in hindsight. But yeah, but it did lead to a lot of black money being exposed, and it is still going on. Some the income tax department or the uh, Indian equivalent of IRS is still tracking down some of the accounts. Yeah. So
how much longer is the bear market, D-Raj?
see, depends on what do you consider the top of the bull market. Should you consider 67,000 or 69K in Bitcoin? One. So if on an average the bear market lasts 1.5 years to 2 years, so I would think it would be another 8 months for of bear market. But the thing is, because of the I am tempted to use the word hyperinflation of the USD. You might not see a elongated bear market, because soon I think we will see. We are already seeing price inflation everywhere. So that is kind of going to act as a, I would say, supporting factor or factor for valuation of the cryptocurrency. So I guess, but long story short, I would think 20 mid to 2023 would be, we can officially say we are in a bullish cycle again, and I won't be surprised if we are again in a parabolic run sooner, but at least mid 2023.
Mid 2023, huh?
Yeah.
Are you gonna tweet that? Am I gonna retweet that?
No, because
you won't. You won't. You're scared.
Because
you had all the confidence in the world when you tweeted the Bitcoin chart, though.
See, yeah, that I was more sure of. This one, I am not as sure, but because you asked for a date, I came up with a date.
You're the best.
And thing is, it's not like this is baseless. Like, I do follow macroeconomics, etc. But what do you call? Usually, if now this is, I'll be quoting Milton Friedman here, like the actual effects of inflation are seen about 1 or 2 years after the inflation has occurred. Monetary inflation. Why? Mainly because till then there is this excess supply which has been locked up or pending still in the inventories of businesses. So there is no, so the demand is kind of matched, but after a couple of years that excess inventory shrinks and when those businesses try to acquire material because of the inflation, those materials cost higher. That is why they inevitably end up having to increase their costs. So real price inflation only occurs 1 or 2 years after there is inflation of the monetary supply. So that is my assumption for giving 2023 as a date for the running bull market. Mm,
All right. I'm going to hold you to it.
mhm.
You're one of the few subscription services that I have in this industry. I think, I don't know, man. Let's pull up some charts. We'll go with Legacy first. Yeah, S&P 500 is almost, the wick almost touched the 200 EMA yesterday. And if it crosses, that's like the first time since the COVID dip. So that would be an interesting anecdotal narrative while the markets are in this bear pullback. So, we lost D-Raj. I was going to ask him where we need to be putting our money. Hey, man.
Sorry.
Hey, I was pulling up the S&P 500 chart, and yesterday the wick almost touched the 200-day moving EMA, and you know it's like from a indicator standpoint or like a pattern standpoint, it's a pretty basic teeter-totter edge right now between a really bearish immediate term data convergence. And then you're telling me about your year-long, year and a half, 2 years bear market duration. Seems like a convergence of data, man.
So are you saying I might be correct?
I mean, we'll see, right? Nobody knows. But yeah, I mean, let's pull up like the Dow. We'll check that chart as well. See, it's like not nearly as scary. Broke below the 20. Like, is it bearish? Yeah. Is it yeah, listen, it doesn't look great.
See,
Nasdaq.
I don't know whether you guys have had heard about Yanis Varoufakis. He's like he was the Greek finance minister during the 2008 crisis, and he has given a awesome lecture about the markets without capitalism. And basically he's talking about how the financial markets have kind of decoupled from the real life, and you will see this in a couple of days. Like here on one hand you have news of possible World War III in the initial starting of a World War III in a couple of days, and you are having a kind of bounce back in the uh, stock market. And one of the and he explicitly states one of the reason. It's like if the trader kind of knows this is bad news and he's panicking, he also knows that the central banks are going to be panicking even more. And what are the central banks going to do? The same thing that they always do: print more money. And what do you do with that newly printed money? You give it to the traders on stock market. So what is the logical thing to do? Buy now when the price is low, and take it for granted we are going to, since again hitting the 200 EMA for the, did you use the Dow?
Bro, the Nasdaq's below the 200 EMA. Has been for 3 days now.
Yeah, you will see a bounce back someday soon, but yeah, like I said, there has to be a
But what do you really mean, man? Do you think that we're heading? I mean, you said it right. Bear market, 1.5 years, 2 years, and whether you call it 69 or 65 top.
Yeah. So
So my question, Dhiraj, but you got dropped. But I had a question for you. Where do the people need to be putting their money during these bear markets?
See, again, you are asking.
Give the people what they need to know, Dhiraj.
You see, again, I will be preaching to the choir, or you can say you are asking for a opinion of whether to have a haircut to a barber. But I would say is just buy Hex and stake it for till 2024, and that's it.
You Hex people are all the same.
Hey, could I give some input?
Absolutely.
Hey, Hexorca, I tagged you in a video I made back in a couple months ago. And Bitcoin's making this similar fractal that it made compared to the S&P 500 back in 2018. And I don't know what's going to happen, but it's really looking identical. So Bitcoin could make a sharp, drastic, quick drop to the 200 weekly moving average, just like the S&P 500 did. And then we'll continue this bull run to 100K. But just check out the video I tagged you on Twitter. It's 6 minutes long if you got the time.
Yeah, I think I might have watched it. I'm gonna go double check.
You can share the link to the video in like the in the you have an
Pin it to the top there.
Yes.
I could share it on this right here.
Yeah, so if you have it as a post, just go onto your post and then just pin it to this group.
Look again. Yeah, I TA does work sometime, and it does work because everybody is looking at the same charts and interpret it differently. If
Yeah,
nothing,
for sure.
and
It's all
if nothing,
based on probabilities. Nothing's ever a certainty. But until this stops following the fractal and what I've seen so far, then we could dismiss it. But so far, it's still following.
but what actually moves the market is news, and I think the biggest bull I would say I won't say the biggest bullish news, but one of the big bullish news is going to be the Bitcoin bonds that are going to be released in El Salvador. Yeah, governments buying Bitcoin is bullish, but I do predict again it would.
Just because we're in a bear market doesn't mean Pulse and Pulse X isn't going to mount. Sure, Hex was brought out in a bear market, not done really well. As Richard says, you know, man. Coins that usually come out in bear markets do well.
Yes, but Hex, I guess the only different thing that Hex has is it has a penalty for unlocking early. So
but that's only
that is what differentiated it from the other tokens. But yeah, we can never know what will happen. We can only wait to see. But yeah, again, I have said this earlier. Yeah, that my biggest bag is Hex, so I would be promoting Hex other than anything else.
How long you plan on doing this for?
A couple more days. Today, tomorrow, probably Friday. Figure a lot of people are busy during the week, so it's like you can't really expect a lot of people to make time for a Twitter space. But you also never know when other people are free, so you stretch it long enough. Hopefully everybody that wants to pop in gets to.
Fair play to you, bro. Legend. So I have a question for you, RK. What happens if everybody just, when Pulse Chain launches and everybody just goes over to it? Like, not eventually, like everyone straight away just goes over to it and starts trying to use it and it gets congested.
I don't think that would be enough to congest it, honestly.
Like, how many people would you actually need to congest the network? Like,
Well,
multi-million,
you know,
like
transactions, I guess. How many transactions would you need? You just have to calculate the total throughput, I guess.
Can I give some? See, I think Pulse Chain current transaction rate is around 1,000 transactions per second. So I would compare it with BSC, and so getting that it's not that it is impossible, but if it does get congested, the it's supposed to be a self-balancing mechanism. It becomes more as it gets congested, the gas fees rise and make it impossible to spam, so that you won't be seeing as much of a congestion. And if it on one hand we kind of wanted to get congested, it would lead to more burning of the token.
Yeah, that's actually another thing. Right. Did any of you see K-K's video on the double born? Apparently it's supposed to burn like 81.2% or something of all phase.
I didn't catch the whole video, but I don't think we'll be burning 80% of everything. But I would like
all his numbers then.
I will watch it later, and that's I
give it a watch, bro. It's a good video.
And of course, if we do have since it is an EVM compatible chain, if things do get crazy, we do have layer 2 solutions that are available, optimistic rollups and ZK rollups to a certain extent. There are what you call, we can have bridges to other cheaper networks, so you can do what we are doing to Ethereum, that is just shift some of the traffic there. I was kind of looking into those kind of solutions, but it's like shouldn't be pre-optimizing things. If we have yes, we do have solution if we have congestion problems, but we don't have to focus on building those right now. It's if and when we have those problems, we can do that.
What up, J Futures in the house?
Good morning. How's everybody doing? Volatile markets. Where is money
man.
treated best? I like that title.
Good morning. Welcome to fear. No, man, I bet a lot of people are kind of anxious, so I actually hate making titles like that. But I have to ask the question is, where should people be putting their money when I open up my stock thing and everything's red?
Well, like we like to say in
I'm
Hex,
sitting in the
you open up a
stablecoins
stock
waiting for the big
portfolio,
dip.
you've already lost the game. Half of the trading in the stock market is high interval trading. That's what it's called. So you're basically just getting scammed. You ever wonder how Robinhood makes all their money? Free trades.
Then I'm going to load up on Hex and get ready for the mainnet duplicate.
Yeah, that's the move, dude. Not financial advice, of course.
Not financial advice. Not willing to help. That's what I hear.
Well,
See, and I hope everybody knows that just putting out the disclaimer, not financial advice, doesn't actually save you from anything. Because
D-Raj,
all
what's
right,
with the
Diraj,
fear
dude,
campaign,
you can't be an authority on global laws. Sorry, you don't even live in the U.S., buddy.
I can't be, why not? I'm an
Because,
expert on
dude, the
this.
only dangerous thing, more
I am
dangerous than somebody saying they can give financial advice, is you just saying you can give legal advice. Everybody, please be careful.
Yeah, because yes, I am a netizen on Twitter. I am an international expert on all topics and all uh, uh, matters of interest, I would say. But there was a recent video by a lawyer, and which I heard that like I said, in just this disclaimer will not save you. And
D-Raj,
you
you
know,
gotta stop pumping fear into the room, man. I got volatile markets in the title. People are freaking out. They're waking up to like the 500th day in a row of the legacy markets in blood. You can't be laying this shit on people at 7 in the morning, bro.
But
no protection.
That is the whole point of me being here. I want everyone to suffer.
No way, man.
Hexicans are masochists, guys.
I'm always earning yield. I'll handle the dip. No, we don't want things to dip forever, guys. So
it's long enough to shake a few of you out.
Nobody wants to get wealthy too fast, because then you would have all the time in the world to figure out what to do with it.
So I see there is a female speaker. So again, I will interject some lines of poetry I have written myself in context of what is being discussed right now, and that is, you see, everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. Everybody wants to moon, but nobody wants to buy. That is the biggest problem. Okay, so if you want bull market, somebody has to buy. You cannot, and most of the people are out of dry powder too. So just wait for there will be another capitulation week, and then only can we say we are out of this bear market.
You have to scare the poor woman away.
Sorry.
You have to scare the woman away.
I don't.
D-Raj, some people just don't like poetry, man.
Yeah. You can't help everyone. Not that's my like. Since being in the medical profession, I have kind of given up hope on majority of humanity. So I can't say anything. If you don't admire poetry, it's your loss.
Bro, you are tearing people up this morning. I love it.
I love how if you don't like Dr. Diraj poems, like you must not like poetry. Like you gotta be a goat. You gotta be a goat to say shit like that.
Dude, he knows. He's an international expert on all topics.
If you don't like my songs, your ears are broken.
You don't wake up every morning and face the Reaper. then you don't qualify for crypto.
Dude. Yeah. See, I had this like epiphany like today morning while I was sitting on my epiphany chair. you know, um, like
Yeah, man, I know. I have my own epiphany chair.
So I see like when I sing, especially using the karaoke mic, or what is known as the golden mic, I see the audience split in half. Half of them are rolling on on the floor laughing, literally, and other half is like, "Oh, how cringe! You are making my ears bleed." But my kind of insight on that is whether you find it funny or cringe depends on your stress levels. If you are really stressed, then you will find what I'm saying or doing cringe. If not, you will find it if you are in a good mood and everything is going right for you, you will be laughing your ass off. So if you basically what I'm saying is, if you don't like my singing, the problem is with you, not with me.
Yeah, I think that's a really healthy way to face constructive criticism. Also, I felt like that equation didn't factor in the likelihood of somebody to become stressed from hearing you sing. I felt like we didn't have a cross section of data to explain that, which may be why there's such a divisive and almost inexplicable way for you to split a room. That said, though, with the I forgot, what song did you sing in your original video with this golden microphone?
Was this the super chat story I heard?
I believe so, yeah.
Guy starts singing, and then somebody offers a $500 super chat, so they stop. I wish I could make this up.
Really?
Yeah. Like I've been doing this kind of stuff a long time back, but it was Rackham Rachel. If you Overwatch,
He sent you $500 to get you to stop singing.
Yeah,
interesting.
Dude, I'm sorry, dude. That is a dick move. Like, it's hilarious, but like it belongs in a movie, not real fucking life. You know what I mean, guys? Like, how is that like okay at all?
I think that's why they call that fuck you money.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they call it fuck you money.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing, you know. I know him from the beginning.
Okay.
And he knows me. Like, at least I think so. That is why he did this.
That's hilarious. Then okay.
Because and these kind of optics are lost in the conversation. Like for people who don't know, like it's kind of male bonding kind of thing. Like I get to say fuck you and he gets to say fuck you back. That's real friendship, right? And we continue to be friends either way. But and actually I don't know whether you I replied to him, yes, fine, I don't mind. Like, $500 is $500, and I'm getting paid not to sing, so it's like passive income for me. So yeah, it's all good.
Whose channel was this on, by the way?
Discourse Syndicate.
Okay, so they just gave you the super chat?
No. The middleman took the...
Oh, okay, so the middleman, so Discord Syndicate took the $500 that Rackham Rachel was going to give you to stop singing. That's interesting. Everybody hear that?
I look. I don't endorse
It's fine, man. I just don't, Discourse Syndicate should be transparent. That's all. That's the minimum we can ask. Richard Hart's transparent. Hex is transparent. Discourse Syndicate's not transparent. Interesting.
Please, I'm going to get like so much. It's okay. Like I don't mind them taking the fees, but
you don't mind them taking off $500, huh?
Yeah. See, I'm in it for.
Do you even know who it goes to?
I don't care. I'm not in it for the money. I'm here for the tech.
Neither am I, dude. But you were talking about a $500 super chat that went to somebody, and we don't know who it was. So somebody's in it for the money. Interesting that they don't think that they own enough Hex that they also need secret super chats.
Everybody has their own ways of doing things. Let's see. But anyways, I'm okay with people giving a super chat to stop me from singing, and I would have stopped if they had just asked politely. There was no need for a super chat. But
oh yeah, totally. I mean, if they're gonna have super chats, it's fine. But just for our listeners, like, we don't know where these super chats go, guys. I was on Cabana. There were super chats. I don't know where those super chats went. So they don't go to the OA. That's for sure.
So, are you going back to the where does the Eid go kind of? It's okay. I believe in karma, so whatever goes out, I put it into the void, and somehow it will come back to me. Let it be. But
Dr. Diraj, that was like the worst description of karma, man. But I'll agree with you. I expected you to be the standing expert on the panel for a karma definition, but I was let down, man.
That's funny. So it's just like, it seems like transparency is a principle we can all agree to. It's the reason I got into Hex. It's the reason a lot of people I know, one of the reasons they got into Hex. And so if I'm seeing the opposite of it, well, I'm here to call it out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do most channels like post where their super chats go? Is it a thing?
I don't think any do. I mean, I assume that they go to the channel owner. But you don't know who the channel owner is because you can have a branded YouTube account,
True,
which has back-end access to various accounts. So really anybody could be getting it.
Sure, yeah.
And they like to push the idea, just like a little myth busting for you guys. There seems to be this idea started by, I don't need to call out names, but somebody reputable, basically talking about how, well, if we add this paid level to YouTube, then YouTube will feature us more. That's a lie. If YouTube were to ever be caught, boosting their organic algorithm for paid channels, they would lose all integrity and they'd have serious lawsuits on their hand. They're only able to function as a business because they separate the paid and the organic. So if it were to be discovered that there was evidence to show the opposite, it would be by accident. So the idea that by monetizing your YouTube channel, it's going to help you get more organic views is complete bullshit.
That's good to know, man.
You YouTubers know who you are.
That got scary all of a sudden.
Yeah, but I think it was propagated.
It's okay, dude. Make money, but don't lie to us. That's my point.
Are people pitching the idea that they need the?
I mean, do you want me to name names?
No,
Then that's
don't name
probably
names.
calm.
But
I'm good, guys. You can DM me.
yeah, but yeah, I think it's not just the crypto community that propagated this myth. I have seen it in on other channels as well, like in discussions. But yeah, it does.
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, it's, so I don't know whether it actually works, but it. Yeah, I get your logic behind it. But one other thing I found, or rather heard, a myth, rather, for YouTube propagation. I don't know whether it really works. If you put a link to another video in your description and you ask people to click that link, apparently it feeds the algorithm that the viewers of the linked video also would like your video, and they would get your video in the suggested feed. So if I link a Richard Hart's video in my on my YouTube channel, some of the viewers on who view or subscribers of Richard Hart will get my videos in their YouTube feed. That is something I wanted to test, but doing YouTube is hard, man. I can't just.
Man, spicy start to a hump day. And it's only going to get spicier, you guys. There's going to be a debate.
Oh yeah, dude. It's pretty easy, guys. All you gotta do is be authentic. It's actually not that hard, but seems to be hard. Nothing's more valuable than trust at the end of the day. That's the crazy thing.
Gee, Future, I'm not gonna lie, man. It sounds like you, although you're obviously talking about the crypto community, it sounds like you recently had your heart broken, man. If I were to just take this from like a 10,000 yard view, the words sound like they are the words of a heartbroken man. And then I embrace you with a deep hug.
See, if I was, yeah. It's right. I'll shut up. Talk about whatever you want, guys.
Yeah,
I'll
what
just be helping as
happened
co-host.
with you and Liquid Lounge, bro? Why did they block you?
I don't know. I would love if you could tell me.
Well,
but more importantly, I'd like to know if any of their shill accounts are here, so I can block them too.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd love to see a list. But yeah. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure why I got blocked this morning, but I don't know. I've been calling out a lot of BS, so it makes sense that a BSer would block me, wouldn't it?
100%.
I'm out of the loop. So that's why I wouldn't have known this.
Sounds like you need to go back to bed, are you?
Yeah, dude. I'm not sure when it happened, Riz. I just noticed this morning.
Yeah, barely even got to sleep, honestly.
I even tried singing a lullaby to put him to sleep, but apparently it didn't work.
That was better than a shot of espresso. That kept me up for a while.
What was it?
D-Raj singing a lullaby.
Oh man.
Where are you from, bro?
I live in the US.
I was on about D-Raj. I know where you're from, Oregon. D-Raj, where are you from, brother?
I am from Mumbai.
Yeah, what times are over there?
Thank you.
Sorry?
I'm from India, Mumbai.
Yeah, what time is it in India?
But currently I am in Manila, Philippines. It's 9:22 p.m.
Nice. You're gonna watch this debate later, yeah?
Yeah, it will be at 5 a.m. For me. I hope I'm able to get up at that time.
We all know the replay is going to be better, right? 1.75. Anybody else? Richard Hart, 1.75.
I haven't got the head, bro. I'm gonna watch it live. I couldn't be waiting.
It's just like I watch so many videos at like faster speed, just to be able to like process more content, and now I can't like watch Richard at regular speed. It's really funny.
Dude, when you do that enough, then you can't even like speak regularly. You have to like have everything ready to go, or else it's just you start driving yourself nuts.
I mean, I'll slow it down. It's like if he gets into some technical stuff that's like past me, I'll be like, okay, like 1 speed, and then I'll take notes. Like, it's not that I watch 1.75 the entire thing. It's just that there's a lot of fluff. So it's nice to be able to skip through the fluff.
Definitely.
Like the shill at the end. Like we already know the shill, it's not really for me. So it's just as an example, just a way to, be more efficient with your time, guys.
Are you telling me that you've been skipping your meds? You don't strap in for the same exact message signing off every single time? Defector.
7 million hex staked for 7+ years.
Yeah, man. He's not taping his eyelids up. That user manual was very expensive to make and distribute.
Orca, any word on your any updates on your IT project?
I'll probably never make a video of it, but I could.
You already did. I thought.
Yeah, I did.
I watched one.
Yeah,
it was the rough draft.
That was with ID. I mean, that's like all it really needs to be, right?
So Richard wrecked you that hard, huh?
No, he didn't. I didn't even bring it up with him.
Yeah, you did. I was there, dude.
Found it. I didn't bring up my idea to him.
Okay.
I asked him if he would tell us if there was game theory.
Yeah, I mean, like, ask him without asking him. That's what you did.
Maybe.
I mean, what do you... I can't roast Orca, guys. He's the host.
I mean, you could try, right?
If you want to challenge me.
Let's go, boys. Let's go.
I'm just chilling, man.
Okay, Orca. So, Orca, could you explain to us mathematically
Probably
why? Okay, never mind then.
I'll try.
Thought you were
Are
a
you
math
talking about
guy.
the incentive token?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. No, go ahead and ask, man.
Okay, why can't PHEX be the incentive token?
I don't understand how you ensure the supply of it.
Well, Pulse X sacrifice address has 53% of the circulating supply of hex.
Okay.
Which would give them pretty big pool. Now we all know hex can be staked to get more hex.
Right.
So I don't see why the biggest pool in circulating supply wouldn't be able to have a never-ending amount of supply. You know what I mean?
Sure. I guess I just didn't understand the proportional payout between how much is in the pool and how much goes to the.
Yeah, because wouldn't it be like a dollar payout, like an in dollar amount? So it'd be like less hex over
that's
time.
Interesting. Maybe Is that how you would do it? Is you would make it?
Yeah, that would ensure that would basically price appreciation would protect the pool.
That's a good point. Yeah.
But PHEX is just going to be a copy of VHEX now.
Right. But I was just thinking, like, what better incentivized than Hex? And, like, you know, Famous has been talking about all these geometric theories, and at the end of the day, there's not a direct relationship. There's not as much of a direct relationship between Hex with these no tokens as they have with each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
Pulse and Pulse X are very closely related, like mathematically. Hex is kind of its own thing. Making Hex the incentive token would lock them together.
Yeah, but it's also kind of you know, it's just doubling down, I guess, on the risk reward of what you've described, and then what about people that don't see Hex as a valuable investment?
Well, those people would probably not support our ecosystem anyway.
I don't know. Even Richard speaks to the idea that more people get Pulse Chain than get Hex.
And if it was PHEX, would that mean we'd be able to stake the incentive token? Or do you reckon whatever the incentive token is going to be, like, do you reckon we're going to be able to stake that now? Or what is the utility that that's going to have? We're just going to be able to sell it, is it?
We don't know. That's why he's saying maybe make it Hex, because then obviously we have the value proposition and the utility there. But Jay Future, your mic was breaking up right at the end of what you're saying, so I don't know if I cut you off. I wasn't trying to. I don't know if he got rugged or not, but we'll see. No, I'm totally down to look more and more and more at incentive token game theories, just because I haven't heard any from Richard.
And if it was Hex, though, would that not encourage people just to dump it? Like, if they already have loads of bags of Hex and then they're getting a copy of PHEX and then they're just going to be getting this more Hex on top of that. These people are just definitely going to dump it. Like.
Yeah, I just think he'll never do that, because that would make Hex less valuable, because it would go from diamond hands to people that will sell it.
Exactly, like people that are providing liquidity in it, that are getting it, like, in return. They're going to sell that, like. Some probably won't, some probably will, but I don't know, I can't see it being Hex anyways.
That was kind of my initial critique of that game theory, but, you know, I don't know. I think there's just, like, for me, Hex is a awesome store of value, but I don't expect everybody to think the same way as me. And, like, Pulse Chain is its own entire blockchain. I think liquidity providing over there does not necessarily make you a Hexican. You know, like, you don't have to buy Hex to make fees over in Pulse Chain. So I don't think that you would want to totally, like, brand the incentive token with an independent asset.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one, bro. Hey, you can make me co-host there if you want, Dark. I'm in here for the day.
Man, I sent it to you. I always love the help, man. Thanks.
Very nice.
Are you getting pumped at all for the debate? You getting jazzed up?
Yeah, bro, can't wait. Can't wait. The fridge is full with beers and all, bro. Ready to rock.
Nice. Yeah, man, what a showdown.
Oh, it's gonna be epic, bro. Epic.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, professional moderation will help. They're both, you know, there's a lot riding on the media quality because Richard's going to want it in his doc. And I guess from the sounds of it, Peter also kind of wants a slice of that action being seen in a high-end documentary. So they'll both have more to gain by trying to kind of out Suave the other, Keep it
so they're not talking
professional,
so that they can actually get their points out. Like,
I just hope Peter does not chicken out of in the middle of the debate like he did for the 60-minute interview, you know.
Go, D-Raj, do you have the link to that 60-minute interview? Can you pin that up at the top?
I'll have to search, but I'll pin it.
Like, is it on YouTube? Can I find the 60-minute video on YouTube?
Yeah, I think if you search for Peter, wait, there is an altcoin daily video which I tweeted a couple of days back, I guess. Which has the I'm still trying to. I hate Twitter. I hate Twitter.
You don't like these spaces, though? How consistent they are, you know?
I was gonna say, man, I was like, the more people come into spaces, the more I hear bad things about Twitter. But at least not about like the culture on Twitter. So
but this is the thing, though, is it's like the meme. It's like what was it, Dulce Poge? It's like, oh, you're the worst meme I've ever heard of, and it's like, but you have heard of me.
But you have heard.
So it's the same thing. It's like everybody's like people that never used to talk about Twitter are talking about Twitter. So if I was, Twitter CEO, I'd be smiling.
Like, true.
Yeah, this is an altcoin daily video where Peter loses it and rage quits the interview.
He rage quits the interview?
Rage quits, yeah. Because now the context is his bank is being accused, or rather was accused of money laundering. And
so he got up and walked out.
Yeah, and
sometimes that's how you let them know. That's how you let them know that your bank is not even going to entertain those conversations. You run away.
Yeah, like the interviewer is consistent. Like, how come you are not aware? What about these allegations? And he's like, I'm not an employee at the bank. I'm not in charge of its security. I can't answer these questions. And the second time the interviewer asks the same kind of question, he just quits. And after that, his wife comes in the interview and like, why do you guys have to do this? Like, oh my god. Cringe worthy.
So wait, so he walked out of an interview that was like in his own house?
Yes, he walks out and goes into
another room. Legendary, dude. He left people in his own house?
Yes.
Just like walked into the other room.
Yeah.
And they just had to like whisper talk to each other to not draw extra attention. Oh my god.
Yeah, pin that up, bro. I want to see that.
That's not real.
Yeah, show us this.
Yeah, man. Up at the top, the 60-minute interview with Peter Schiff.
I'm going to watch that now in a bit.
I kind of feel sorry for him. He even Richard knows that, and I think even Peter Schiff knows that the only reason he's brought on to interviews is so that he can be defeated in the interview by proponents of crypto. Like he is kind of the punching bag of for crypto because he really doesn't have any new arguments against crypto, and so yeah. But anyway, he gets publicity. Projects chasing his followers get publicity. Win-win for both.
Yeah, I mean, even bad publicity is good for business wise. I mean, I used to be into sports, and there's this guy Skip Bayless, and he would just talk bad about all these athletes, top name athletes, right? And that's how he made his business, and he's been on TV for like 20 years just doing that.
Yeah. Oh, what's that saying? Like, all publicity is good publicity. Even bad publicity is good publicity. Anyways, I have to go. Normally, I would just leave. I think it's called the Irish goodbye. But yeah, I would just. Have you guys heard of the Irish goodbye? Where you
No,
just.
what's a goodbye? I don't have an understanding you're saying it right.
An Irish goodbye?
Oh, goodbye.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Isn't that when you
are
just
saying
leave without saying anything?
Probably.
Irish
Probably,
goodbye.
yeah. I'm always at that. Didn't even know that was a thing.
I love Irish goodbyes.
Up the Irish.
What is it? What's the joke? Two men in Ireland walk into a bar. It could happen.
Yeah, there's a few of them, bro. There's like.
Or no. It's two, sorry, fucked it up. God damn it. Two Irish men walk out of a bar. It could happen.
Yeah, I was talking to Rags and he says he's coming over to Ireland in a few weeks. He wants to go for a few points. So I says, yeah, I'd be more than welcome to, brother. More than welcome to. I think he's coming over to England as well. I don't know what he's doing. I think he's a fighter, is he? He's an MMA fighter.
I heard he's still a white belt.
I'm gonna go and get Robo with the Rags, the richest fella. He says he wants to go and have a few points and start a pub fight. Sorry if I couldn't across you there, Hex Pulse X. Go ahead, brother.
That's all right. So this Peter Schiff guy, is he just a gold only? It's all he promotes, like no other investments?
I was hoping somebody would say something because I was muted, but I was talking to myself. Peter Schiff loves gold as a store of value, and he would suggest that some of the traditional investments are too high of a risk now because they've been propped up for so long. So he would still probably be an advocate of your traditional real estate and your traditional financial savings plans, but he is definitely a proponent of gold.
Yeah, he's a proponent of all the stores of value that are actually scams. So does that make him a scammer by like transitive property?
Probably the services.
What do you think, guys?
He offers.
Yeah, probably in the same way that Social Security is a scam.
Yeah, exactly. I'll never get paid Social Security. I've given lots of money. I'll never get it. That's the math.
actually used to send me letters stating that, by the time I retire, I may get like a portion of it.
Biden can have it. Bro needs it. Sorry, I got to help out the broke plebs here and there, right?
It's kind of like the Ron Paul. I don't know if you're familiar with Ron Paul, with the
Yeah,
politician. But he's got some good points. Everybody's got good points, but some of those don't work in the modern world anymore.
It's just funny. You guys, if you're interested in this topic, I'd really highly recommend, you know how Netflix has that series Explained, where they're just like short little documentaries? They have a little series on money. It's very good. There's one episode on retirement, when they talk about this idea that basically, like, when you get a financial advisor, if you're going to go the legacy route, they'll tell you, okay, like, this is what everybody does, 401k, da-da-da-da. But all these things haven't been out that long. Like, they've only been out for like a few decades. Like the idea that they're best practices is a joke, right? Like, fiat currency is an experiment that's like just 50 years old, at least in the US. So basically everybody's just pretending. Like, there is no best practice. There's no safety in a 401k. There's no safety in any of these investments, including real estate, including gold. I mean, we already have math for gold, and it got wrecked.
All it takes is a belief in something, right? So if more people believe in something, it doesn't matter what it is, it works.
That's exactly right. So
kind of works.
If people believe that they're the best practices, then they're the best practices, I guess, until the market crashes on their heads. And then I'll talk to people in real life, and they don't understand finance, but they're like, well, I have my 401k set up, I've got the money going in, I don't need to worry about this. And it's like, okay. That's how you get wrecked, literally. And then people think that they're in a steady situation because they work at a 9-to-5, it pays their retirement account, and then one day they get fired and they realize they have no real skills. So funny how it seemed like the safe thing to do. Already happened in 2008. Financial advisors that make less than us guys.
What's crazy is we've got this huge inflation, maybe 15-20% this year and last, and gold is really stuck going nowhere.
Gold is having the time of its life right now. Are you kidding me? Let's pull it back up. Let's pull up the chart.
No, relatively speaking, I don't think it's went anywhere.
You're spoiled. You're spoiled by these crypto gains. Oh, man. The way it stores value, it's just watertight sometimes.
Guys, did you guys see Look Up, or what is it, Don't Look Up?
No, I haven't seen it. Was it
It's really funny. Yeah, very, very good social commentary. Politics and, media is very relevant, very, very topical.
I'll check it out.
I liked it a lot. But one of the things that happens is a meteor is coming to the Earth, right? That's like the plot. And this meteor, it turns out, contains all these resources. So what do you think the world's elite, how do you think they respond to this when it comes to saving the planet or getting richer than they've ever been?
Sometimes you have to save people no matter how rich it makes you.
Definitely. I really hope you watch the movie, dude.
I will.
Hello, guys.
Morning.
Hey, morning.
Morning.
Excited. Today is the day.
That's right.
Yeah, today is the day.
Yes.
The shift debate, right?
Yeah, exactly. It'll be so nice.
Hell yeah.
I hope it wasn't for that meteor stuff you're just talking about.
Oh, no.
Yeah, exactly. Today's the day. It's like, wait, do I look up or not? Because
Okay.
that's funny. Somebody was saying it was pretty funny that, like, it would debate between, crypto heartbeat and, like, collector mind would be equally, if not more, entertaining.
That's awesome. I would tune in for that.
I just find fascinating. I mean, those guys. Why don't you come over and give a try? At least understand what's happening. Why so many people are bullish or having faith, or at least figure it out. Give a try for yourself to understand instead of being blindly argue for something you don't even understand.
I'm not gonna lie. I've blindly argued for some things I don't understand.
Like what?
I'm not at liberty to discuss the details.
Well, I don't know. I just I feel I'm just maybe excited. Some things I don't understand. I'm just curious instead of giving.
Just want to watch these two people shout at each other. I don't know
Yes.
what's got them so riled up, but I bet it's interesting.
Yeah, let's see who wins.
Mm-hmm.
There will be no winner. They'll end where they start. I promise.
No way. No way. We don't stop until somebody is standing over the corpse of their opponent with a flag.
How many rounds?
It's what the people want, okay? Sometimes it's bigger than just a debate.
Oh, no. I mean the round, like in boxing, in the ring, you have how many rounds?
Yes.
Is there any chance any clips end up on like mainstream media anywhere?
Oh, for sure. For sure. Gotta be. This is like a real production with real media partnership. So I'm sure it'll be circulated.
Well, then regardless, it's a win.
Right. You'll have a monotone cardboard insert in the next Gold magazine that arrives on your doorstep.
What about this debater? Like, I mean, the moderator. Is he going to be weighted one way or another?
No, he's, according to Funning Jim, he's just a neutral, professional, high-level moderator.
Well, we've seen how that works in political debates. They're not ever truly central.
Yeah, but there's a chance that no matter how much I might disagree with Peter Schiff, that even he has a greater intelligence than anybody running for president in the U.S.
Well, anybody that has a level of success, you can learn something from them.
Yeah, that's well said. That's true.
I just don't want to hear you guys come crying to me when you realize that gold is the future.
I'm looking to sell my gold. I'm not sure what you mean.
Look, if you want to subscribe for $19.99 a month, I can tell you why gold, silver, and other precious metals may just be the addition your portfolio needs.
Are you trolling or are you being serious?
Just because the internet can be way too confusing, I will let you know that I am trolling.
I figured that. I just had to make sure. I mean, I've heard a lot of crazy stuff on this channel this morning.
That's why I felt like, every now and then, as much as I like to be sarcastic, we should establish a base reality. Come back to Earth for a second.
I actually listen to just pop into just random spaces sometimes, and it's not very long before you have somebody like yourself that does try to offer services on the side.
Absolutely, man. But
it's a great question.
I don't have any side services that I would like to share with everybody.
What about Hex University?
It is not a fundable service.
no matter how much
Hexpulse X,
money.
I missed the first bit, but Hexpulse X is asking, how do you promote your side gig to this community?
No. No, I have no side gig to shield.
Well, what was your question?
There was, well, I was just asking Hex Orca about, you know, if he was trying to get somebody to subscribe to a $19.95 service.
Oh, that's funny.
I know it sounds ridiculous, which is why for a limited time only, I'm offering you the same great benefits for $11.99. But you have to act now.
People are gonna believe you're offering these things.
They're just scrambling to find the promo email. Where do I sign
Send them
up?
some coupons.
They're just gonna be searching for that email for a while. Oh well, it's probably not worth it.
I know services that, like, they try to give you like crypto calls, but I mean, the reality, they have no better idea than I do of just random guessing.
Good morning, everybody.
Good
Dude, you.
Good morning.
I've had this thing on while I was sleeping, and I swear to God, I was dreaming that I was having full conversations with you guys.
That's awesome, man.
Jesus.
But depending on how early you were listening this morning, it was painful for a little bit.
I think my sleeping side turned it off at 4 o'clock in the morning somewhere. I just couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah, I was not awake for the interesting storytelling lady that I've heard a little bit about.
Let's just say some people are very lonely.
Oh no. That's not good.
Well, and it's even more difficult to listen to somebody that talks really, really slow when they have a very long, drawn-out story with no point.
I can imagine a few people that offer that service.
For $11.99.
I know it sounds ridiculous, which is why for a limited time only, you can make that $11.99 into 2 simple payments.
The problem is, if I pay you money, I'm going to expect work from others.
You don't have to, though. An expectation is a choice.
How about this? I send you $11.99 and you send me 3 times that back.
Well, these services stand to offer you an opportunity that's invaluable in measure.
Yeah, but you have no idea who I am. You could greatly benefit from my subscription.
Wait, you can't solicit to me, man. I was the one offering the service.
I actually try this when you get these random calls from telemarketers. I try to switch them on them. I'm just gonna start shilling Hex every time they call
You
me.
can't Scooby-Doo me, man. You're not gonna get me, to start running away when I'm the monster.
So what are we doing with this space? I know, like last time, that was like the world record, whatever. Is that what we're going for again, or?
No, this time it's just collective sadness. Just a group mope.
Maybe get a break from all the drama on Telegram and give people a place to just air it out.
Dude, I keep hearing about drama. I gotta tell you, there's this crazy thing I do where I just don't engage it, and I have so few things that bother me.
Yeah,
wise man.
I mean, I'm not going to get into it, but I mean, we really like to see people from the community building stuff, and that's really it's really a good thing.
I appreciate people that put effort into trying to build useful things. I also believe that anytime I've heard not going to get into it in a Twitter space, that's like the preamble for we're about to not only get into this, but this is all we're going to talk about for the foreseeable future.
Nah, not here. But I mean, I don't have a agenda. You know, as far
Well,
as
it's a super public space.
I'm just.
There was a
well,
10-hour debate. There was a 10-hour Telegram infighting. It's just ridiculous.
Wow, I
Hey,
haven't
but
even
you know
touched
what?
Telegram.
Let me tell you a little bit about
Between mods too.
Well,
Yeah,
it was
dude,
all
it's
about
infighting.
price, right? Because if the price of Hex was
It's the
pumping
price,
on
yeah.
new all-time highs, nobody would care.
Well, that's the joke, and it's true. And I can tell you guys that I don't care about the hex price. I don't care about the hex price. I can tell you infinity times. But subconsciously, of course I care. Just like all of you do. How much do you care? How much of your wealth is in hex? That's how much you care.
Well, I'm 100% stake, but I still look at the price every day.
No, I don't want you to answer the question, dude. It's rhetorical, you know, like however much money is in hex.
But it's always a big wonder why someone is dumping so much. For me, you know, it's obviously you think about the prices, but it's these big giant dumps. Sometimes you just think about it. You know?
Oh yeah, but ultimately, I think it ends up good in the end because whoever's dumping their money will go buy goods and services, and somebody's going to ask them, "Hey, how did you afford that Lambo?"
And they just drive off and flip them off. I know. It's like, damn, I wish I was cool like that guy.
They look at the license plate, and the license plate says Hex, and they wonder, "Oh."
I love that you brought it. You brought it back. That's awesome.
I'm driving to my slave job. I'm fixing to jump off here.
I'm curious where's the obsession with the Lambos come from?
I don't know. It must have started early in the beginning with Bitcoin, right? To me, it's the dumbest thing you could buy. But as far as having a lot of money, but maybe if you got too much money, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, in New York, you can't drive it anywhere. It's literally like the roads are just awful.
I just see Stake Hex requested to come up there if you have any questions on it, we'll go over it.
No, sir. Just listening.
No sweat, but no sweat. If there's anyone else in the space there has any questions on, just request and come up, walk away.
Muggsy is my dog. How is your dog? How is Muggsy?
These guys they snore like crazy. All good though.
How many do you have? 2, 3?
I had 4. We lost 1.
Oh no, your mic was getting wrecked, man.
I literally just talked to myself because my mic was off. I had 4. I don't know if you guys heard.
Yeah, it didn't sound like you lost
So-
one. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah. But these guys are monsters. I mean, if you guys, I don't know why people think, all right, why does this mic keep turning off on me?
I don't know, man. I keep thinking that you're getting rugged. It's really confusing.
So I actually listened to Peter Schiff on one of these spaces once with his son. I don't know if you guys were ever on. They were all discussing Bitcoin, and it was just it was all a shouting match. Like there's about 300 trying to convince Peter Schiff that Bitcoin is better than gold, and he's standing on a hill by himself saying, "You guys are all idiots." Even his son is on the other side. So listening to that was just hilarious. And I imagine the debate with Richard, hopefully it's not going to be the same. No shouting matches, but can't move that guy from his stance.
Yeah, I don't think we should probably be expecting a like coming together and enlightening period for either of these two folks. I can't imagine Richard becoming super pro gold by the end of this, and I don't think that Peter Schiff is going to swap any ERC20s into Hex.
Yeah, he's going to swap gold for Hex.
Yeah, definitely.
A giant bag.
He brings a little bit with him everywhere because you never know when the end of the world is going to need your gold.
I just hope that it would be great that if Peter Schiff came in with a bar of gold around his neck and
okay, so let's
Richard come around.
Listen, you've inspired me. We're putting together a line of bets. Like, who's gonna wear more gold to this debate?
and then Richard can wear the fucking black diamond around his neck, and they can have a wrap off.
There's no way that he's.
I want to hear a wrap off. They should just do a fucking video, and they should just wrap it off.
We don't need that. Maybe Richard has bars, maybe, but there's no chance that Schiff Daddy has anything working for him. Yeah, man, I'm curious. Do you think Richard will try to wear more gold? Will Peter take a conservative look where the only gold he has is like the clasps on his suit?
Yeah, this. I mean, Peter's gonna have like this nice suit on, and Richard's gonna come gangster style.
With all the remote workspace kind of stuff that's been going on. Richard, all of his live streaming, he's probably gonna show up wearing like a really nice Louis Vuitton shirt and then just be wearing like basketball shorts.
Yeah, and I want to see the plane just hanging above Richard, and at some moment it'll just drop fucking.
Oh man! Oh, his Louis Vuitton plane.
Yeah, it'll just while Peter is just talking, it'll just drop some fucking gold or something. It'll be hilarious.
Man, the LV plane. I love the LV duck. That thing is so dope, man. That is maybe the most useless thing I've ever seen, and gotta be my favorite item in high fashion today.
Probably the most expensive as well.
It's just so funny, man.
I think Richard should just wear all his watches on both arms too.
All right, what's the chance that Richard wears that? I think it's a Gucci samurai hat.
Oh man, the bonnet.
Yeah, the bonnet, but backwards. It looks like a little samurai.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? The Darth Vader helmet.
Yeah, but he looks very uncomfortable in it. Like he puts it on and immediately he's like, "All right, I'm done."
Yeah, that's true.
I don't think he likes to wear hats now that he puts his hair up. I think he's got his style, his hairdo that he doesn't want to mess up.
See, he doesn't wear the ball caps for very long either, it doesn't seem.
I do hope that
That's the kind
Hex,
of... Sorry, go ahead.
the Hex community stays nice. Like,
Yeah, man.
you know,
Don't be a butthole out there, you guys.
Yeah, don't go trolling him on his page or anything like that in the future. I think it's just stupid.
I think, given, I'm not aware of it, but I guess there's like drama floating around on Twitter or maybe it was Telegram, whatever they were talking about. People are really stressed out right now, man. Markets are doing horrible. The news is talking about scary things. We've been locked up for years. And now it's like you've got this controversial showdown and two pretty energetic forces going to be meeting. I think the communities will probably be seeing this as an opportunity to vent some of the energy out. So I'm not going to participate in that kind of thing personally, but I do think that you're
I'm just hoping that they don't, but whatever. I mean, even within our community, people that I thought that even were friends or know each other, they're fighting on Twitter and Telegram. Jesus,
too bad.
Just so silly. It's like we're a classroom full of babies, right? And when the candy's taken away, which is the price going down, or the market's down, all you gotta do is feed the kids some candy and everybody's happy again.
Yeah, and if the candy isn't there,
or like
if the prices go up, then the kids want blood.
Yeah.
Who do you
like
think?
My dogs, if I give them treats.
That's fair. It never stops. Who do you think will lose their cool and use a curse word first?
Well, I think the way Peter speaks, he's so loud naturally, and he'll probably swear. I don't think he sounds like he's angry, but that's just the way he talks. Yeah, it's like my grandfather. He's always fucking angry. Just the way he talks. But he's actually deaf, so he's always screaming. So I don't know.
Man. I feel like
I bet you, dude, I bet you that Peter Schiff probably invests in everything, and the only relevance that he has in life to be in this world is to argue for gold. He's like the only goalie left protecting that gold.
He really does. He carries that cross for them, and every late night infomercial.
He probably has tons of Bitcoin for all we know.
Right. Yeah, it's could definitely just be a character thing versus where.
Yeah, look, his son is so pro Bitcoin, and they're arguing against each other on a Twitter space. I mean, if that's not an arena, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I
That's why
totally
everything we do in
100%
this
agree with
Twitter
that.
space, everything we do in this Twitter space can be verified in a scientific journal.
I mean, I'm an older guy. I didn't even know who Peter Schiff was until, he kept saying Bitcoin is stupid. So I would assume a lot of people in this space may not have even heard his name. Now it's a big debate with Richard. So it's like, okay.
Yeah, it is kind of when we talk about younger generations being quicker to adapt crypto, it is kind of an interesting conversation because Richard obviously has a huge following in the crypto community. Peter has sort of like a troll following, I suppose, from the crypto community. But the significant money that actually sees Peter as a voice worth tuning in for, are they going to hear this debate and be swayed and go from seeing the traditional extremely conservative store of value as obsolete and going with this new digital alternate? I feel like that's asking a lot, right? It's like that's probably not going to.
It's asking a lot only because, the world is inherently lazy, meaning
of course
to go and buy crypto takes 30 steps, right? Like, and and you guys can all see it when you're onboarding a no coiner. They're even when you're talking to them on the phone, you can hear their head spinning and their brain going crazy, and it's hard. It's that's why there's investment groups that are taking money from people that it's easier. It's like a phone call and just say, hey, this is what we do. This is what we do. Come in, we'll talk to you. Da, da, da. All right, I'll send you some money and just give me your returns. That's easy. The crypto, you got to do it yourself. No, I don't want to do that. Just, if you can just tell me a return, I can turn off that switch and I can go live my life. That's the legacy world. That's why the switch over to crypto is slower. And that's why people, these companies are trying to get these ETFs and for Bitcoin, because they know that the world is inherently lazy.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think you're going to see an influx of new users coming over from Peter Schiff's side, but at least we're planting a seed today. Maybe in the future, they could be like, oh, I heard about crypto. I heard about Hex or Bitcoin in that one debate.
Yeah, that's agreed with, surely. You can even say that this is this is what Richard would call what do you call it? A commercial, right? That Richard is against, but we're investing in a commercial right here. You plant the seed.
Do you think that Hex is still pre-viral?
100%.
Yeah, man, it is. just a weird market at this point. There's so much going on, but I don't know, I don't know when the world is ever going to be normal. There's always going to be massive events happening.
What are anyone who's listened to the recent Peter Schiff debates, where he talks about like Bitcoin? What are some of the stances that he likes to take? Does he have any creative anti-crypto stances, or are they all just the Bitcoin's intangible, can't hold it?
Yeah, his biggest thing is always he obviously likes things that's tangible, right? Like meaning like, if he can grab it with his hand or something's being produced to give off energy to something else, that's what he believes in. He thinks that crypto is basically an imaginary money, which everything is. I mean, it's just purely adoption. I mean, if long ago that gold was just a piece of rock and no one believed in it, it would still be a rock at this point. What is anything without adoption? What is anything without a belief system? They're all arguing the same thing. Just one is coming from the other side. Everybody's saying the same thing, just from their view. It's purely adoption.
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. But you got to understand, he has adoption on his side. That is his leverage, right? He's a smart dude, I'm assuming, right? I don't know the guy, but he understands enough to know what he needs, at least stuff that the public will kind of vibe with, because it's all about public sentiment, right? And Hex has a long way to go. This is a long journey. I think I don't want to be not bullish long term. I think I'm super bullish long term, obviously, but there's just a long way to go for all of this, as far as maybe a couple years, I think. But for adoption is the real thing. The whole social consensus in marketing, that's all any of this is, and that's what they have and we don't. You know what I mean? We have a lot of horsepower. We have a lot of guys on the ground. We have a lot of people with good intentions. But at the end of the day, the only thing that makes Richard Heart not valid is the fact that only 70 to 100,000 people have unique staking addresses, right? If that was of 10 million, it would be a different conversation, but it's the same system. So yes, getting to that point is the struggle and but it's a wild time right now. So people are really sketched out and negative. That's what I want to know. I want to know, how do you think the bear market sentiment right now is going to affect this? And how does somebody answer to having gold when we all know the numbers, right? How can he even say that out loud? I just don't understand that part.
But look, I mean, what does gold or a legacy world like that have versus a new world like crypto? It's time. Time is a huge factor.
The people in the public, I get so worried because when I keep talking to not so worried about, again, we're not talking about price performance. I'm just talking about overall adoption. But I get so worried because I just walk around every day and I see morons, and you guys see the same thing. I know you do because you're on the same earth as me. So adopting something like this has to almost be automatic for these people because they'll only do what they're told, the majority, even my parents are wealthy. Like my parents have a lot of money, and all of this is still like Bitcoin, everything to them. And I'm here, they watch my videos. Like, you know, so it's like, how long will it take? Well, it's just going to be a nerd takeover, and then it's just going to be like Bitcoin, and then everyone else gets in. So it's just like, I don't know how the actual virality part will look like. I guess nobody does. It's actually super interesting though.
Hey, Chimrat, can you hear me?
We could hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Yeah, man, learn the lesson, dude. Stop giving info about.
I'm not certain what he was saying.
Hey, Crypto Culto, your voice just woke up all my dogs, by the way.
How many people will be watching this if somebody had to take a guess? The debate today.
Well, you don't have to take a guess. You just ask him for. It's been over 500 so far.
So I guess it'll just pop up. I can't wait to watch it. I got everyone in my family watching, and my people in my community, and my girlfriend and I. It's going to be super cool.
Damn, man, that's super cool. I think it's going to be one of the more. I don't really go in for shows or like the entertainment media and stuff like that. I just don't really care. But I think this is going to be a potential where there's like educational content that's delivered in a pretty engaging and high energy way. So hopefully they keep it productive, because I think this could be a really entertaining production.
If anyone who does clips, get these clips out quick. I'm a marketer, so I think about all this stuff. But like, while you're watching, if you see something that meant something to you, just clip that out. Get it online. People need to see this information. Normies, my family, people in the community. I'm trying to get everyone in my community to watch Richard Hart streams. Like, that's my new pitching point. Like, I'm trying this new thing out where it's like, okay, I can't pitch any of you dumb butts Hex because it's too hard for a certain majority of the people. Start watching Richard Hart streams. I just pitch him on this dude's funny and cool. Like, I'm like, dude, this dude's so funny and cool. And watch him. I watch him like crazy. I'm addicted to his stuff. He's a crypto dude. And now I got people in my community like, dude, Richard Hart's so cool. They don't even know what Hex is. It's like the most confusing thing ever. It's like people don't even care. They just want the watches. Just like you said, the airplane Gucci bag. Like, it's almost like he just makes everything so literal and puts it out there. And some people really like that, which I can't understand at all.
So I tweeted out the question, but I'd be curious to hear it from y'all. Whose audience do you feel stands to have more to gain and more to lose in the Richard Hart and Peter Schiff debate?
Win-win. I mean, most marketing is a win-win if shit gets spicy, right? Like, if this gets spicy, I don't know what they're saying behind the scenes, but if they say in like a agreement that they'll let this get a little spicy as far as their tone and delivery, I think that would be beneficial to both of them. Now, you want to draw a fine line because, again, I want to hear educational content. Hex Orca wants to hear educational content, but my family does not, which is so weird. You know what I mean? Like, I would love to study his books and his writing and everything. And my family's like, can we just watch something funny and forget that we're, you know, are doing bullshit that we hate all day long? So, you know, again, the masses, the eyeballs, Steph Curry, Subway commercials, in your face, see a logo 14 times, you'll never forget it. All of that stuff comes into play here. Peter Schiff's shilling gold, so I don't really know what that does for stuff, but, you know, the more eyeballs on Hex, Hex, because if it blows off top, it's just going to be another 100,000 people with mustard seeds in their head. Oh, wait, that Hex thing blew up again? Holy crap, that sounds crazy. So I think it's a win-win on both sides.
Very cool. I think it can be a win-win, and I do think it can entertain people who maybe don't even have an interest in crypto or finance, because they do have the potential to get spicy. So hopefully they give us a couple of just killer one-liners or something like that, because that could help just to put out the quick-hitting clips on different platforms. And then people eventually kind of dig in. They like the savage, right? Joe Rogan occasionally has guests who isn't afraid to say some controversial things, and that'll be enough to get people interested in the character underlying those statements. So.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to get into like the centralized aspect of things. That's what I'm really curious about. Obviously that's up for debate every day of the week on every single coin. Like, let's be legit. When somebody owns a lot of the supply, that is a concern. It doesn't matter what anyone says, right? Like, that's just even with anything, it's like that. So I'm just curious. I'm just curious how this will play out. I don't know if they're going to get into like what is value and why you're kind of like wrong about that, or if Peter's just going to say like, you have a small project, it's really risky. It's a lot. Like, obviously it works, but like, I just want people to have like something that's legit. You know what I mean? Like legit, like bullshit legit.
Well, it sounds like it's going to be more of a debate as of crypto versus legacy world rather than Hex and anything that Richard is doing. I think that's going to be more of a bigger conversation. But I'm sure Peter is going to try to pounce that Hex is a scam, it's a Ponzi scheme, and these are trigger words for people to understand. It's like they throw these words out like water, right? Like, it's just the word scam, Ponzi, it's what people understand. I mean, legacy world, that's what they're going to understand. Everything else is going to be gibberish.
What is interesting is that the way they said the conversation is that Richard will be the defender of crypto, and all the Bitcoin maximalists that are going to be rooting for the crypto side will eventually have to root for Richard's arguments. And there is a psychology rule called the commitment and consistency, coming from the book of Robert Cialdini, that when you agree with somebody in a little thing, then you are more likely to agree about bigger things later on. So this is the the funny situation that Bitcoiners and other crypto guys will be in, that they will have to start agreeing with Richard Hart in many things that otherwise they would completely discard. So this is the foot in the door technique for this project.
Hello, good morning, guys.
Sorry, not project.
I just wanted to put in my 2 cents regarding. Hello. Hello, everybody. Just wanted to put in my 2 cents regarding what you guys were saying about whether Richard was going to behave or not. In regards to his past few online live streams, he's been pretty good. So I think, for the most part, I'm going to say 90% of the whole debate, he's going to behave. Like one of you guys mentioned, maybe perhaps there's going to be family members that might not want to be interested in listening to him cuss or whatnot. There might be kids present. So I think that perhaps maybe he's going to behave and try his very, very, very best not to cuss. That's what I think.
It just sucks that he has to dumb it down because he does. His points aren't allowed to come out the way that they have to because he has to interpret what the audience is thinking, right? So when you're interpreting what the audience is thinking while you're speaking, all his talking points are probably right, but he has to do it in a way where people can understand what he's saying, which can be very difficult. He is good at that, but he always does mention he has to work his way around other people when he's talking because he's too literal, and people just say stupid shit that doesn't make sense, and then he has to double back and explain why it doesn't make sense, and then it kills the conversation. So I'm really hoping that they talk before and they mention that is a thing. Like we have to say legit stuff. We have to flow with the conversation. And if it does that and it's bantery, I am just so excited. Like, I am so excited.
Does Peter sell gold?
I'm sorry,
I
I
have no
was
clue.
going to say one more last thing here. Wouldn't it be awesome if perhaps before this debate, they kind of sent out a survey to the whole community or whoever's going to be listening, whether they would approve hardcore, debate or not so spicy debate. That would be awesome, because then at that point, Richard could unload and have no need to, put the brakes on his mouth.
But again, his breaks on his mouth are just because, understanding of the user, I feel like when he has to put brakes on his mouth, because guys like me, I know a lot about Hex. I know a lot about a lot of stuff. But I mean, I rewind some parts while he's flowing in his conversation. Like, if you're not a Hexican with freaking an IQ that's probably higher than average and looking up crypto stuff all day, you don't know what he's saying. You don't even understand. So that's where I'm so curious about this conversation, because he's so smart with his words and stuff, and he's going to have to really have an agreement with this guy that they have that flowing conversation. Otherwise, he knows it'll get stuck up because it's just he's too smart. But I just am excited. I just hope that they get along as far as with the flow.
So here's what I'm more interested in, since Richard is more defending the crypto world. I mean, within our world, obviously there's a lot of tribal going on in the crypto world. I'm more interested in whoever's listening that is pro crypto, that's in another space, would look at Hex more. And because Richard will be defending crypto as a whole. And that should be his stance, where he should try to bring over the people in crypto over to Hex rather than focusing on the no coiners. That seems a little harder.
I disagree. I think everybody's going to be tuning in from the crypto side, and they're going to hear about this precious metal called gold, and it's going to cause just a mass migration into the precious metals market, and that's going to sort of serve as like the new basis.
Is your subscription down to $9.99 now?
For a limited time only.
Yes, he does have an exchange. It's called Gold Money. So, that's his angle.
For anybody that's listening that hasn't been with us for a while, Hex Orca is joking.
Oh yeah, for sure. That was funny.
Probably fair to substantiate that.
For sure. Like, what if I was like, Mom, first time ever, watch this cool stream, and she plugs it on. He's plugging some bullshit, as a joke.
Right.
You got to diversify, bro. Gold.
How much would gold's going to go down, right? It makes no sense now that crypto's here. It has to, right? There's no way people are going to put more millions and millions of dollars into gold. I know some might stay. because it might be old money, it might be people's stuff that it's hard to move to. But as far as going forward, like, gold cannot keep up with inflation.
All that generation, innit? Dinosaurs buying into gold. Once they pass on, that's it. It's all crypto.
My girlfriend only owns Bitcoin and gold.
Does she have a preference?
No, she just doesn't know anything.
Does she wear her gold bars?
No, she just has them. Like, I don't even know. She's a derivatives analyst, so it's like I'm always sitting over here like, man, I think the financial system is so stupid. But I don't bring it up. But like, I'm always like, there are whole offices of people fucking up at the same time. What the fuck? As far as the market, I guess we're not really talking about the market.
Sure we are. Talk about whatever you want.
Oh, okay. Well, as far as the market and the FUD, like, this is a lot of people's first go around with major FUD, right? Like, this is major FUD right now. Like, we are in FUD zone 1000. People will say whatever. They'll make fake accounts. They will start spamming hate about Hex from different accounts, from different angles, like, because people got wrecked legitimately. I mean, if they hold, they don't get wrecked. Obviously, we all know that. But when you buy, you got to be really careful onboarding, guys. I mean, really careful. Even if you believe in the product, you have to understand who you're onboarding to. Because I'm having trouble now with a couple people, only a couple, where they're like, I sold, and I was like, but we talked about the staking feature. But then they're like, but I didn't know what the fuck you were talking about, so it's almost my fault. Because I kind of should have known that they really don't know enough. Do you know what I'm saying?
The responsibility of us onboarding people that they buy higher than what it is now, it's a big load. You know, I've onboarded enough people that have bought in the 30 cents mark that, you know, they're not texting me and blaming me anything, but you still feel some responsibility going forward.
One point though, regarding onboarding people, there's a kid out there on YouTube. Gosh, I forgot his name right now, but he's basically, he puts out videos about, stocks and whatnot, and every now and then he'll talk about crypto. And one of his things is proper preparation prevents poor performance, right? Well, in regards to stocks or whatnot. So what I tell people when I'm trying to onboard people onto a Richer Heart, community or projects or, Hex or whatnot, I send them the information, but I tell them you have to read about it, because it doesn't make sense for somebody to just blindly go into something that they have no clue about, right? So my brother, my sister and whatnot, I've been telling them forever to, invest in something, and I told them about Hex. I keep sending them all kinds of links and whatnot for them to look into, but every time I ask them, they're like, oh, I don't have time. Oh, I have no time. And, it's kind of like, okay, we'll see how it goes, in a couple of years when I tell you how much, gains I've had. But it is definitely hard to try to onboard people and try to explain everything to them from A to Z. So at the end of the day, he who's investing has the responsibility to also do his own research or their own research. That's what I think.
Yeah, but your reputation is your reputation, right? So let's extrapolate this. Right. No, but I know. You're right. You're right about everything. I'm just putting another angle.
Exactly, reputation. Right. Obviously, you can always tell somebody the wrong thing. That's what I'm saying. In case this way, at the end of the day, when if something goes the wrong way, they're not going to tell you, oh, well, you told me this, and that. But then you can just go back to them and just say no, because you were supposed to do your own research. You know what I mean? That's just
yeah, I mean, that you can double back with that. That makes a lot of sense in a group of people debating about a topic that they understand. But if you're selling things, if you have a small business, if you have any kind of social media influence, you have to be really careful who you onboard, because they will talk shit relentlessly about you and forget the whole conversation. You can't reason with people. You can't be like, oh, sorry, Johnny, I told you about the inflation this year, and they raised the rates, so we're going to hold on for a year. No, he's going to say, Scott's a dumb fuck, and no one should listen to him. And that's what they're going to say. So I'm trying to be more careful with who I pick now. Like, who's going to be an efficient hexagon? Are there any people in my area that would be a good hexagon? Like, you could see a hexagon from a mile away.
Well, I think you should just preface it this way, too, because I haven't had any of my onboards text me about the price, because anything is going to have a bear market. Tesla's down 30%. I don't know how much Netflix and some of these other stocks are, but everything goes through a bear market. And Hex is not special in that regard. But the way that it is special is you're getting paid while you're holding it. So if you're holding Tesla, you're just watching a chart go down. If you're holding Bitcoin, you're just watching a chart go down. In Hex, the chart's going down too. There's no doubt about that. But you're getting paid while that happens, and that's the difference. And so, in a bull market, you get the price appreciation and the yield. So it's double win. But during a bear market, since you get the yield, you're winning just a little bit, but you're still winning. You're not just losing watching a chart fall off a cliff. And if you preface it that way, like, what else are you holding that's going down, but you're still getting paid? It might help ease the pain a little bit.
For sure. And I tell people long-term investing. Like, when I come to people, like, I come as somebody that is talking long-term investing. I don't know about everyone else, but that's just my kind of strategy, because that's how I feel. I say, why don't we onboard people for a little money for a lot? As far as your friends, like, obviously bigger players, you would like to see that they have a bigger stake in it. But as far as my friends are concerned, I say $1,900, $2,500, you could probably be retired. And if it doesn't work out, like, just talking normie stuff, if it doesn't work out, I mean, what's the worst thing that could happen? Let's throw 555 out there. And then they see once they see it and they're like, oh, well, this is just a throwaway anyway. Then they look back, they see 1,000 hex after 3 months in their account, and they say, holy stuff. And then they start to understand. So I think that is I just have to be more picky with who I'm spamming to, because I'm a marketer and I'm a little spammy. So I have to reel it back and realize we're in crypto. There's people that are going to make mistakes. So let me pick the most effective people to, like, kind of pitch it to.
For sure. No, and I definitely understand that.
Orca, you should sorry, Skip. Orca, you should you should meme that I'm spammy.
Oh, I'm spammy, bro.
Well,
I'm spammy. I love to spam. Like, it gets the message out there.
Yeah, and I definitely don't want to hog the mic, and this is the last thing I'll say, and then anybody else can go or change the subject. But I would just rather, I really just hammer the T-share home with the onboards, because there's people today at 15 cents that are going to make $1,000 today and tomorrow and the next day. It doesn't matter if it's 12 cents or 50 cents. They're making a ton of money every day. And so, do you want to be that person? Well, you need T-shares. And would you rather get T-shares at 10 cents or 42 cents? Because eventually, when bear market's over, prices normally rise in all cryptos. And so, if you're going and you want that daily payout, now is the time to collect when everybody's sad, it's over. Is it going to 5 cents? Is it going to 2? Is it going to 10? When everybody's speculating on these rock bottom prices of how far it could fall, it's the best time to get the T-share. And if you're just a holder and you're just going to hold it for 3 months and flip it or whatever, T-shares aren't important to you. But if you are a long-term holder, like you were saying, it's the best time. And so if you can get a bag of T-shares, obviously, before the fork as well, because it's going to be copied on both chains. We have a documentary coming out. There's going to be more NASCAR races. There's going to be other things that are coming in. Richard doesn't even actually have the diamond in his hand yet. That'll happen at some point. So when would you rather get it? When cheaper T-shares before the documentary, before the diamond, before these other races, or after? And if somebody's in Hex and they're interested in the shares, then it's kind of a no-brainer. But anyway, that's all I had. I didn't mean to hog the mic when I jumped in.
Great point.
Can I say something here, guys?
Go for it.
Go ahead. I think the biggest thing too, another selling point, because I was talking to my dad, and my dad's, he's a boomer, and a lot of his friends, he's made money in Hex, and a lot of his friends want to get in, but they all trust their advisors at, whatever XYZ bank. And, my one dad's friend had $100,000 that he was investing in, and he gave it to his, I think it was Wells Fargo was the bank, but he asked about Hex and getting into Hex, and the Wells Fargo advisor was like, no, I don't really see the big deal with Hex. So I think the biggest thing to tell people, because the thing that stopped this guy from investing in Hex as like someone who's not in tune with crypto and not into technology like most of us are, is we don't have a fiat on-ramp yet. And I think that is the single biggest thing about getting into Hex before that happens, because then the ease of onboarding people, not only that you trust or Hexicans that you find that that's when the price is really going to explode, in my opinion.
When Pulse Chain comes out, Pulse Chain fees are going to be fractions of a penny. So that in itself is going to be easy to onboard new people.
I didn't even think about that. Now, however that P-Hex plays out, even if we get on board, in the short future, I imagine if Richard Hart, by what I'm seeing, he will, that fiat on-ramp is probably one of the things he'll work on first when this is over. Because I think when it comes to onboarding, we've all had enough, and he knows that as a businessman. Like, he knows, like, this can only last so long. I can't onboard people for $150, dude. I'm onboarding my friends in like early adults in like the work industry. They're not like, but they're prominent figures in the community as we move forward, but they're just young kids. So they're getting a couple T-shares. Some of them get 10 T-shares. I think that's like the average of like my really smart friends. They'll get like 10 to 12 T-shares. And I sometimes tell them, just take it easy. Just go about your job. Learn about the product, you know what I mean? But for the smarter guys, I just hammer the T-share. He's so right. It's intuitive if you know, because you're just like, I need to save you. Let's save you real quick and then learn.
I do think, though, just before the T-share, before that even happens, just having the fiat on-ramp is such a big advantage for Hex. However that is, if Coinbase lists it, amazing. I don't know the chances of that. If Richard creates his own, whatever, but that allows a lot of people, especially in the older community with a lot of money, to hop right in, no problem. They can manage their own crypto versus, what I hear going on in the community, setting up a MetaMask for people who don't know what they're doing. And now you're managing their money, and it adds a layer of confusion.
Yeah, conversion from fiat world to crypto world is always a challenge, and not just the physical part; it's the mental part. That psychologically, it's very difficult to move from what you know, which is more tangible, to what you don't know, which is not tangible in any way, shape, or form, except you can see it on your screen. That's always been the biggest challenge.
Yeah, just the value proposition, right? Like, what are we dealing with? And then it some people can get it rather quick, but most people, the whole, like, if you ask an average successful adult why the stock market goes up, they'll never say it's because people are buying and selling. They'll say it's because the companies are doing really good. And and that's, Richard made that blatantly clear to all of us. And once he said that out loud, I was like, holy shit, like, this is just numbers on a screen. Once that clicks, it's that whole thing where you realize that value doesn't exist except marketing. and Ponzi, like almost to a point Ponzi, because there's never enough liquidity to dump anything. So technically it is a Ponzi because it would go to zero if someone sold all of it. So but that's everything. That is everything. So that once you learn that, you just can replicate it. What Richard did is he just did nuts and bolts, like value. And that's what Hex is just amazing. But I don't know. It's going to be interesting how things move forward.
Yeah, I mean, I've gone as far as saying because the word Ponzi and scam does come into the conversation, and I do tell them everything's a Ponzi. Your mom's a Ponzi to you, like she was tricking you to how to wash dishes well. She Ponzi'd you. So everything is all about adoption. Everything is a Ponzi. Everything is a scam, really, and just getting everybody from the fiat world to psychologically think about the legacy world versus the crypto world psychologically it has been a key for me.
Absolutely key for me and everyone that really I found sticks in the community, like the 4 or 5 guys I've onboarded that are actually like a Hexicans now. It's like once they learn value, it's almost like when you see the lights come on in someone's eyes, like you're like, oh my God, they've learned a concept that has changed their point of view in the moment that we're standing in front of them. And it's an interesting phenomenon to watch because I experience it too sometimes when I start learning about all this stuff that you guys are telling me. Like I was a normie jock dude until 2 years ago, and then I just realized this is where efficient money is. So I appreciate all a lot of this information is brand new to me too. Like this is amazing time to be alive.
For $9.99, you can sign up with Hex Orca, and he can guide you through the world.
I just can't wait for the onboard process to be easier because, I get my onboard super pumped up once I explain what Hex is and I break it down in like an easy to digest form. And then once they understand that the Federal Reserve and once they realize what the United States dollar really is, then it's very easy to onboard them. But once they get to Coinbase and then they have to take a picture of their face, put in their social security number, all of that, and then link their bank account. And then the ACH only allows them to do $1,000. And then, let's see, I helped somebody set this up before February, and then the money doesn't get released until February 25th. I mean, that's like hella days. So then I started doing a little more research, and then I was like, well, why don't you just do a wire where you just print out the sheet on Coinbase, go to the bank, give them the paper. And then I have people getting problems when they go to the bank and they mention anything crypto. I told them, don't mention anything crypto. Just say you're moving money from point A to point B. Don't mention anything crypto. Inevitably, they end up mentioning something crypto, and then the bank, pretty much tells them they can't do it. So it's the ACH transfer is easy, but it only takes $1,000. And then if you want to do a wire, it's like, I don't know. And if anybody has a better way of doing it, please tell me.
I just send it to them, and they send me money. Generally, I try to inject them into the system and then have them figure it out. Like I'm like, here, I'll send it to you. This will negate the fees. It's usually
but
people.
I mean, if I did that for everybody, bro, I would. Yeah. The IRS would come knocking on my door for sure.
Yeah, but I mean, I know, but really, at the end of the day, if you're just onboarding on foot, I mean, people that I mean, yes, if you're in front of a group or something, that's a totally different story. But like, as far as the people I know, I just want to get them to start learning as fast as possible. And so I just do an initial transaction with them, just like $100, $200 every once in. But yes, I guess you're right. If the numbers would be high enough, that would be silly. But I've only done that probably like 10 or 15 times.
Well, it sucks when you got people. I mean, you're right. I guess it depends on the situation. I mean, for sure. I got friends where like it would be beneficial if I just gave them like $200 worth and just let them watch it. And then I have other people that are like nearing the end of their career that have, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 that they're trying to throw down, but they don't know how to move their money. They've never had to move their money. They just kept it in a bank their whole life. So it's the onboarding process needs to be a little bit easier, because it's like, they get frustrated, and once they get frustrated, it's like, F this, I would just rather go down with the ship.
But it's funny because if this was popular, they would do it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not really how it's hard. It's more taboo. It's not really like difficult manually, but it's out of the norm. So they're like sketched out half the time, and then they doubt themselves eventually. And it's just like, oh, I have to do 3 processes to get Hex, and I'm going to get fudded in my head probably in this next 3 weeks that I have to not buy.
Yep, and that's when they start creating these imaginary horribles, like, well, what if solar ray comes and knocks out the internet? Then yeah, maybe that wouldn't be good. That's why I won't invest. And they'll start creating reasons why they won't invest, and then maybe the price goes against what they were looking at. So like maybe they were looking at buying at 20 cents, and then now it's 15 cents, and instead of looking at that like as an opportunity, they're like, oh, it's going down anyway, I just won't invest anymore. But if the price was going up 30% every day, they'd be so stoked and they'd be killing people to get their money in. So I don't know. It's funny how when price goes down, people don't care as much, but price goes up, everybody cares.
Well, we'll say too is if if they ever are interested, if they're doing that kind of cash, they just need to do a wire. That's what one of my onboards did. At first, when I didn't really know the amount, I was just saying, well, you could just put your card in, get USDC, because if you're a new, centralized exchange customer, they're probably going to make you wait 3 or 4 days or what have you. They didn't want to wait 3 or 4, and so they did the wire. And as soon as it hit their exchange, I mean, the funds were transferable. So they just got USDC and immediately moved it to where if you do ACH or a card and you're a new centralized exchange customer, they're going to make you wait, 3 to 6 days. And so if they're smaller, that's fine. But, $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 or more, they just need to do a wire. And if they have that kind of money, they're familiar with wires already.
That's the problem, though. They're not. So I'm trying to describe to them what a wire is. When I got in, I was just doing $250 a paycheck. But over the course of 3 years, that amounts to a lot of crypto, especially in a bear market. Now with them, they're more like you were just saying, 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. Now, what do I tell them is like, go to Coinbase, print off the damn wire sheet. Take that to your bank. Don't mention anything about crypto. Say I need to move money from my account to this wire or this account, and then they should be able to do it, right? I mean, there should be no reason why they wouldn't.
Yeah, so let's just use Coinbase as an example. They'll give you the wire info, and then you just take it up to the bank and just say, hey, 20 grand to here, and then whenever it shows up as US dollars, and then you just buy whatever crypto you want. Now, of course, since there's a bigger liquidity pool with the USDC, that's the one that I recommended for my onboard. But you can tell them ETH or whatever it is, and then depending on their knowledge, if they're already familiar with computers, you might go with the Uniswap or the MetaMask Uniswap go.ihex.com route, and if they're not, then you might want to go the staker route. And so it just depends on who you're talking to and their familiarity with how it works, because there's no reason to get bogged down with MetaMask and all these other things if they can just do staker the first time. And then as they learn, they can create different stakes, on the different things, on the different ones. But if they're already familiar with it, then, they can just go straight to MetaMask, depending on who the person is.
Yeah, you have to judge what level they're at. For this particular onboard I'm looking at is, major beginner. And then also because she's new within the last few months, she's like, should I buy Pulse X? I'm like, just listen, just buy Hex, get your copy, and then we'll start making some moves. But just get your money in the system right now, out of the regular legacy system and into crypto. So that you can at least catch this double, for Pulse Chain, and then start creating your stakes. So, you know, I think the wire will be definitely what it is. It's just like I said, I've never done a wire, so I can't be like, it's easy, you know? So, I mean, now I could just tell her, just print off the thing, take it to your bank, tell them you want to move the money to this account. And if they ask why, say investments. That's where they always get scared, is when I go into the bank, what are they going to ask me? It's your money. Don't worry about it. If they give you problems, take it to another bank.
Yeah, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. I mean, it's not like they're trying to send 50 grand to some, third party in China. I mean, depending on the bank, they might ask them, but my onboard never mentioned it. Like, oh man, that was a close call. They were grilling me about where I was sending 50 grand. I don't think it ever came up.
Cool, man. I appreciate it.
I wonder what cryptos will get wiped out this cycle. Like the ones we won't see again. You know what I mean? The ones that like people talked about quite a bit. Like, I don't know, because I hear this is the first cycle I'll be going all the way through. I've been in crypto only since Bitcoin was at 3,400 off the COVID dip. That was my first exposure. So I saw it just rise only. I never saw anything go down, really. I mean, I understood the game a little bit, and then I swapped to Hex and that went directly to the moon. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then I realized like bear markets are real, right? And you need to experience it. I've heard enough from Wave 3 TV, Dollar Cost Crypto, guys like that they say once you understand and feel it all the way through, you will make it out the other side and you will be invincible because you'll just know what it's like to be, in the deeps of the bear market. So I'm really curious. Like, I'm just glad Hexicans are here to mold my brain and telling me, just be patient, just wait, just stake, have some liquid. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I got a whole squad.
Just
like, from
don't become part of the energy that is. So like if you're looking at Hex, for example, step back and look at it from like a bird's eye view instead of being part of the herd that is like all emotional and going from once like bullish to bearish to bullish to bearish. Try and look from the bird's eye view is what is everybody. And if everybody's bullish, it's prices going down for sure. If everybody's bearish and calling for like when Bitcoin was 3,500, 3,600, everybody was like, it's going down. Like, and mind you, it had fallen from 20,000. They were calling it's going down to 1,500, it's going down to 1,000, when in reality, that was the best time to buy it. So, like, all of the Twitter dudes and stuff, like, during that drop from 6,000 in Bitcoin to 3,500, they were all calling for 1,000. Tone Vase, same thing. He was saying, short it, bro, short it. Why would you short something that's down from 20,000 sitting at 3,500 and not buy it? Unless you thought it was going away forever. That's the main thing, is when these prices go down, it's not going away forever. So, and in crypto, things turn around so quick. It's like, I don't know. You're right though, with the bear market, once you lose money on like a side project, or like once you take a couple % of your net value and put it in a side project and it gets rugged, or you go through a full-on bear market, then you really understand, holy moly, like I need to take profits when the market's up.
If it ever comes back up. In some projects it doesn't happen, and that's just a kind of thing too, because 2017, that's when the straight Telegram channel was around, way before Hex Crypto and all those. And I mean, it was just full of shit coins and people coming in and talking about all these damn projects. And 5 years later, the big ones are still around, Litecoin, Dash, I'm not going to name drop every token. I mean, they're still obviously around, but a lot of the smaller ones are not. I mean, they're long gone. There's no community. The founders don't talk about anything. You look at the chart, it's just straight death, and it's just never coming back.
Yeah, and if you were to cross-reference the chart with Telegram or Twitter updates from the team, it would be hilarious, because like a Twitter update would come out, like in some of these projects, like V3's coming out, or, you know, just around the corner, we're going to have burning mechanism. And it's like in the middle of a bear market where everybody knows price is going down. And, you know, I guess there's still some sucker out there that thinks price is going to go up, so he'll buy it. And then it just dumps another 90% on them. And that's where I didn't realize, like, something can drop from 100 to 1 penny, and that's a fat percent drop, 90 something percent drop, right? And then it can drop from a penny to, or I mean, $1 to a penny, and that's another 90 something percent drop. So it's like, it gets gnarly in a bear market.
What's the biggest crypto that ever got washed to zero? Like, what's the most successful crypto that ever
It's
completely?
not that they go to zero. Well, I don't know. There definitely are some that got zero liquidity.
Well, I mean, you could even reference Bitcoin Cash. I mean, I think when Richard pulled up the chart, I think versus Bitcoin, it's down like 95% or 99%. I mean, yeah, it didn't go from $100 to washed out to zero, but it's a death chart.
Yeah,
It's
you
so
can pull
crazy to
something
think
up.
about the Furus that were telling everyone to buy, like legit people in the community. I mean, a lot of people don't remember this. I just happen to be involved with these guys. They were begging people to buy Solana at the top. They were begging people to buy Polkadot at the top. They said this is the best time ever to dollar cost average, Solana summer, blah, blah, blah. And I remember thinking that. And these are the same guys that are saying that Hex is the best, you know, like, so it's crazy that I just guess Hex is just a really good project.
Yeah, and people take advantage. Once they're in it, they're like, oh man, I have all these tokens. What do I do? Well, you stake them or you just hold some. So, like, my strategy's always been 90% to 95% staked, keep the other 5% liquid just in case you need to, you know, sell some to pay bills or something. I mean, not that crypto, I think the best strategy for crypto is once you convert your crypto from dollars to crypto, consider that money lost and gone forever. And then that way you don't have any emotional attachment to it. You're not trying to pay bills with it. But if you need some liquid because of opportunities like Pulse and PulseX, like I wouldn't have been able to participate in those if I was just staked 100% from the beginning. So that's, I think as long as you adhere to that strategy, it's, I mean, I don't know, that's not that difficult once you're in Hex. But that's the problem, is I see some of these people, and I'm not going to say who, that obviously haven't gone through a bearish winter or whatever in crypto, and they're like, oh, just be nice to all these projects. No, I mean, being nice is cool, but what about calling out the major red flags? Just call them out, please, and then we can discuss them, and then maybe they'll get fixed or whatever. Now in Hex there aren't any of those, so I mean, we're lucky in that sense. Or if that's your first project that you found or product that you found, then you're really lucky. But then don't take that for granted and think that all products are like that, because most products don't have a Richard Hart. Most products have a greedy MFer on the other side that every time the price goes up, he just pushes the price back down and takes his money. So, you know, it's
Yeah, well, I would be it would be safe, but Richard Hart is a businessman, you know, like he knows that he might just be a little bit more socially smart than a lot of these business guys, which I think he is. I think a lot of his whole approach to helping everyone around him is just the way he found to be the most potential for success. Like, I think he just realized there's limits to scamming people, and he could probably scam everyone his whole life and make billions of dollars. He's probably that smart, right? He could come out with some shit that was anonymous that scammed the shit out of people, I'm sure. But he said to get on top, all the way on top, because we know what he wants. He wants to take over the financial space. He wants to take over 100%. We all know that. He's a little bit egotistical. I am too. Like, it's just like how some guys are. And I like that. And a lot of people in the community like that. Like, so I just hope, but there is liability there is what I mean. Like, when you tell people what you just said, they're going to say that you're full of shit because it sounds full of shit. We happen to know it's true. But when you say Richard Hart with all his watches is like the reason Hex price stays up, there is narrative there. There is concern there. And I'm not saying for us.
But
in general.
okay, look at this. Okay, if you grab any of the guys that do chain analysis, I even do it in my spare time. And if you watch the OA daughter addresses, they never move the hex coins. They never sell the hex coins. If you're watching the things that are selling hex, it's the HXY platform that scammed me out of almost 500,000 hex. It's all
What is that?
crappy things that were built on hex that stole hex from people that are dumping. That's what ends up dumping. It's not the OA address. So does Richard sell his Ethereum for money? Probably. Does he sell his Bitcoin for money? Probably. Does he sell his hex? Hell no. So, I mean, if you're here from the beginning and you watch what he says, and then watch what he does, and then watch his arguments 6 months later, they're the exact same. He never changes up. He never switches the facts up. He never does any of that shady shit. It's always the same. So sometimes you get bored of hearing the same shit out of his mouth, but that's because it's the truth and it just needs to be said. Just because he's buying watches doesn't mean that he's buying watches from his hex stack. He's buying it from Ethereum or Bitcoin, or maybe he has cash.
He's probably got a
stacked
bunch
away.
of shit, like, yeah, I mean, people that wealthy, that's another level. Like, they got money coming out of their asshole from 10 different directions. You know what I mean? But not Jim Rat Crypto guys. Jim Rat Crypto quit his job.
Let me jump in real quick too before we go too deep down the rabbit hole, just in case people are too timid or polite to jump in. If y'all have anything to say, just raise your hand. Jump in. If anybody else wants to request the mic, and there's too many people speaking currently, I'm happy to drop down. And so, as long as nobody's got the hand up requesting, I'm more than happy to go down this rabbit hole. I think it's definitely interesting. I just wanted to say that real quick for somebody that might be kind of waiting to jump in, and we keep going down this line, and they're just too polite to cut in. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Thanks, Skipper.
Just throw up your hand if you want to come in.
Yeah,
so
keep going.
One of my main things that I wanted to say is I was thinking about this the other night, and if you turn on YouTube, you get a variety of different, crypto influencers out there. Now, what's the difference between you're looking at just people in our community, for example? Some of them have really good stages set up, or background set up. Now you look at them, and then you look at the old Richard Hart videos. The only difference is he was in a castle chair with some candles to the side of him. I mean, it looked pretty cool, but you couldn't tell that he was a billionaire. It's not like he had a jet sitting out behind him. It could have just been a set. So what he's doing by putting these watches and by doing all this expensive stuff is basically showing that he can afford to do this and not sell his crypto. So he's basically showing people hey, I'm a benevolent actor. I'm buying all this stuff. It's not making the price go to zero. So that means I must have a lot of money outside of Hex. I don't own just Hex. You know what I'm saying? So and then when he says, there's a theory out there that I own 1 million Ethereum, or there's a theory out there that I own over 1% of Bitcoin, or things like that. He wouldn't say that stuff if it wasn't true. He would say there's a theory out there and it's wrong. That's what he would say. But I don't know. It's basically showing I'm Richard Hart. I got a bunch of money and I'm backing the things that I love. I have a legacy I've built. I put my face out there. I put my reputation on the line. Everybody's called me a scammer. I'm not a scammer. I'm proving them the opposite. I'm making people millionaires. And this is what I'm showing to basically, I don't know what the word for it is, but raise my respect level for somebody that just drops in on my page. They're like, holy moly, there's $3 million worth of watches just sitting right there. So it's just to grab the people that look at that stuff or that look at, rap videos, and they see somebody with the Richard Mille. Now he's got a Richard Mille sitting next to a bunch of Rolex watches, you know what I mean? So he puts himself in a whole nother tier of rich. And those are the type of guys you want in your coin. If you have a bunch of people in your coin that are living off of welfare, and then they have your coin, then one month they're going to be selling your coin, and then the next month they're going to be, I don't know, they're going to be net sellers of your coin. You need net buyers. Imagine if we got 2 more Raheem Rochelles, or somebody of that caliber, or like Richard's caliber. Another, what's his name? That older guy from England. Anyways, he's super smart, super rich too. The more of those guys we get in, it's going to exponentially change the landscape, because they're looking at it like, I'm going to get 30 to 40 to 50% more coins. It doesn't matter what price they're getting the coins at. So I think anything under $1 right now is going to be like, in the future, I'm looking at it like right now, if I have to spend Hex, it's like $1 each, and it hurts to spend. You know what I mean? When it's 12 or 13 cents, you shouldn't. It's just a terrible time to sell. If you wanted to sell, you've had the last 6 months to do so. So I feel like right now would be an ignorant time to do that. Have we had any success with going into like these NFT communities and talking like, hey, you guys know that maybe we're getting a copy on the Pulse chain, or have we been pretty much kicked out of that kind of stuff?
From what I know, Staking Apes and Collector, they've had success talking to people in the NFT community, especially people that are trying to create their own projects, or really are new to the space and they just want some cool NFTs. The only pushback that I've really heard is like Bored Apes, because their NFT has real utility, with parties or whatever it is that they're doing. So they might not really care about the copy as much. But I think overall, from the NFT space, I think they're pretty open-minded from what I can gather. I mean, I definitely don't want to speak for everybody that may not. But I think what Staking Apes is doing and what Collector's doing is great. And from what they've said, it's been, overall positive. I mean, you definitely have pushback from certain people. That's normal. But I think it's been pretty good and pretty receptive.
That's awesome. I love what Staking Apes is doing, man. That's talk about thinking outside of the box and stepping up. Same with Skippa and Hexorca and all you guys in here, man. I mean, you guys are doing a great job. I try and find time to come in here and talk and listen, but I'll have to dip out as soon as the baby starts crying. So, but I really appreciate it. I mean, this community is amazing, and we all got each other's backs. That's for dang sure.
When are they going to verify Richard Hart?
Hey, another thing I was thinking just off the top of my head is with these, with being able to create an NFT out of your stake in the future or in the next coming days, I think what if you created like the quote unquote hex starter pack? So you got a 3 year, you got a 5 year, you got a 7 year, you got a 11 and a 15 year, and you can pretty much sell it like as a bundle. You know what I mean? Like a bundle of your perfect hex ladder, and then that way they don't have to do anything but just buy the ladder that's already been made and then put it in their wallet and then take it out of the NFT, and then now it's sitting in their wallet and they took it off the market. I just The thing about it is then, like other people say, is then it's not taking liquid hex off the market. But as we've seen recently, it's like 60 something percent of liquid hex is off the market, and we're at the same price as before the sacrifice even began. So I don't know if it really even made that much of a difference.
Good day, all. What is going on? I feel wonderful. We got Hex haters making bets that they're surely gonna lose. We got the Hex community getting split up by supposed third party projects that this time are legit, but last time weren't, trying to split up the Hex community up. It's bickering all over the place. Prices are down. People are beefing. Oh, this is the time to buy, people. This is the time to buy. You guys better wake up. On the plus side, you could buy 15-cent Hex. On the plus side, you got Richard going up against this gold guy that has almost 1 million followers, by the way. And when he crushes him, what do you think is gonna happen then? What about when Post Chain V3 finally pops out? What do you think is gonna happen then? Oh man, get ready. I call it the rowdiness before the rise. How do you like
Do you
that?
think since this is it's probably a little bit more of a professional event, because I was thinking about to that like McCormick interview is just so like I turned it off after like 20 minutes because it's like fraud, you're a scam. Like, do you think this will actually have a reasonable debate in it and be able to take something away, or just dick measuring contest of yelling back and forth and no like value taken away from it of why Bitcoin's better than gold, et cetera, et cetera?
Should be a win-win. Talking about this earlier, so we'll probably all come out learning something, you know.
Yeah, I'm just hoping just not like you're a fraud and then you're an idiot.
No, I don't think it'll be like that. Because that'll just be pointless, like, you know, man. Won't get anyone anywhere, like.
Richard knows when to elevate, and he's gonna rise, bro. And Hex is gonna rise with it, bro. But he hasn't lost a debate yet, and I don't think this is gonna be his first L. Not with this guy. Nah.
I mean, how can you lose a debate? You just look at the price performance, and Peter Schiff is completely wrong. You can't lose. I mean,
I think Peter Schiff's thing is because if you like most investors who got in the past 90 days are down like over 30% or something. I feel like it's just going to be harping on the recent downturn and how the stability is not there. But I had a question of kind of going back more towards the inception, and I feel like I think I've asked this before. But my question is, why hasn't, I know it's probably a pretty complex process, and I'm not a developer or understand code by any means, but why had no one else forked Ethereum before that? Because it doesn't seem like a revolutionary idea, and I just don't. Were most people waiting for ETH 2.0, or why was there not another developer that came in quicker and said, "Hey, why don't we just fork this network?" Or Richard's just first to it.
It's been
That's
forked
a good question.
before. It just hasn't been the entire system state hasn't been cloned before. They Polygon and all those others, they forked Ethereum, but they took out all the coins.
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Oh, I was muted.
When does everybody think Richard's going to drop the incentive token?
I don't think nobody knows. Sometimes in the next 2 months.
If anybody hasn't checked out Crypto Coffee's latest video, please do so. A must watch. Like he says, crypto is just doing what it's always done, and Hex is just doing it better, and it's doing it better than Bitcoin. I mean, all of this is just normal, you know? And the people that know, that are in the know, they're going to win, you know? They're going to win.
I was looking at doing some research on Peter Schiff today, and I was on the Wikipedia, and there's a section in there called Bitcoin, and apparently Peter Schiff owned a bunch of Bitcoin. I guess some celebrity like onboarded him, and he forgot his password and never wrote down his security phrases, and he pretty much lost it all. It's just funny. But to me, the guy's just like a clown, man. He's just like, he knows he's wrong, and he's just doing it for money. He just has that narrative that, you know, even if you're wrong, but you're just really outspoken, you're gonna make money with advertising and things like that. Like, do you guys know anyone that owns gold? Like me personally, I don't know anyone that just has gold or gold notes or whatever it even is.
Literally no one.
I mean, I own gold, you know? I have a bunch of chains and bracelets and rings that I pawn every 6 months or so.
We think it's more of a generation thing. So you might have older people probably into gold, but you probably wouldn't see many
It is
people buying gold.
It is generational. We've been pawning it for about 30 years now.
Hey guys, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
What's up, man?
Thanks. Family. I just want to ask a favor from the new
Brian, Mike's wrecked.
recently I got a reply on one of my seats from
We can't hear you, bro.
Brian, Mike's wrecked.
I
better. I think your microphone. It sounds like you're coming in laggy. We heard the first part, but after that, it was just lag.
That was pretty bad. I thought he was trolling.
Hey guys, maybe until he comes back, I have one question about Hex. Have you guys heard that Hedron that's gonna launch in a couple days for minting staked Hex? Do you guys know anything about that?
Personally, I've heard a little bit. So pretty much you can interact with the Hedron code, and you can go in with your MetaMask or your wallet and interact with it, and it's like viewable only, and they'll, I guess, mint you free coins by doing that. But personally, I'm not taking any risks, so I'm not doing it. Also, they'll have like an NFT marketplace where people can, I guess, buy an NFT, and with that, you'll get a part of a Hex stake or something like that. At least that's my understanding of it.
Okay, it just came through my search today. That's why I started looking into it a little bit, but I'm not sure how much effect will have once Pulse Chain launch and regarding the duplicate copy on the Pulse Chain if you interacting with their code.
Yeah, I mean, I really didn't dive really deep into it just because I'm just scared to risk anything with my Hex. It's just not worth it to me, even if I can make a little bit more money. I don't care. I don't want to take any risk, even though it does say it's only read only when you interact with it. But yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think I'll hold off too until see proof of concept before I dive in. Thanks.
Also, don't listen to my advice. I mean, I didn't do a lot of research on it, so you could, I guess, lose on gains by listening to me. But that's just my perspective on it. I just want to be safe, even though it probably is the wrong perspective. I don't even care.
Yeah, no. I appreciate that. I mean, I haven't heard it mentioned in either here or on any of the Telegram for PulseX, so that's why I'm a bit hesitant too. So I don't know who's the group behind it. Whether are they true Hexagon or they just trying to piggyback on Hex stakes.
Typically, no one mentions third party, even though they might be legit. Everybody assumes that it's scamming, and it's the ecosystem of Richard Hart promoted projects. So
Well, the space we're in, this is a free chat. It's not specific to anything, right?
that's why I said typically.
Okay, no problem. Thanks. I'll hold off and I'll just keep an eye on it. I'll keep my Hex staked for now, untouched.
Fatty, you should definitely go into their site. They're definitely not trying to just use the Hex name. These are hexagons those are hexagons that created that project. FYI. But you should definitely go into their website and delve deep. They also have a Telegram chat.
Thanks, I will check it out. I'm not discounting it. It's just the first time I heard about it. That's why I asked anybody on this group if may have heard or tried it or they're planning to explore it. That's all. Thanks. Group level.
What's up? Hey, Orca.
I think he's asleep, bro.
Oh, okay, yo, Reyes. If you go to those three dots on the top.
Yeah.
Can you click adjust settings and hit to only people that you invite, because I had changed it to everyone, and now anybody could join. Not anybody can speak.
Yeah, I changed it there, bro. Yeah, so.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you know a bit about that heat, John, don't you?
Well, I know about it, yeah.
Yeah, man, Fadi there was asking about it, if you could help him out, bro. I heard a few people talking about it, but I'm not 100% educated on it. Talk to him enough about it, you know?
Hedron, well, a little bit about Hedron is trying to bring encapsulated stakes to Hex, so then you can either borrow from your stake, mint from your stake, or mint Hedron from your stake, the Hedron token, or you can transfer the stake from wallet to wallet, or you can also sell the stake on a NFT marketplace. So it's just giving you more options with your stakes, but it's not for the native stakes. So if you have a native stake on go.hex.com, it's not going to work. The only thing you could do with that is mint Hedron off of it, and you only get to mint Hedron off the days you've served. And what else?
So they basically reward you with their token for staking Hex, isn't it?
Yes, and okay. Now the encapsulated stake, which is they call the HSI, you have to do it through the DApp. So if if it's not through the DApp, you won't be able to either capsulate your stake and sell it as an NFT, or actually borrow from the stake. So if you want to do all of those, you have to do it through the DApp, and it's a little tricky with trusted dApps. So you got to be careful, read the code, see if they have an audit coming out. Go to their page.
Definitely just sit back and wait in there. I think that's what Fahid was saying there.
Yeah.
Or Fadi. Sorry, I don't know if I'm saying it right.
Yeah, Fadi. Yeah, thanks, Melo. I appreciated the info on that. So basically, it's only kind of touch whatever you have already staked. So the term that ahead, they can't touch it, is whatever up to that point, what you've been staking. But the question I had, would it affect your copy that you can get of Pulse Chain if you are into Hedron, or it has nothing to do with it?
No, the copy don't got nothing to do with it. So now I guess they have a claim function, whatever. That is for the stakes that you have now on the Ethereum side. I think because what they did is they launched on the Ethereum side, and then they're gonna have the Pulse Chain side as well. So they're claiming to be able to mint their Hedron or off of their stake at a bonus. So that is what's going on right now. But everything is done through the DApp. And only for the native stake, I'm gonna call it native stake since it's go.hex.com. That is only for minting. So you only can mint against your native stake against the days you've already served. And if you have to start a whole new stake in their DApp to actually use their DApp, to actually use the encapsulator, or to actually take advantage of all the things that they're doing. But thing is, this is a new topic, or this is a new project. This new idea. They're trying to put a smart contract on top of a smart contract. So, just be wary, because they haven't, I think they passed that audit, but I don't know.
Okay. It hasn't launched yet. It says 28th of this month. That's when they're going to start. So that's why it came through my search today. That's why I was just inquiring about it. Thanks.
If you want, I'm actually going to have Hedron explain their token and answer questions on the 25th of February. If you want to join my spaces, I'm doing a pre-post chain launch party, and I'm basically going to be teaching people how to DYOR, and I want people to ask questions and gain or gauge the type of questions. Oh, but buddy's right
The
here.
man himself. The man himself. There
Alex,
you go.
what's up, buddy? Well, yeah, look, he's right here now. You have your time.
Thanks, Mello.
No, he's here. Like, you can ask now.
That's Hedron.
Yeah,
there
hi.
in the chat.
Hi, Hedron. Your website just came through my search, and I am a Hexican. I have few Hex staked, and I have some liquid Hex. And if you can just give us a brief overview of what Hadron and what benefits bring to us, if you have time. Thanks.
Yeah, sure. So there's kind of three main features of Hedron that all connect together. One of them is the minting feature. If you have Hex stakes currently or Hex stakes in the future, you have the right to mint Hedron tokens over time, and it's calculated based on how many.
Hey, Edron or Alex, you're staticky.
Is that better?
Yeah, a little bit.
I don't think he's staticky. Maybe it's your speaker, Mello.
Oh, you're good for okay. Go ahead. Might be my end.
Yeah. So the minting feature just allows you to accumulate Hedron tokens over time for actually serving your stake to completion. So the longer your stakes are and the more shares they have, the more Hedron tokens you can get. But you do actually have to serve it, each day to accumulate more. The other feature is encapsulated stakes, and this is used as a backing for a couple of things. So you can create a Hex stake within Hedron, and this gets wrapped into its own individual smart contract, which you have ownership of. And this intermediary layer between you and Hex allows you to reassign ownership of the stake, so you can actually turn the stake into an NFT token and go list it for sale if you wish on OpenSea or Rarible or whatever NFT marketplace you want to use. Although I tend to not be recommending OpenSea these days due to all the recent hacks, but do your own due diligence on that part. But you can also use, because these stakes are encapsulated and they can be reassigned ownership, Hedron's able to use them as a backing store collateral for lending. So Hedron offers a fixed premium lending system. It's kind of based mathematically the same way as minting works, but you don't actually have to serve the stake to unlock the tokens over time. You can just get them all up front. But in those situations, like you've got a repayment, you've got some other things to consider, and additional risks, of course. But those are going to be advantageous for people wanting to access liquidity out of stakes, especially if you're looking for tax breaks. They can be extremely beneficial. Granted, none of this is tax advice. I would recommend consulting a tax professional to know exactly what that's going to look like for you. But yeah, I mean that's the short of it. Is those three features and the way they interact with each other kind of add this layer of optionality on top of Hex, and really just encourages people to stake more Hex for longer periods of time and keep that Hex locked up as long as possible.
Okay, thanks. So basically, like the website said, on the 28th, that's when the project can launch. So let's say I connect my wallet and I have staked Hex that, I understand it only can be minting up to the point where it has been staked. Anything in the future, you have to wait for it. Now, once Pulse Chain launch, is that going to be copied over, or how does that work?
Yeah, well, anything you do on the Ethereum side will be copied over. So, like, there is a bonus phase starting at the launch. Launch is on the 26th UTC, so about 2 days, 8 hours from now. And for the first 100 days of launch, there's going to be a bonus phase for minting, and it starts at a 10x bonus of what you would normally get and works its way down to 0. So just you're getting your normal payout, and it drops down by 1x per 10 days.
Hey, Alex, can you go over how the minting works?
Yeah, so you'll have to use a wallet that has your HEX stakes in it. You essentially have to create a transaction, more or less, proving that you own the stakes. But it also does work with Staker app. There's instructions on how to do that in the Telegram. It is complicated, though, and until Staker app has native support for Hedron, if they ever do, you kind of have to use Gnosis Safe backend and do a couple complex steps. So it's not going to be for everybody. But you'll go into the DApp, you'll connect your MetaMask, and you'll see all of your HEX stakes show up as soon as you do that. And you'll have two options. You can claim or mint. A claim is you claiming your launch bonus. So if you're in a position where you're like, I don't actually want these tokens right now, I want to wait till later. Maybe you don't want the taxable event. If there is one for you, maybe you just want to speculate on them but not actually have to take ownership of the tokens right now. You can actually click the claim button, and you'll reserve your spot. You'll get your 10x bonus or 9x or whatever you do it, but you won't actually receive any tokens until you come back at sometime later and click the mint button. Or you can just click mint now, and you'll get the bonus too, but you also get some tokens. So, it's an either-or situation. Pick which one works best for you. But yeah, it's extremely simple. Just connect MetaMask, click claim or mint, and that's it.
And how does it work with the time served on the stake versus the time not served?
So it allows you to mint essentially, you get one Hedron per B share per day served. So it's going to basically ask the HEX contract for details on the stake. Hey, how many days have they staked? What day is it currently? And it can use that information to figure out how many days into the stake you are. So if you're 100 days into the stake, right? Let's do this. Let's say you have one B share, so you can mint one Hedron per day, and you have 100 days served. Well, then you can mint 100 Hedron, and then if you have a 10x bonus, you can get an extra Hedron on top of it because you were early.
And the Hedron, like the token that you can mint, what are you can use it for? To swap it for NFT, or is it tradable, or what's the functionality it's going to be for it?
So there's a couple of things. So if you're, and they really have to do with the encapsulated stake side. So if you're not someone who's going to encapsulate stakes, you're going to accumulate all these Hedron tokens just off your regular stakes. But other people who go in and do the encapsulated stakes, if they choose to borrow, right, they're going to have to make repayments, and they're going to have to get Hedron from somewhere. Now that could be the open market. They could buy it on Uniswap to repay back. They could have two stakes, so one they mint against and one they borrow, so they can cover themselves that way. It's going to vary what people choose to do, but if anyone chooses to repay based on whatever market price is at the time, they're going to have to buy it from somebody. Additionally, if someone borrows and they go 90 days without making a payment, the contract will allow them to be liquidated. It's not an automated process. So what will happen is they've borrowed and they've not made any payments within 90 days, they will now show up within the liquidation list, and another user can go in there and choose to start a liquidation. And when that happens, it's essentially going to start a 24-hour auction where the starting bid is whatever the remaining balance on what they borrowed is. But then people can come in and bid that up as high as they feel like bidding it up, and then at the end of that auction, whoever's the highest bidder takes ownership of the stake. And the thing here is, like, you can't lie. Like, these are actually going to be transactions on the blockchain, so you actually have to have those Hedron tokens in order to bid. So you'll actually give them to the contract. The contract's actually going to burn them from your wallet, and then if you get outbid, it'll just remint them back to you.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and if you want to play with any of this, there's testnet.hedron.pro is a version of it that's on the Pulse testnet right now, and it's fully functional. It has minting, borrowing. There's probably liquidations happening in there right now if you just want to play with it and see what it's like.
So the Hedron token will have a dollar value?
Yeah, I mean it'll be on Uniswap and PulseX, and I don't know what that value will be, but yes.
Thanks, Alex. I'll check it out on Pulse chain testnet and go from there. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks for coming in, bro, and letting everyone know. Yeah, appreciate it.
Hey, Alex. I had a quick question as well. If you're using a hardware wallet with MetaMask as like the front end, are you still able to create HSI stakes and or claim and mint?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Like, I'm assuming you're using like a Ledger, Trezor,
Correct.
with
Yeah.
MetaMask or something. Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
Man, were you already in here, or did you just pop up?
I just came to say hi.
Wow.
Oh, way.
You must have heard. You must have heard Hedron in your head, like somebody needs me.
Yeah, no, it must have been itchy, bro.
It's funny how that works out sometimes.
That is weird, yeah.
Damn, you should have heard my explanation. So then you would have told me if I did a good job or not on explaining it.
I mean, you can repeat it if you want.
Oh no, no.
I think you did very good, Mello. You very much said exactly what Alex said. He just went a little bit more detail, but thanks for both of you.
Bet, cool. So how's everybody doing, man? What's going on? What y'all been up to?
Hey, Mello. I like to say that you have, everywhere I've listened to you, wherever you are, you've always been the voice of reason for a lot of bickering. So I commend you for always being in the mellow world.
Man, appreciate it, Mixie. But damn, only in the bickering.
Well, yeah, for all the other stuff too, but you know, it shows your.
Yeah, man, it's crazy over there now. Especially, I'm about to go back today, but oh my god, past 2 days between communities, it's just annoying.
Some of those
Like,
moms too that got into it, it's really stupid.
hey, man, I mean, I can just say like third-party projects, the community actually came in there and was defending themselves, bro. And I kudos to you guys for keeping y'all calm. But yeah. But look though, what is a family without drama, man? Right?
Yeah,
I'm with you.
100%.
I just don't want to see everyone become the thing that we fought, for this last year, 2 years. Like, it shocks me. It absolutely shocks me. Some of the things I'm seeing lately.
Yeah,
But that's
I welcome
the
discourse.
irony of that's been the irony of what I've seen is, it's like you say you don't want to be a Bitcoin maxi and all the traits to that, and you're being that yourself now. And I think we all just have to take a minute out and just stay away from this space, just get so involved. And I understand, there's a lot of people that's been giving so much in terms of their time and effort and mental state, and you just get too involved, and it's I don't know. I would like people to just take a break mentally.
Yeah, it can certainly be hard. I try to encourage open discourse as much as possible, and I like to explain things and talk about them, and sometimes other people don't want to, but that's fine. Just take time.
Look, I mean, I appreciate Richard as much as anybody in this space, but you don't always have to take a stance like he does with everything. There's room for everybody, and Hedron, Alex, and liquid loans. This is such a hot topic, and it's like we're supposed to invite all sorts of projects onto Pulse, but you don't want anybody at the same time. Let's try to make sense of that sentence right there.
I think there's a big disconnect with what we see, unfortunately, in the community against some of the projects, and and maybe some concerns are valid. I'm all for someone bringing up valid concerns, and I'd love to talk about them. But I will say, I've talked to Richard in spaces briefly a couple of times, and I've had no negative interactions with Richard. It's been, I won't say he hasn't been supportive and he hasn't been negative. It's kind of just been ambivalent, and I appreciate that stance.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's like, okay, there's a lot of axes being built in the world, and it's all about how to use whatever is being built, right? So there's always going to be something that's going to go wrong if you're going to use Hedron or liquid loan incorrectly. It's the user, People don't go murdering people with axes. One of them will, right? Someone will do it, and then they're going to be, what are you going to do? Ban axes? It doesn't work that way. There's always bad players. If they can't use the card, they can't use the axe, can't use the gun correctly, there's going to be injuries.
And I think what it is, people, you hit it on the head with that maxi shit, and people not thinking for themselves. They took what, Richard Hart said in his stream, very, very literal. So in Telegram, it's supposedly be for promotional use only, meaning just post-X, post-chain. Post-X is post-X, post-chain is post-chain, but still you can talk about both. But anything other than that, he was just like, oh, don't talk about it, you're going to get banned. Boom. So then that cleared, a lot of people, but then it was a lot of, deeper things going where there was like guerrilla marketing going on. And, I've been in the chats, of course, you've been there too. People will come in and ask about the tokens, and it'll be the same people. Like I found like 3 people with the same names asked me about 3 different projects the same way after I told them no third-party projects. So one day they came in and said, "Hey, what about this project? I heard this." I was like, yo. Don't just speak on it. Just go to their community. Then he comes in again 2 days later, 3 days later, and asks me the same thing. So I'm like, okay, this is coordinated. So then I'm like, what's going on? That's why shit went down how it went down. And then people are, getting mad that the hex price dropped. It's bound to happen. It's a market. It goes up, it goes down. And then people just want to blame something, and then they go listen to Richard Hart and don't have the mind of their own, and then say, "Oh, okay, this caused it or that caused it," and just go for one. They find one or the other.
Well, yeah. I mean, people that are new to this world, if they've never gone through a dip in their life in this world, would start blaming and pointing fingers. I mean, the entire world is down. What are they going to blame that on? They're probably going to blame it on their grandmother, their mom, stepsister, probably Hex Orca for supplying 1999 membership.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's like we're building a lot of cool stuff. Like, we've been, Hex. When I look at like the landscape of projects being built, and there's some I like and some I don't like, and then some I'm biased on, like the one I'm creating. So, take that with a grain of salt. But when I look at the landscape of this, right, what I see is a lot of people putting in a lot of work. Like, this isn't, there's some meme stuff, there's some things that are probably bad, but there's also people building things that are like truly interesting. Like, whether you like them or not, like, they're clearly putting a lot of work and a lot of effort into them, and that's so different than what you see on other chains. Like, we're so used to Mongoose Token and Beaver Coin and whatever else comes out that took no effort and is full of promises. And now the Pulse chain's kind of coming around the corner. We're looking and seeing all these products saying, "Hey, we're going to do this. It's going to do all these crazy things," and we think it's going to be awesome. Maybe it won't be, but we think it will. And it's going to be admin keyless, immutable. It's going to have all these things we want, and let's build cool stuff. And I like seeing that kind of stuff. So, I hope all the Hexagon projects work out. By nature, some won't. But it's everyone do your own research, figure out what you want to do with them, and see what happens.
And to be honest, third-party projects is what makes the ecosystem. He teaches people about not trading. That's cool. Like how Hedron just said, find a project and do what you gotta do. But that's what builds the ecosystem. That's what adopts more people into this ecosystem, which is going to be amazing. And I can't wait to see the new things that some people bring, because that's like how Binance blew up. All those projects launching left and right.
So my background is in the restaurant business, and we were able to build 12 restaurants in New York City. And one of the key things we look at when we're looking for spaces is to build on a super busy traffic-wise. And the theory, and it's the same theory with anything else, and some people will look at it very differently. The more traffic in terms of restaurants and competition on the road, street, or block, the better, because it brings people in to the block, not to the restaurant, but to the block. So if they don't come to your restaurant the first time and they came to the block for the first time to another restaurant, they've seen your restaurant, and that puts in their mind, oh, this is here. That's great. We're going to eat here, but we should come here the next time. And it should be the same way. I mean, traffic brings business. And having the block full of, the Pulse blockchain full of projects should be our goal.
Yeah, I fully agree, and I think there's things we can do in a community with more or less having a new chain. Like, there are things we can do, right? Like, we can, like, I really like How to Pulse. I don't know if everyone here has seen that website, and the people that build that, but it's fantastic because they curate all the information. They're starting to curate projects that are based on, that are going to be built on Pulse, and I think one of the best resources I see for that website is, they can kind of make some judgments, and hopefully their judgments are always relatively unbiased, but, we all know what an obvious scam looks like.
What website?
Howtopulse.com, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah. It's not a judgment. It's not a judgment. It's just what we did is basically just straight out. What is this? This is this. This basically how I explained to you, Fadi. That's exactly how we did it. Like, this is what Hedron is. This is what Liquid Loans is. This is what, and then you guys, we put the links out there for like them to go to click your website, and then that's it. And then on the bottom it has a disclaimer.
It's a how-to and a directory, right? So that's all it is.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic resource because, they're asking at least enough questions and know at least enough information that they can broadly describe a project. So if you're interested in some third-party project you see happening on Pulse, and you can get at least the critical details there from a relatively, actually it's probably an entirely unbiased source. Like, that's powerful. You don't get that on Ethereum, where it's like, oh, new token came out. Is it a scam? Is it not a scam? Does it have bad things? I don't know. I guess I'll have to figure that out. But having these kinds of resources in the Pulse Chain network are just going to help protect users and help everyone be transparent. And I think it's going to be really good.
Yeah, and I appreciate it, and I'm sure everybody on the community appreciates it, because that's what makes this community who we are right now. And we stand up beside each other, we support each other. There's a lot of information, and each individual, they need to educate themselves and make the right decision for their own, instead someone's spoon feeding them, or just jump in with both feet and either sink or swim. Thanks.
I love that there are going to be so many different options. Hey, Mello, really quick, are you involved with howtopulse.com?
When you say involved, I'm just an ambassador.
Okay. Well, either way, I just wanted to say thank you, because I think the site is fantastic. I mean, that's where I'm directing everybody to go that wants to learn. It's just a nice landing page right now for people that are new coming to the space. If they want to learn about security, it's it's just a fantastic resource. So if you're an ambassador, other people that are involved, I just wanted to say thank you for putting that together. I think it's a huge net positive, and I think it's another example of people building and really good things that can come out of that.
Yeah, man, it's a great resource. I've already onboarded like close to 100 people off just that website alone, and that is, and the way they can go in there and read the tabs is, they love it. Like, they already know what Pulse Chain is. They don't even need to come to the voice chat, so that's really a good thing.
Hey, good day. I think with the third party projects, I think it all starts with the fact that there were projects in the beginning when Hex first came that were harmful to the Hex community. They 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 kind of took some of the community with them, created their own project, and it was supposed to be better, and instead they got wrecked. So they wrecked the Hexicans. They wrecked the people that they took with them. So from that day forward, the Hex community has been very protective of the golden baby, right? And then anytime somebody says that they're gonna build on top of the golden baby, we kind of get, at least some of the community kind of gets that flashback, and right away the guards go up. So but to me, we're evolving, and the Hexican community is so much smarter than it was back then. That now, if there are people that are branching out from the Hex community and creating these great contexts and these great products, as long as they abide by the Hexican rules, right? The Hexican golden rules. Like, we know what's great. We know what's a good product. We've learned from Richard. Anybody that attempts to, say they're a Hexican and they want to build on top of the Hex community's back and kind of, off their moneymaker, we're gonna put them to the fire, right? So as long as they're audited, as long as there's no admin keys, as long as there's everything that Richard taught us, then let's do it, right? Because I believe that there's a lot of great Hexican out there that wanna make Hex a lifestyle, right? So I don't think that it's all bad, and as long as they follow those steps and stay in line, right? Let's grow, right?
Yeah, follow rules, please. Like, reading is very fundamental, because I've seen people use dApps and third-party projects without reading it, and then get wrecked. But it's a good project, and then they blame the project. So please read. Reading.
Yeah, the reality is a lot of this stuff is just complicated and hard, and it's like when you see people get wrecked trying to use projects that aren't a total scam, right? That maybe have some legitimacy. It's usually because they try to pander to like the lowest common denominator of user, and sometimes if you make things too easy for people, sometimes they unawareingly do things that can be harmful to themselves. And it's like it's kind of a user experience thing. But I see a lot of projects just on Ethereum come out. I'm like, oh, that's a nifty idea. And then I see how they've implemented it, and I'm like, oh, well, people are going to do this one thing, and it's not going to go well for them. And then it doesn't, and then everyone hates the project. And sometimes it's sad to see, 'cause sometimes the project had some kind of merit, but like doing all this stuff right is hard.
Something I've been kind of curious about, and I know there hasn't been a lot of information out yet. Is Staker app building some kind of product that would compete with like the Hedron model in terms of encapsulated stakes? And I'm asking because what I heard was just some surface detail from Kareem regarding possibly having like a 5555 stake, but that you could sell portions of it off or something to that effect. And correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone else knows some more information. But is there a competing product out there that's being worked on, or?
Yeah, so they have a smart contract, and the reason I started building Hedron, because this Firebun's like encapsulated stake system has been kind of in the works for a while, so I've known about it for a long time. I just fundamentally disagreed with a couple of things on it, and so I decided to do my own thing. But the Staker app solution more or less, in my opinion, is like a profit and loss sharing system where a whale can come in with a large bag of hex and create a big stake. And when they do that, they have the option to split that stake into shares and sell those shares to like other users in, who are also using the system. So, and those shares are sold with hex, and they are a one-way transaction. So if you go in and some whale has a giant stake and you want a piece of that stake, or maybe many pieces, you can essentially buy those shares with your hex. The whale effectively gets your hex, like you're buying them off the whale, and everybody kind of splits the end stake fee at the end. So it's kind of just a way of like taking one giant stake and allowing people to buy pieces of it. The thing I disliked about it was that while you're able to buy these portions of stakes, there's no way to like directly transfer or sell or really do anything with that share until the stake ends, right? You're permanently buying that piece. And some people have the argument, well, if the Gnosis safe, you could trade the entire wallet to somebody, but I don't really think of that as a logical solution. So I really wanted to see a system where we could take stakes, make them their own asset class, and bring them to people who are not hexagons. Which is why Hedron's doing this with NFTs, so we can go on to the OpenSeas and Rarebles and all these places where you have 20% of the entire Ethereum user base, and they all already have MetaMask installed, and they all already have USDC in their wallets. It's like, who better to advertise to? And you can just put pictures right in front of them. So, I want to see something bring more people in directly through staking versus, in my opinion, the staker system. I think it's great for people who use Staker. I think it's great for smaller players, and it will be awesome if you're trying to onboard people into staking who don't necessarily have enough money to like be super competitive in the staking pool. But I don't see it being a system that's going to like bring massive new adoption into Hex. But I could be wrong. Someone could prove me wrong on that.
Hey, sorry, is it just me, or is anyone else getting a lot of feedback? Alex, it was kind of hard to hear you.
Bro, it's not just you, bro. I've been trying to hear Alex this whole time, bro. But for everybody else, it's okay. It's choppy.
Was I like cutting out that whole time?
It's kind of cutting in and out. It might be like a intermittent connection thing. I don't know, maybe drop out and come back in, but I just wanted to make sure it wasn't me or my headphones messing up.
Yeah, I'll try to drop in and come back.
Something else that's really cool to see is that as people build, we have this forum to have discussions about whatever people are building. I love that, and that wasn't really around in like 2016, 2017, 2018. I mean, to get your information, you either had some friends that you could discuss things with, or you would go to like YouTube, right? There wasn't really a forum like this where you could talk to intelligent people and get their perspective. And, I just love love what Twitter Spaces is bringing to the table in terms of being able to have these discussions real time.
Yeah,
Man, what?
I would like to add on to that. I mean, I fell in love with this community because of it, because there was so much help, there was so much intelligent help, and lots of patience. I mean, I moved pretty much all my holdings in Bitcoin and Ethereum and Solana and all that junk into Hex. But, I was holding all that stuff passively before, though. But now I'm with Hex, more into it. It's nice.
And that forum, bro, like it's It's crazy because back then it was more paid form. Like you gotta pay, and that's really one thing that I've seen a lot of Hexicans or this community that want to give out the knowledge. They haven't. I haven't seen one that's charging yet. I know most of them might be monetizing their videos, but that's, I guess, the time ROI, whatever. Um, but other than that, they're giving this information for free.
Yeah, for free. That's a huge point. Hey, Orca, I don't know if you're there, if you can hear us. You might want to get a couple co-hosts.
Oh man, he dropped out.
Yeah, I got rugged earlier too, so.
Yeah, Orca's hibernating.
Ah, okay. Well, Shiza.
I think he has his extra. Nope, I don't see it anymore. There used to be another Orca space that was co-hosting to protect this, but that seems to be gone, I think.
Maybe we just need to start yelling in his ear. He might have like a Bluetooth piece in his ear or something.
Does anyone know whale calls or dolphin calls?
Hold on, how did Dorothy do it? But yeah, man, I'll be back, guys. I'm gonna go check on the community right quick.
So I'll throw a topic out there. What do you guys think that is the bigger driver to the entire market going down? Is it the war, the interest rate, Biden as a whole? Thoughts?
And I think it's a combination of so many different things. It's hard to boil it down to just one or two main ones. I can tell you that there are a lot of wallets with a lot of hex that are selling, and they're basically market dumping, right? And maybe they know about limit orders, maybe they don't. What's that?
I was talking about the entire crypto market.
Oh, well, most cryptos are paired to Bitcoin, and GBTC has had a negative premium pretty much since like last April. So anybody that wanted to buy Bitcoin could buy it at a discount, anywhere from like 10 to 25% going through Grayscale, as opposed to buying spot. And so as long as, there's that arbitrage opportunity, which, I mean, you can debate whether it's Bitcoin, whether it's real Bitcoin or just a paper representation, but either way, people are buying that discounted Bitcoin. And so because most things, I think, are tied to Bitcoin in terms of main liquidity pairs, or they're tied to like Ethereum, which is tied to Bitcoin as a main liquidity pair, there's just not enough buying pressure to, counteract the selling pressure. So it's like, as goes Bitcoin, so goes most of the rest of the market, just because of those liquidity pairings. That's my guess, but I barely graduated high school, brother. I mean, can't.
Sure, I get all of that. I guess I should have been more specific that the sentiment is more of what I'm referring to. It seems like there's such a pullback sentiment over stocks, the legacy market and the crypto market, because due to X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, I also wonder how much of that is related to the Fed looking to adjust interest rates a couple times this year. Generally as interest rates get lower or are suppressed